Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. That meant that even if Zadiel managed to survive this place, he would have to handle the rank 6 Devil Lords on the outside. The easiest path to survival was to find a way out of this dimension, and then before the Devil Dukes could get hold of him, escape Baatar. That would mean he would have to forego Kinner's identity and lost almost a year of work. However, Zadiel being Zadiel, he had already begun to formulate another plan that would not only grant him significant gains but also show a painful lesson to those Devil Dukes that dared to think of him as a pawn. This plan could result in the continent outside of this dimension destroyed and most of the millions of devils living in it dying. As he thought of the consequences, a smile appeared on Zadiel's face. Fuck them. If it weren't for how severe his condition was, the Neo-Demon would have started to laugh. Chapter 361, The Blood Duke. While Zadiel fought the drowsiness and maintained his focus in absorbing the blood and vitality of the fiend Dragonburn, he frowned as he noticed something odd. The condition of the Or's body was deteriorating too fast, and the Neo-Demon was not receiving nearly as much energy as he should. It took a moment, but after knowing the purpose of the people who came here and the Blood Fortress' particular characteristics, he could make an educated guess. This entire dimension is like a beast capable of absorbing the energy of those who die. Even though the result would not be as good as having tubes extracting their blood energy and life force, it is still useful. There was not much Zadiel could do, so he just focused on obtaining as much blood and vitality as he could from Dior before there was nothing left from him to drain. The body of a life form at the third engraving stage could remain in perfect conditions for hundreds of years after its passing. However, due to the White Sword and the Dimension's ability, Dior's body became nothing but a sack of bones and dry skin in 36 hours. The Neo-Demon stood up and took his sword out of Dior's head. His condition was far from being good, but he managed to restore his stomach and lungs to a functional state, greatly diminishing his body's burden. His tail went to Bloodchild's body, and his rebirth eye confirmed that his soul was frozen. He attempted to pick him up and was shocked when he saw that he could not do it. Even though I am injured, I can still lift a small mountain with my bare hands, but I cannot pick him up. It seems that the technique Blood Duke trained was not a crappy one. Bloodchild's body was too heavy, and Zadiel had to drag him through the ground into the runic formation's core. Zadiel adopted a meditation position and began to examine the runic formation. To any other person, it would take a long time to figure the principles behind it, but not to the Neo-Demon. He had an initial hypothesis of its function the moment he saw it with his mind force and was the main reason he was confident in defeating Bloodchild. As I thought, the entire tower and the statue above me is a massive runic formation. The statue gathers origin power and injects it into the devils, allowing them to remain alive and produce blood energy and life force. The core of the runic formation gathers those two healing forces, purifies them, and sends them away. After completing his examination of the runic formation, Zadiel looked at Bloodchild and understood his nature. He is a runic spirit. It was not rare for high-ranking formations to have runic spirits. Their purpose is to assist the runic formation and make sure these stand the passage of time. These spirits usually were of energy, and their fighting power was mediocre. He should have been a Devil Lord before his transformation. The most likely scenario was that Blood Duke forcefully fused him into the runic formation. The process increased his lifespan but also destroyed his free will. Zadiel knew no devil would ever sacrifice himself for others, even if it's their family. He was confident the Blood Duke forced Bloodchild into his current condition to obtain a faithful slave that could not betray him. The Neo-Demon's plan was not very complicated, but he needed to heal himself before he could put things in motion. Right now, if it wasn't for his rebirth eye and mind force, even a rank 4 devil could kill him with ease, and just mobilizing his energy was an ordeal. He swallowed dozens of high-quality origin stones before manipulating the runic formation and sending the blood energy it gathered into himself. Zadiel also sent blood energy into Bloodchild's body along with life force. There was enough life force for both of them, but Zadiel did not let it touch his body. The life force from an individual had fragments of his consciousness and ego. It was one of the many reasons you could not transfer it from one person to another without preparations. The runic formation used Bloodchild to fix that problem. The runic spirit filtered the life force, keeping the consciousness's fragments in him. That was the reason his mind was that of a child and was so prone to violence. Zadiel did not care about the state of Bloodchild's ego, so he filled him with as much life force and blood energy as he could. The process was twisting his personality more and more but pushed his recovery speed to an absurd level. After 2 weeks of healing and having consumed an ocean of blood energy, Zadiel had managed to stabilize his condition and partially restored his energy pool, astral origin and soul origin. As for the rebirth force, it was spent assisting his body's recovery. The Neo-Demon was far from being healthy, and any stressful activity would open up his injuries again, but he could not wait anymore. The more time passed, the higher the chances the Devil Lords would perish. After they leave this dimension, they could all drop dead, and the Neo-Demon could not care less, but he needed them for his plan, especially the Devil Marquises. Zadiel made his consciousness, empowered by mind force, infiltrate the runic formation and traveled the route life force and blood energy used to leave this place. It took him a few minutes, but Zadiel finally saw the other end. It was a giant pool filled with a concentration so high of life force and blood energy that it became a red-golden liquid. Floating in the center of the pool was a 10 meters tall devil. His size was small compared with other fiends that focused on body refinement, but his heartbeat strength was so high that it could make a continent tremble and harm weak life forms. Blood Duke had a humanoid body, with 2 massive horns in his head, red skin, and a bulky figure. He was in a deep sleep, and it appeared that nothing could wake him up. Zadiel analyzed him from a distance before focusing on the surroundings and saw 2 other paths that brought blood energy and life force to this place. After learning everything he could without raising suspicion or alerting the other parties, he withdrew his consciousness. Thanks to his knowledge and experience, it was easy for Zadiel to figure out Blood Duke's recovering system. He uses the blood energy and life force to nurture his body that will, in turn, nourish the soul's fragment he left in it. It is a decent plan, but the truth is that even if he succeeds, the person that wakes up will not be him. That soul will form a different personality and ego. If it were so easy to revive yourself after failing your accession to rank 7, then all peak soul law domain existences would do it. He is in a coma right now. He can wake up at will, but that would affect his already unstable soul, so he is probably leaving the runic spirits to handle things. Zadiel did not go through the other paths that brought blood energy and life force to the Blood Duke but could figure out where they lead. If they also have runic spirits like Bloodchild, then the Devil Lords sent to this dimension are certainly doomed even if Blood Duke doesn't act. Bloodchild's strength was that of a Devil Marquis. However, he depended solely on his body to fight, and this dimension's suppression over law avatars and energy pools did not affect him. They will let the Devil Lords fight between each other. When the time is right, the runic spirits would capture the ones alive and use them to give the final push to the Blood Duke's soul. The Neo-Demon closed his eyes for a moment as he made the final adjustments to his plan. When he opened them, a cunning and sinister light filled them, and he smiled. Zadiel had never been someone that enjoys mindless slaughter, but for some reason, the idea of killing millions of devils was amusing to him. The Blood Duke's pool is my point of entry. The other 2 runic formations should be similar to this one and have the same weak points. Zadiel looked to the devils trapped in this tower, and his rebirth eye and eye of death and destruction acted together, forming a black hole above him. Chapter 362, You're either with me or you're dead. The black hole above Zadiel did not affect physical matter, but it began to extract the devil's consciousness trapped in the tower. Most of them should have died a long time ago, and although their bodies were still alive, their souls were broken, and the only reason they did not scatter was the runic formation. After a day, a sphere made of howling ghosts formed above Zadiel. They were screaming, crying, roaring, and expressing all kinds of negative emotions. The Neo-Demon saw the madness in the spirits of the devils that had endured Blood Duke's experiment, but it wasn't enough. He brought a tremendous amount of Abyss aura from his space ring and began to fuse it with the evil and insane spirits above him. This particular Abyss aura was the one Zadiel gathered from the lower layers of Abyss to form the chaotic cores, and its purity was as high as it could be. Fusing the evil spirits and Abyss aura was not hard, but it would take some time, so Zadiel divided his mind and began to work on another task simultaneously. The Neo-Demon formed a mighty seed of consciousness that contained most of his mind force and then fused it into the runic formation's core. After a few minutes, Bloodchild's body began to tremble, and then he stood up. His soul and body were working, but Zadiel was the one calling the shots. The Neo-Demon's face was pale, and he had a massive headache. My consciousness has not healed, and its condition is even worse now that I split such a big part of it. I will need to consume one of the soul apples from the Garden of Creation to heal this wound, but it is worth it. The Neo-Demon could see what Bloodchild saw and had complete control over him. Bloodchild took one of Zadiel's space rings before leaving the underground tower and rising to the sky. The red fog could not hinder his perception, and he could see the entirety of the Blood Fortress. It took a moment for Zadiel to map the fortress and locate all the Devil Lords and Rank 4 devils. Some devil counts have perished. Luckily the Devil Marquises have not started fighting yet. It will take some time until I finish modifying the evil spirits. I will secure them in the meantime. Bloodchild's speed was impressive, and in less than 30 minutes, he got near a group of Rank 4 devils. They were 5 in total, and the only thing they felt was a tiny palm touching their heads before falling unconscious and being stored in a space ring. The devil count leading this small group turned around when he felt something odd with his underlings, but the only thing he managed to see was a red flash leaving the scene. The red fog and restriction over his consciousness were too much for the Rank 5 devil's perception. He was not able to detect Bloodchild until it was too late. Bloodchild began to capture all the Rank 4 devils that followed devil counts in the next few hours. He was too fast for those devil count to do anything about him. Things were different when it came to devil marquises. Luckily for Zadiel, those peak Rank 5 devils had left behind their Rank 4 devils to explore deeper into the fortress and search for treasures, so Bloodchild was also able to capture them. Once he finished his mission, Bloodchild returned to the tower and handed the space ring to Zadiel, which now contained 162 Rank 4 devils. The other 38 had died. Zadiel had came to this dimension intending to capture these Rank 4 devils. Although his main goal was different now, anyone without the Devil Lord's battle power wasn't useful for his plan, so instead of letting them die as collateral damage, he went ahead and grabbed them all. The Neo-Demon had finished fusing the evil spirits and Abyss aura. He now had thousands of raging ghosts tainted by Abyss chaotic power that could drive anyone insane, especially if it is implanted right into their souls. Zadiel left them inside the runic formation's core, ready to act at his signal, before leaving the tower. With the Blood Fortress map and the Devil Lord's position in his mind, he advanced to the castle where the Blood Duke resided. Bloodchild had risen once again to the sky. When Zadiel reached his destination, the runic spirit took a deep breath and used blood energy to increase the pressure and airflow speed that was about to pass through his larynx. The Neo-Demon could not disperse that red fog that hindered people's vision, but everybody's ears worked perfectly fine. All the Devil Lords, hear me out. You have been sent here as sacrifices to the Blood Duke. I am your only path to survival. Bloodchild's voice created powerful shockwaves that made the Blood Fortress tremble. They were strong enough to provoke nerve damage to Rank 4 lifeforms. Talking with each Devil Lord personally would take too much time, not to mention that they would probably not believe him, and he may need to chase after them if they try to escape, so Zadiel chose a different path. All the Devil Lords heard Bloodchild's voice, but none of them came to him. Although some of them already had suspicions of this place, that doesn't mean they would believe the words of a stranger. They also understood that Bloodchild was strong and were not willing to risk their lives by getting anywhere close to him. The Devil's Lords were not the only ones who reacted to Bloodchild's words. The other 2 towers that were also sending blood energy and life force to the Blood Duke contained a giant fire snake and a woman with bone spikes covering her whole body. They were runic spirits, and their hearts burned with wrath and killing intent the moment they heard those words. The runic spirits recognized Bloodchild's voice and took his actions as a sign of treason. To them, betraying the Blood Duke was an unforgivable offense. They were about to warn the Blood Duke and handle the traitor along with the rest of the Devil Lords. Waking him up ahead of time would harm the Rank 6 Devil Lord, but it was better than giving time to the Devil Count and Devil Marquises to prepare against him. Unfortunately, before they could act, Zadiel sent the raging ghosts to their runic formations. If the Neo-Demon had attempted to influence their minds by external means, he would have never succeeded. Still, since they are runic spirit, he only needed to affect the runic formations. The giant fire snake and the spiked woman shook as madness filled their eyes due to the thousands of chaotic voices that had invaded their minds. Roar! Roar! They roared and released the full might of their energy pools. The runic spirit's energies were like ancient beasts that rose to the sky, created toxic storms, and contaminated the entire Blood Fortress. Although the Devil Counts and Devil Marquises were shocked by the powerful auras of the runic spirits, it was not enough to make them run to Bloodchild. However, that changed when another pillar of energy rose to the sky. The third one was much stronger than the other 2 and came from the Blood Fortress center. Zadiel had also sent raging spirits to the Blood Duke. The Rank 6 Devil Lord should have robust soul defenses, but by mixing the evil spirits along with the life force he used to nurture his unstable and weakened soul, Zadiel was able to infect his mind as well. The power of the Blood Duke was too much for the Devil Lords, and they understood that there was no way they could survive against him, even if they worked together. Their first thought was escaping this dimension, but if Bloodchild's words were accurate, that was not an option. None of the Devil Lords trusted Bloodchild, But it was far more likely that their devil dukes had sold them as sacrifices than the old monsters hadn't realized that such a powerful entity inhabited the Blood Fortress. In 24 hours, they will all be free. I will hunt down and kill anyone who is not with me in 20. The Devil Lords heard Bloodchild's voice again, and his message was clear. You're either with me or you're dead. Chapter 363, Escape amidst the chaos. Bloodchild saw that devil marquises flew in his direction, and the 6 of them got together before getting near him. Now that there was a significant threat looming over their heads and they found out their dukes sold them out, none of them cared about their previous rivalry. The ability to become allies with those you considered enemies just a few hours ago was one of the advantages of Devil's pragmatic mind. The 6 devil marquises maintained a distance of 1,000 meters from Bloodchild. Although the red fog hindered their vision, they had ways to detect his presence after deducting his location due to that shout from earlier. Soon after the devil marquises had gathered, the devil counts began to arrive. 15 hours after Bloodchild's summoning, all the devil lords that remained alive had assembled, and only then did they approach him. Even though Bloodchild was strong, there was no way he could face 6 devil marquises and 12 devil counts at the same time. The 18 devil lords stood less than 20 meters away from Bloodchild. Zadiel understood the myriad of questions that went through their minds as he saw their faces. The most important one he needed to answer before they could begin did not require words. Bloodchild took a deep breath, and the next second, an ocean of blood energy rose to the sky, releasing a physical might more immense than the other 2 runic spirits and only inferior to the Blood Duke. The building beneath Bloodchild began to tremble. If it weren't for the alteration in space made in this dimension, massive earthquakes would befall the Blood Fortress due to the 4 great energy pools unleashed simultaneously. The pressure was so great that it suffocated some of the devil counts at the second engraving stage. The only ones who were able to resist it without a problem were the devil marquises. Bloodchild's original strength was equal to that of the other 2 runic spirits. However, Zadiel had modified the runic formation, granting him the ability to burn the body, energy, and soul in order to increase his power. That meant that after the fight against Blood Duke, Bloodchild would perish regardless of the result. The runic spirit was bound to this dimension and could not leave. The Neo-Demon did not care about his condition after this fight. That display of might did not scare the Devil Lords. On the contrary, it reassured them. Since they were going to follow him in a battle against a rank 6 Devil Lord, the strongest Bloodchild is, the greater their chances. My name is Bloodchild. Other than my strength, the one thing you need to know about me is that I want to leave this dimension. If we all work together, there is a chance for survival. If we don't, every single one of you will die, either at the hands of the Blood Duke or the ones waited outside. Anyone have something to say? Bloodchild made that question to the devil marquises. The devil counts did not have the right to share their opinion about the decision that they will make. One devil marquis took a step forward. He was a member of Zadiel's team and resembled a giant worm with spider legs and many eyes all over his body. My name is Sinto, and I am a silver worm dragon. I want to know if it was you who captured all the rank 4 devils a few days ago? The moment Sinto made that question, the devil lords frowned, and they focused on Bloodchild. No one knew who did it since they only saw a red flash disappear with their subordinates, but now that they know about Bloodchild's presence, he became the most likely suspect. Yes, I was the one who did it. Sinto's eyes narrowed when he heard that and saw that Bloodchild did not make the slightest effort in hiding his actions. One of those who you captured was my descendant. I hope you can hand him over. That is impossible. I ate all the rank 4 devils to increase my strength. Is there anything else? Bloodchild's answer was short and showed no sense of responsibility or guilt. The silver worm dragon was surprised by the answer of Bloodchild. He did not care about his descendant's life and just wanted to obtain some form of compensation. Unfortunately, it was clear for the devil marquis that he would not receive anything, and antagonizing Bloodchild now that they would depend on him was not a good idea. None of the other devil lords mentioned the rank 4 devils again. The truth was that those devils would have been lucky if half survived this mission. Now that they were all dead, no one cared about them. Sinto returned to the group, and another devil marquis, the one that looked like a humanoid made of green fire, spoke. We need to know your plan, the role that each of us will take, and how certain you are of our success. Bloodchild nodded and proceeded to explain his strategy. I have put a curse on Blood Duke and the other 2 warriors that are alive in this dimension. They cannot think with clarity during this time, and as long as they are not disturbed, they will remain in their current locations for a few more hours. After the stream of cursed energy that I am sending is over, they will rise to the sky, searching for prey. The devil lords displayed pleasant expressions when they heard the condition of the Blood Duke. The type of people they liked to fight the most were those who acted like wild monsters since their lifetime of battling demons trained them for that. The first part of the plan is simple. We will hide and let the Blood Duke and the other two warriors fight among them since they cannot distinguish allies from enemies. The Blood Duke will definitely win, but he will tire himself. If we're lucky, he may even end up wounded. A sliver of hope could be seen in the eyes of the Devil Lords as they heard Blood Child's plan. Even for Devil Marquises, who are peak rank 5 life forms, a Devil Duke was an immense threat, especially a legendary one like the Blood Duke, but not only would this rank 6 Devil Lords would be in a crazed state, he may also be wounded, so their chances were much higher. After that, we must face the Blood Duke. If we allow him to calm himself, he may regain his sanity, and if that happens, we are doomed. But if we fight against him, most of us will die. The one who interrupted Blood Child was a Bone Devil. He was at the second engraving stage and was sure he would die if they attempted to defeat the Blood Duke in a fight. Trash. Interrupt me again, and I will kill you. Blood Child focused on the Devil Count, and this one felt that his blood was burning. Although the Devil Lords' reactions were diverse, none of them interfered to help the Devil Count. In Baatar, Devil Lords would never allow the slightest sign of disrespect from those beneath them. If they do, it will prove that they are not fit to lead. Blood Child no longer focused on the Bone Devil after teaching him a lesson, allowing this one to rest. He noticed how the other Devil Counts were looking at him. They had the same reservations about the plan that Bone Devil. We will fight against the Blood Duke, but our goal is not to defeat him. We need to drive him to the portals that lead out of this dimension. The moment he sees more powerful targets, he will focus on them. Then we can escape amidst the chaos. All the Devil Lords showed amazement when they heard the last part of Blood Child's plan, and there was admiration on their faces. Instead of going in an all-out battle against the Blood Duke, they would draw him to fight against the Devil Dukes waiting for them outside. That would improve their chances and take care of the ones who threw them into this dimension to die. The Devil Lords were sure the Devil Dukes would have nefarious plans for them, and they needed to buy time. The wounds that a battle against the Blood Duke would produce would certainly grant them that. Due to the contracts in their true souls, the Devil Lords could not betray their Devil Dukes, but Blood Child had never mentioned them. The powerful targets they would use to distract the Blood Duke could be anyone, so the contracts would not harm them. It was a loophole, just like the ones the Devil Dukes used to sacrifice all of them. Seeing that everybody was on board with his plan and there were no more questions, Blood Child started the first phase. Follow me. We have to hide in a secure place while the battle between the Blood Duke and the other two occurs. Chapter 364, Forced to display his true power, the 18 Devil Lords and Blood Child descended to the ground and stood at the underground tower's entrance. We need to completely hide our presence from the Blood Duke and the other two warriors, or else the entire plan will fail. Since we are all together, it is impossible to hide our combined energy radiation. Beneath us is the tower where I have lived for a long time, and it has cloaking mechanisms that an enraged individual's consciousness cannot overcome. Blood Child's words made perfect sense, and the Devil Lords understood the logic behind his instructions, but none of them entered the tunnel that led to the tower. Blindly follow the orders of a man they did not know, and entering a place that could very well be a trap was not something a devil would do willingly. Zadiel understood the mind and nature of devils better than even an archdevil, so he knew how to handle this group. Following the commands of the Neo-Demon, Blood Child focused on the Devil Count he had known the longest, Kita. You will go down with me and will carry a piece of the consciousness of every single Devil Lord. After he spoke those words, Blood Child focused on the Devil Marquises and completely ignored the startled Devil Count. You can analyze the place and determine if there is a trap or not. The Devil Marquises nodded after hearing Blood Child's proposition, and the rest of the Devil Counts were delighted. However, Kita was not just going to accept that abuse without at least fighting back. Why must I take the part of the canary in a coal mine and go down there with you? Kita was angry, but she did not dare to let her emotions control her and took a deep breath before asking that question in a respectful tone. Blood Child stared at the Devil Count, and although she was questioning him, she did it properly, so he had no reason not to reply. Judging by your demonic bloodline, your battle style must be related to illusions, which are restricted in this dimension. That, plus your cultivation, makes you the weakest of all of us. The help that you will provide in our battle against the Blood Duke will be minimal. Blood Child made a pause at this point, and his aura became extremely sharp and bloodthirsty as he continued. If you are unable to perform this type of menial task, then what is the point of keeping you alive? I should just eat you to become stronger. Kita's heart grew cold, and she began to tremble after hearing Blood Child's words. She did not doubt for a second that he would eat her alive if she disobeyed. The female Devil Count could not go against Blood Child or the Devil Marquises, and most of her fellow Counts were stronger than her, but there was someone she thought she could offend without consequences. Lord Blood Child, you say I am the weakest of all of us, but you are mistaken. That position falls in him. Kita pointed to a Devil Count that was at the border of the group. Everybody followed her finger and saw the Shadow Frog, Savirian, The Devil Lords had unknowingly ignored him this entire time, and it was only now that they focused on him. Savirian's soul force put him at the first engraving stage, but since he did not depend on illusions like Kita, it was not right to say he was weaker than a female devil count inside this dimension. The devil marquises did not interfere and let Bloodchild handle the situation. The devil counts did not say a word for fear of being indicated next and look away. Bloodchild focused on Savirian and saw how this one adopted a submissive and cowardly posture. His eyes narrowed, and the next instant, he flashed to the Shadow Frog and performed a palm strike. Everybody was surprised by Bloodchild's actions. His attack came without any warning. The speed and strength it carried were so great that it would be impossible for someone at the first engraving stage to survive. All the Devil Lords moved away from Bloodchild. They began to mobilize their energy to respond to his murderous behavior, but what happened next astounded them. Savirian, who everybody thought would die, was able to respond with his fist. His hand had released a black smoke that devoured all the energy in a radius of thousands of meters to strengthen himself. But things did not end there, since once Savirian's black fog touched Bloodchild's palm, it was able to negate some of its power. The clash between the two released a shockwave that pushed the devil counts away and made the earth tremble. A peculiar expression appeared in Bloodchild's face when the palm and fist collided. The attack he used had the same strength that broke all the bones in the Fiend Dragonborn's hand, even after this one had fused with his Law Avatar, burned his life force, and activated his trump card. And yet Savirian was able to end up just fine. The 17 Devil Lords stared at the duo. Everybody's attention was not on the mighty Bloodchild, but on the seemingly inoffensive Shadow Frog. They felt the soul force that put him at the fourth engraving stage. However, the thing that provoked the biggest commotion was his mighty dominion over the laws. I knew you were hiding your strength, but who would have thought that your greatest asset is not your cultivator but your Law of Darkness that has reached the minor completion level? It seems that you will be instrumental in our battle against the Blood Duke. Those words sounded like a compliment, but they did not make the Shadow Frog happy at all. If he had been able to hide his strength during the fight against the Blood Duke, he would have been much safer, since no one would expect that someone at the first engraving stage could do much. Savirian nodded to Bloodchild before staring with coldness at the rest of the Devil Lords, making them look away with fear. Since he no longer was hiding his power, there was no need to keep the facade of a coward. Kita's face became pale since the Shadow Frog focused on her and did not hide his killing intent at all. Regret filled Kita's heart as she felt the eyes of the Shadow Frog. Her situation remained the same, and she had earned a powerful enemy. Savirian may not be a Devil Marquis, but his Law of Darkness put his battle power near them, not to mention that his path to rank 6 was already open. Of course, to become a Devil Duke, you needed more than sheer strength, but someone that managed to hide his power for hundreds of years and accept mockery from devils that he could kill with a single strike was an extremely cunning and patient person. The female Devil Count looked down as she attempted to see a way out of her predicament. The other Devil Lords did not care about her state of mind and just branded her body with pieces of their consciousness. Bloodchild grabbed Kita, and they went down the tunnel. In a matter of minutes, they reached the tower, and the devil's consciousness began to explore the place. Although the thousands of devils trapped in the walls made the Devil Lords a little uneasy, they detected no trap at all, so they went down. When everybody was inside, Bloodchild used the runic formation's core to cloak the tower before making 19 tentacles of blood energy rise from the ground. You can use it to restore your energy pools and push your bodies to their peak. The Devil Marquises used their consciousness to analyze the blood energy. After detecting nothing wrong with it, they began to use it along with the Devil Counts. Once they were all together around the runic formation, preparing themselves for the fight to come, Bloodchild spoke again. I need that all of you tell me your laws and battle styles in detail. I will use that information to create a strategy. None of the Devil Lords wanted to reveal that type of information, but since they would display it in the fight regardless, they did not hide it and told everything to Bloodchild. A few hours after they began sharing information and developing their strategy for the fight, they felt how the raging energies contaminating the sky calmed down. Roar. 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 The Devil Lords heard 3 distinctive roars, each of them full of killing intent and madness. The next second, the explosions began that made it seem like the world was going to end. The battle between the Blood Duke and the 2 runic spirits had begun. Chapter 365, Evil City. 2 powerful demons were in the sky near a massive city located in the Blood Rift. They released immense physical pressure, and their soul force put both at the demon count level. The strongest of the duo was a humanoid shark 10 meters tall. The demon count had a sharp fin, red eyes, black skin, and tattoos were covering his body. The demon count by the humanoid shark's side looked like a demonic werewolf with huge bone spikes coming out of his body. There was a thick blood aura enveloping him, probably the result of a technique. The two demon counts' eyes narrowed as they felt that the density of abyss aura and other energies was almost 20 times greater inside the city than in the rest of the Blood Rift. So this is the city of the new demon lord who calls himself evil. The rumors that I heard about him being able to draw the plane's energies without a spell or formations were true. The one who spoke was the demonic werewolf, and his eyes shone with greed. Nizer, this evil guy is too cocky. You had sent a message telling him that we will come today to discuss the contract he had signed with Duke Luzerne. We are two great messengers, and yet he is not waiting for us. If we don't teach him a lesson, people may think that they can push us around. The humanoid shark stared at his comrade and could see the hidden intention behind his words. Despite being a demon, Nizer was able to control his chaotic instincts and had a cunning mind. That was one of the reasons he got his job as a great messenger for a demon duke. He did not think that this man beside him was fit for the job, but it was not his place to question his master's decisions. Kuru, you should be very careful with your words once we meet him. Our mission is to relay the message from Duke Luzerne and make him sign the new contract. Nizer's tone was stern, but seeing that his comrade seemed not to care about his words, he continued speaking. Evil is different from the other demon lords we have met before. Not long after his victory over Euro, 3 demon counts sought to take advantage of his weakened state. They chased him for several weeks all over the Blood Rift, but in the end, Evil was the one who returned alive, and no one heard of the 3 demon counts again. He used the attack of the trio as an excuse to invade their territories. Less than a month after that, he attacked the demon count's settlements near his new domains. He made his first appearance less than 2 years ago, but he already has 13 confirmed demon lords kills under his belt. Kuru's eyes widened when he heard that. Even for a chaotic place like Abyss, where slaughter occurred daily, someone killing that many demon lords in such a small amount of time was hard to believe. Even for a demon lord, that level of bloodshed is too much. Why did the other demon dukes allow him to slaughter their people without repercussions? No matter how chaotic Abyss was, a form of hierarchy was in place. Every demon count was a powerful pawn for a demon duke, and their loss was significant. Kuru knew all that and could not understand why Evil was still alive. That is why I said he is unlike other demon lords. Evil's incursions are not motivated by wealth. He sends 60% of the resources obtained in the captured territories to Duke Luzerne and another 30 as a bribe for the other demon dukes. Nizer solved his comrade's confusion, but another question came to Kuru's mind the next second. If he is not after wealth, then why risk his life? Every battle between rank 5 life forms was dangerous. Even if you won, nothing said someone could not attack you while you were busy healing. Even the chaotic demons understood that. That reason is simple, and he made no effort in hiding it. It is all about bodies. Every city or settlement attacked by Evil has its population exterminated, from the weakest lesser devils to the demon lord. He harvests everything and not even a drop of blood remains from them after he leaves. Kuru's heart grew cold when he heard that, and the greed that filled his eyes was vanishing as fear took place. Still, Nizer, you are at the 3rd engraving stage and soon will reach the 4th, so he should show you respect. Nizer's face grew solemn after hearing those words and stared at the demonic werewolf. A month ago was Evil's last incursion. There he faced the great illusionist Surik. That demon count was at the 3rd engraving stage as well, and his soul invasion spells were formidable. Although he could imagine how the story continued, Kuru still asked. What happened? Evil split Surik's body in 2 and bathed the city with his blood. The fear in Kuru's heart grew larger. All the arrogance he had when he reached this place disappeared. As the duo spoke, a rank 4 fiendish cyclop approached their location and bowed once he was in front of them. I humbly greet the 2 demon counts. My name is Pylo, and I am the 2nd in command of Evil City. Pylo noticed the duo's odd expression after hearing the city's name. The truth was that he also found it very weird, but that was the name Evil gave him when he asked, and the rank 4 demon did not dare to question it. Lord Evil is training right now in the castle. Follow me, please. The 2 demon counts followed the fiendish cyclop into the city. They noticed how every single demon was training and doing its best to improve its power, but they also saw a sense of urgency in them, as if time was running out. Neither Nizer nor Kuru asked about the situation with the demons. It wasn't their job to judge how other demon counts controlled their people, and they honestly didn't care. They reached the castle in the center of the city very fast. The duo entered under Pylo's guide. Nizer's eyes narrowed as he saw that there was absolutely nobody in the castle. Although they did not truly fulfill a purpose, it was customary for a demon count to have guards and maids stationed inside their castle. They did that to display their wealth and status. He has a cunning mind, and his tactics are similar to that of devil lords when it comes to handling the demon dukes. However, he does not care about the image others have of him. This person is dangerous. Nizer thought as he approached the throne room. They finally reached their destination after a few minutes. The gates were open, so Nizer and Kuru could see inside the massive throne room. Just like the rest of the castle, the room had no decorations at all. Other than a small throne, the only thing they saw was a man with white skin performing battle movements. They were simple punches and kicks, and he appeared to be doing them in a loop. Evil's movements resembled the training of a martial artist of the mortal world. The demon counts could not understand his actions. Those types of techniques had no actual use for life forms of their level. What surprised them the most was that Evil's breathing was uneven, and he was sweating. Pylo stood at the entrance of the room and did not go further. No rank 4 life forms can enter the throne room. Please be careful since this place is Lord Evil's training area. The rank 4 demon bowed to the duo again before taking a step back. Nizer's eyes narrowed as he heard Pylo's words and seemed to detect a hidden message in them. On the other hand, Kuru did not care about the rank 4 demon and entered the room the next moment. The instant the demonic werewolf put a foot in the throne room, shock appeared all over his face, and he crashed into the ground. Nizer was surprised by his comrade's condition, and he focused on Evil to see if he was the culprit. However, all this time, the white demon had not even bothered to look in their direction. He entered the room to help Kuru and immediately understood the reason for his condition. The gravity in this place is exceptionally high. Nizer felt like he was carrying thousands of mountains over his shoulders, but things did not end there. The gravity also affected the demon count's blood, increasing its weight to a ridiculous level. His heart was having a hard time beating with enough strength to mobilize it. The reason why rank 4 demons cannot enter the throne room is not that Evil forbids it, but their bodies would succumb under this pressure. His condition was not as deplorable as Kuru. He could move his body after improving his strength with his energy pool. Astonishment appeared in Nizer's face when he focused on Evil and saw how he performed those swift and coordinated martial movements under this gravity solely depending on his physical might and nothing else. The demonic werewolf was able to stand up after using the full might of his energy pool. The demon counts looked at each other and saw the seriousness in their faces. If they anger this monster, they could die. Chapter 366, Evil's scheme. Both demon counts had to use their full power to walk beneath the crushing enhanced gravity. When the duo was within 10 meters of Ezequiel, the latter stopped his training and focused on them. Nizer and Kuru felt their instincts warning them about the immense threat in front of them. The physical effort made their hearts beat very fast and with tremendous strength, creating thunderous sounds. The demon lord's heartbeat was impressive, but it could not compare with that of the neo-demon. A silent battle started between the trio. Ezequiel's heartbeat was calm despite the physical stress and fatigue, but every pulsation was like an explosion. The rhythm of the neo-demon's heartbeat began to affect that of the demon lords. Before a minute passed, Kuru's face became pale, and a trail of blood appeared in the corner of his mouth. Nizer saw Kuru's condition and was about to talk, but Ezequiel went ahead of him. Go straight to the point. I need to return to my training and have no time for courtesies. The demon lord felt angry due to the neo-demon's remarks but could calm down and keep a cold head. Demon Lord Evil. Duke Luzerne has sent us here since your contract needs some modifications. From now on, you will need to send 65% of the resources obtained from your incursions. After Nizer finished speaking, Kuru took out a parchment from his space ring. Usually, a demon lord should have to bestow 50% of the wealth he obtains from his invasion to the demon duke above them. Evil presenting 60% was incredibly generous, but Luzerne wanted even more. The duo knew that their master's actions could be considered excessive bullying. They feared the monster's response, but instead of getting angry, Evil smiled. Duke Luzerne knows how I managed to go into so many invasions without angering the other demon dukes. He wants to leave me with only 5% of what I obtain after those life and death battles. I am under someone with immense greed. Although they sounded like complaints, the neo-demon's smile grew wider as those thoughts appeared in his mind. The demon lords found Evil's behavior extremely strange. It was like if Duke Luzerne's greed made him happy. Ezequiel stared at the parchment, and after some thinking, he spoke. I will give Duke Luzerne the percentage of wealth he desires from my invasions. However, I need to have his backing for 10 new incursions this year and a slot for the blood bonds. Tell him my conditions and come back with his answer. The demon lords looked at each other after hearing Evil's words. They could not just leave this place and tell Duke Luzerne that they failed in their task. Kuru let his wildness fill his heart to suppress the fear and spoke with an overbearing tone. You cannot dictate conditions in the contract. This order comes directly from Duke Luzerne, and if you... Kuru could not finish his sentence since his entire body froze when Ezequiel's cold eyes focused on him. The neo-demon channel abyss world strength and an extraordinarily malignant and evil aura overflowed his body and spread all over the throne room. The next second, the chaotic will, slaughter principle, and destruction origin in Ezequiel's aura erupted, and a dark domain that covered the entire evil city emerged. All the lesser demons in the city fell unconscious while immense terror assaulted the rank 4 demons, which greatly hindered their power. The dark field that was covering the city was a unique way of applying Abyss World strength. It was named Evil Force Field, and it permitted Ezekiel to ignore the amount of rank 4 life form on the enemy's side. Demon Lords were supreme killing machines, but Nizer and Kur could not stop the dread that invaded their hearts. The force field's effect was lesser in the Demon Lords than in rank 4 demons, but it still reduced the duo's battle power between 5 to 10%. The Demon Lords had just begun to mobilize their energy when Ezekiel flashed to the demonic werewolf, grabbed his head, and slammed it into the ground. Nizer was surprised by Evil's incredible speed. He was going to help Kuru when the monster stared at him with a sinister smile and white eyes that seemed to identify every single one of his flaws. If you two think that your positions as great messengers from Duke Luzerne would stop me from killing you, then you are truly stupid. Ezekiel began to exert more strength in his hands as he spoke, and Nizer could hear how Kuru's skull was starting to crack. We understand. We will relay your conditions to Duke Luzerne and come back with an answer. The Demon Lord did not dare to attack and sought a peaceful resolution. He would not hesitate to run away and leave Kuru behind if an actual fight started. Ezekiel deactivated the evil force field and threw the demonic werewolf to Nizer. Leave now. I don't want to waste more time. Nizer took Kuru, and they immediately left the throne room before flying away. Both demon lords were furious, but the most potent emotion in their hearts right now was fear. Pylo, who was at the room's entrance this entire time, saw the whole thing and began to worry. If Ezekiel's words offended the Demon Duke, he would not be the only one to die. My lord, should not we? The giant rank 4 demon had just started to speak when an invisible hand pushed him to the ground and began to crush his body. Pylo felt that his body would explode at any moment and screamed. Please forgive me for speaking out of turn, my lord. It was only after begging for mercy that the invisible hand vanished. Pylo slowly stood up and timidly looked at Ezekiel, who stared at him with empty eyes. Remember, you are a pawn that can be replaced at any moment. I don't need your advice or questions. The only thing you need to do is follow my orders. Ezekiel's words were cruel and tyrannical. It suited his role as a demon lord, but it was not an act. The Neo-Demon disliked the filthy and chaotic nature of Abyss. He preferred the City of the Sun's atmosphere. There he could pass the time with his lover, watch over the newborn Neo-Demons, and calmly improve his abilities as a magic creator. If it weren't for his obsession with growing stronger, he would have just left an avatar in the Blood Rift and only appear with his true body for an invasion. He noticed the fear and anxiety in the rank 4 demon. There was no empathy in his heart for this type of creature who fed on children for fun, but he could not leave him like that. I only tell you this since I know you will be too distracted to do your job if I don't. Duke Luzerne is an extremely greedy individual. The permits for the 10 invasions are something that will benefit him more than me. I formulate them as an exigence, so he can think he is magnanimous and put him in a good mood when he accepts them. The slot for the blood pawns is an actual request, but he will give it to me since the price is not worth killing me. Ezekiel's behavior with the demon lords may have seemed chaotic, but everything was part of a scheme. Chapter 367, even more ruthless shock appeared all over Pylo's face as he heard those words. He was having a hard time understanding half of it, but one thing is clear, the monster in front of him had a pragmatic mind and immense wisdom. This type of analytic thinking and scheming nature should not be possible in our kind. The rank 4 demon immediately erased that train of thought from his mind. He did not dare to continue with it since the terror evil produced in him made impossible any form of treason. Ezekiel focused on the rank 4 demon for a moment, and his eyes seemed to be able to pierce into the creature's mind. The great messengers should return in a month. Is the army ready to be mobilized, and have they perfected the siege tactics that I gave them? The rank 4 demons and the squads beneath them are ready to move out at any moment, my lord. They still have some problems with the siege tactics, but everybody understands the price of failure, so they are training them non-stop. Pylo spoke with a respectful and fearful tone. The truth is that in the incursions, evil was the main fighting force. He battled the demon lord and rank 4 demons on the enemy side while also suppressing the lesser demons. The one role the army had is to make sure no demon escaped. No matter their strength or abilities, no one is allowed to flee. For every demon that managed to break the blockade, the squad responsible will have 100 members sacrificed to appease Lord Evil. Ezekiel nodded to the fiendish Cyclop, and something came to his mind. Since you are here, we will go to the underground city before I restart my training. I want to see how the great hunt has been going. As you wish, my lord. We have not failed you in the great mission you gave us. Beneath Evil City, there was an ancient ruin full of dilapidated buildings. Ezekiel did not build this place but took advantage of the cloaking powers in it. Other than damaged buildings, there was only one more thing in this place: bodies. Thousands and thousands of bodies filled the entire underground city, literally forming mountains. Most of them belonged to demons, but there were piles with devils, dragons, elemental giants, and even humans. Although a number of the individuals in this place were dead, most of them were only unconscious. In a pile that contained humans, hiding beneath the bodies of his kind, a young man was awake. Despite the horror of the scene around him, he managed to maintain his heart under control and did not lose his mind to fear. His name was Caesar, and he was a member of the Oracle World, a high world dominated by the human race. The history of the Oracle World was one of bloodshed and heroes. Several demon lords had managed to get hold of the coordinates of this world and invaded it. The natives fought with courage and pride, but the difference in power was too high. When everything appeared lost, a great hero emerged. His real name was forgotten, and everybody just referred to him as Darkness Devourer. This great hero led his people against the demon lords and managed to kill the demon dukes, regaining control over his world. But his legend did not end there, since Darkness Devourer was able to break the shackles of lifespan and became a being of laws. The Oracle World may not be a principal world of the universe, but was powerful enough to defend itself against almost all external threats. Due to their past, the people of this world were eternal enemies of the demon race. The great organizations of the Oracle World constantly made incursions in Abyss to hunt down demons. Caesar was a supreme genius of the Darkness School, one of the great organizations of the Oracle World. He and his teammates came to the Blood Rift to participate in a trial by fire. Although the mission was dangerous, they did their work and remained in an area that should only have lesser demons. Unfortunately, disaster struck them. The only reason he was still conscious was the treasure he had fused with his soul, which enhanced his spiritual defenses and concealed his presence. I need to contact the Great Teacher. He is the only one that can save us. This place seems to be an underground facility, and it hinders any form of communication. Caesar was contemplating ways to get out of this predicament when two figures appeared in the sky above the city. He already knew the fiendish Cyclops since he was the one who captured him and all of his friends. As for the one next to him, although he had never met him before, he knew his identity. Caesar's eyes widened, and fear appeared in them as he saw this 5-meter-tall humanoid white demon with an aura that seemed to be the embodiment of Abyss. Of all the demon counts, why did I have to fall in the hands of this monster? The Oracle World constantly gathered intelligence of the Abyss layers to which they sent people. That information includes the demon lords, and evil was a name very popular lately. The price for evil's head was a peak rank 5 artifact, equal to that of a demon marquis. The higher-ups made that decision due to his potential and the danger he could represent in the future. Caesar understood that evil was strong, but that was not the thing that frightened him. He knew that this demon lord was cunning and wise. That would make his escape a lot harder. He heightened his sense of hearing to listen to their conversation. We have fulfilled the quota you have imposed on us, Lord Evil. The rank 4 demons and I have managed to capture more than 2 million living lesser demons and life forms of that level in the past 3 months. We left no clues of our activities. In any other place, the disappearance of such a high number of life forms would not go unnoticed, but in the infinite layers of the Abyss, no one cared. The soldiers that had failed to advance in the determined time are already here? Yes, my lord. Following your instructions, all the demons stuck for more than 4 months in rank 0, more than a year in rank 1, and more than 3 years at rank 2 were quietly neutralized. Pylo thought that his demon lord's requirements were extraordinarily harsh but did not dare express his opinion. In any other place, it would be almost impossible for any demons to achieve that cultivation speed. However, the Abyssor's density in Evil City was many times greater than in any other part of the Blood Rift, and that allowed at least 10% of the demons to succeed. Demons may be stupid, but they understood what happened to those who did not improve their power fast. That is the reason why everybody in the city was so focused on their training. Ezequiel's face was cold as he looked at the millions of lives beneath when all of a sudden, his eyes narrowed. He slowly focused his gaze on one of the many piles of bodies. Why is there a conscious human in there? Horror appeared in Caesar's face when he heard those words, and his body froze from fear. He could not believe the demon lord had found him. The next thing he saw was Pylo's enraged face as the fiendish Cyclop moved the rest of the bodies to grab him. Even though Caesar was a genius and possessed some of his world's best techniques, he was still a rank 3 life form and could not face the rank 4 demon. Pylo did not give him a chance to act. The demon grabbed the young man, crushed his body, and almost killed him. This time, he truly left him unconscious. The rank 4 demon heart was beating fast, and he could not control his breathing. It was not the short battle against a human that left him in this condition, but the fact he knew he had made a mistake. The demon turned to look at his master and saw his cold and unforgiving eyes. Ezequiel raised his finger and made a seed of red lightning appear before sending it to Pylo's head. The rank 4 demon could not resist and saw how the seed invaded his soul dimension and attached to his true soul. For your carelessness, You will have to gather another 10 million lesser demons in 6 months. If you fail, that seed will kill you slowly and painfully. Now leave." Pylo gave a deep bow and left in a hurry. He had little time and needed to use every second of it. Once he was alone, Ezequiel focused on the young human lying on the floor among a pile of bodies, and then a memory appeared in his mind that made him tremble. A young man at death's door, surrounded by the bodies of his teammates. It was like the first time he saw Zadiel, but this time he took the cruel captain's role. Being cold to demons and other evil beings was easy, but Ezequiel could feel the righteous aura in the young man. There was no reason to kill him, and he would not be ending his life due to collateral damage but due to a cold-hearted decision. An internal struggle began in the Supreme Neo-Demon's heart, but as time passed, the emotion in his eyes began to vanish. The only left in them, in the end, was emptiness. "It would be easy for me to save you, but I won't do it. The universe is a cold and ruthless place. To achieve my goal, I need to be even more ruthless." Chapter 368, Devil Lords vs. the Blood Duke. In the sky above the Blood Fortress, a mind-blowing battle was occurring. A 10-meter-tall man with red skin and massive horns fought against a woman with bone spikes and a giant fire snake. Hundreds of massive buildings became debris due to the fight. If it weren't for the space fortification, the fortress would have collapsed, and maybe even the entire dimension. Both the woman and the fire snake were extraordinarily fast and agile. Their bodies' movement carried a momentum that could compare with the might of a rank 6 life form. The runic spirits were both crazy, and everything in their sight was an enemy they had to kill. The only reason they worked together was that, at an instinct level, they recognized the Blood Duke as an absolute threat. Despite being 2 against 1, the Blood Duke was utterly dominating the battle. The runic spirit's attacks could not pierce his skin, and other than some bruises, he had no injuries at all. The condition of the spiked female and the fire snake was not so good. The woman already lost her left arm and leg, along with a piece of her head. The situation of the fire snake was even worse. The lower half of the runic spirit's body was missing, and the rest was full of serious injuries. His blood was like lava, and it burned everything it touched as it fell to the ground. Roar! The Blood Duke roared with fury as his blood energy exploded, and he flashed to the woman. The runic spirit attempted to run away, but the rank 6 Devil Lord was too fast. He grabbed her by the shoulder before sending a blow to what remained of her head. The Blood Duke's fist seemed to contain a world made of blood. Once it landed, it pulverized the runic spirit's head along with her soul. He had just annihilated one runic spirit when the other took the chance and charged against him with his maws open, trying to devour him. The Blood Duke managed to grab the fire snake's maws before this one could close them down. The duo crashed against dozens of buildings as they shot through the sky. The rank 6 Devil Lord's blood energy soared again. The blood world appeared on his back this time, and with a sky-breaking strength, he pushed each jaw in an opposite direction. He split the fire snake in 2 and released a blast of blood energy that destroyed the runic spirit's soul dimension. There was frenzy and excitement in the Blood Duke's face after killing the runic spirits and having appeased the chaotic voices in his mind. His breathing was rough, and his face was a little pale, but other than that, he was in perfect conditions. Now that there were no more targets in his sight, his insatiable thirst for slaughter began to calm down. The Blood Duke's soul was beginning to fight against the evil spirits that had invaded it and attempted to regain his sanity when all of a sudden, he detected something in the distance. The rank 6 Devil Lord had just focused his sight in his broken castle when a red flash attacked him from the back. The Blood Duke threw a punch in the direction of the attacker. Due to the surprise and the fact the enemy was incredibly nimble, he failed. Bloodchild managed to grab the Blood Duke's neck and chest and raise him above his head. The next instant, from the darkness, 18 Devil Lords appeared. They all have already fused with their law avatars and activated their trump card before sending their most powerful attack to the Blood Duke. Giant hands made of green fire, mountains of steel, rivers of poison, and several other apocalyptic phenomena rained from the sky. An explosion that made the entire dimension tremble occurred when the attack collided point-blank with the Blood Duke. The explosion threw the Blood Duke and Bloodchild away. They destroyed everything in the path of their immeasurably heavy bodies. The power in the attacks did not strike Bloodchild directly, so he regained control of his body mid-flight and regrouped with the Devil Marquises in the sky. On the other hand, the Blood Duke's body did not stop until reaching the ground, forming a massive crater. The combined might of those spells would have triggered a cataclysmic event in a low world, but none of the Devil Lord relaxed. They knew that attack could not have possibly killed the Blood Duke. Bloodchild and the Devil Marquises were all in a battle formation, with the runic spirit taking the lead. Savirian and the rest of Devil Counts vanished in the darkness. A powerful aura exploded in the crater where the Blood Duke had landed. The rank 6 Devil Lord became visible, and his eyes were burning with killing intent as he looked at Bloodchild and the others. The spells left deep wounds on his body, but none of them affected his battle power in any way. The Blood Duke shot to the sky. The blood world formed around him, granting him the momentum and might of a meteorite. The Devil Marquises once again launched their most potent attacks, diminishing the force of the Blood Duke's drive, before Bloodchild flew to intercept him. Bloodchild fired a fist that contained an ocean of blood energy, but the Blood Duke's fist carried the blood world. The winner was easy to deduce. The Blood Duke's fist sent Bloodchild flying away and almost destroyed his arm. The Devil Marquises once again attacked the Blood Duke before immediately rushing to Bloodchild's side. Bloodchild was able to regain control of his body fast, and with the Devil Marquises, began to fly in the direction of the portals that led out of this dimension. The Blood Duke pursued them immediately. His speed was higher than Bloodchild and that of the Marquises, so he was about to catch up with them after a few seconds. Unfortunately for the rank 6 Devil Lord, the Devil Counts emerged from the darkness, launching beams of energy against him while also creating all sorts of illusion in his path. Once they finished with their barrage of spells, they vanished. The Blood Duke was able to neutralize the Devil Count's attacks with ease and shatter the illusions put in his path, but the short delay gave the Marquises the time to charge their spells. He again was assaulted by raging energy and destructive laws, but this time, he pierced through them, completely ignoring his defense. His wounds grew longer, but that recklessness allowed him to get near one of the Devil Marquises. The rank 6 Devil Lord sent a fist carrying the blood world to the Devil Marquis that resembled a humanoid made of green fire. The attack was too fast, and the Devil Marquis was not able to dodge it. The Blood Duke's fist blasted the fire humanoid's body apart. Although the Devil Marquis reformed himself a few hundreds of meters away, the green flame's density and power were lesser. It was evident that he received severe damage. There was fear in the fire humanoid's face as he noticed how the Blood Duke was about to rush in his direction. Another attack like the last one could annihilate his body and shatter his soul. Luckily, Bloodchild took advantage of the Blood Duke's opening and delivered a kick that sent him to the ground. Bloodchild and the Devil Marquises soared through the sky, and they were all exercising their full speed. They had just advanced a couple of kilometers when they heard an explosion behind them. The Blood Duke produced several sonic booms as he flew through the sky. He was about to reach the Devil Marquises when the Devil Counts made their appearance and released a myriad of spells. However, this time things were different. The Blood Duke was able to stop his body, despite his impulse. He turned around and sent a palm print to the Devil Counts. Severian was shocked by the Blood Duke's agility, speed, and power. The Shadow Frog immediately covered the Devil Counts with his darkness and attempted to vanish, but he was not fast enough to save everyone. The palm print struck 2 Devil Counts, destroying their bodies and souls instantly. All the Devil Lords were shocked, and dread filled their hearts. The battle had just started, and they already lost 2 people. Chapter 369, The Might of a Soul Law Domain Existence. The Blood Duke's battle with the runic spirits drained a considerable amount of his energy, and his demented state diminished his battle power. Despite all that, he could kill 2 rank 5 life forms, who were deploying their full strength and life-saving cards, by firing a single palm print. The difference in power was frightening, but all the Devil Lords were millenary existences. After the initial shock, they immediately regained control of their emotions. The Devil Marquises sent their most powerful spells to the Blood Duke. Due to his hastened attack, the rank 6 Devil Lord could not dodge or perform a proper defense, so the spells consumed his figure instantly. The Blood Duke was in the center of the explosion, and all around him, raging energies were trying to destroy his body. Roar. Along with that roar, the Blood Duke fired a blast of blood energy. He freed himself from the Devil Marquis's spells and was about to chase after them immediately. However, to his surprise, instead of running away, like he always did after halting his movements, this time, Bloodchild used the disturbance to approach him undetected. The rank 6 Devil Lord could not do anything as a kick descended from the sky and landed right in his face. Bloodchild's leg was short and thin, but it triggered an unbelievable shockwave full of power when it connected with the Blood Duke's head. In a different place, the vibrations would have produced an earthquake that could cover thousands of kilometers. That kick had the strength to shatter a star. It fractured the Blood Duke's skull, broke one of his horns, and produced brain trauma before sending him to the ground. Bloodchild did not go unharmed after performing such a powerful attack. His leg exploded due to him delivering a kick that had more power than his body could endure, and the damage did not end there since to achieve that strength, he had burnt a significant part of his soul. The runic spirit did not remain still. After performing the attack, he immediately flew after the Devil Marquises, who ran away at their maximum speed. The rank 6 Devil was able to stand up in less than half a minute, and his fierce eyes focused on the flying Devil Marquises. If he had been at his peak, the Blood Duke could have handled the Devil Lords and Bloodchild without a problem. Unfortunately, his soul had not finished its restoration, and the voices in his head made it almost impossible to concentrate on anything, so he depended on his instincts. Despite his monstrous physical defenses, the Blood Duke's injuries were becoming severe. After all, Receiving spells sent by more than a dozen law-engraving existences, many of whom had reached the peak of the rank, was a lot for a rank 6 life form. There was a silver lining in his condition. As his injuries were growing worse and the threat of death becoming greater, his soul's ability to fight against the evil spirits was also improving. The Blood Duke rushed to the Devil Marquises, flashing through the sky as the energy inside him erupted. He had reached the 100-meter mark away from the Devil Marquises when these sent a new barrage of spells against him. Things did not end there since, behind him, the Devil Counts emerged from the darkness, ready to attack him as well. Zadiel had changed their battle strategy since he could not let the Devil Counts attack alone anymore. As the Devil Lord's bombardment approached him from every direction, a flash of light appeared in the Blood Duke's eyes. The Blood Duke extended his hands, and the Blood World shot forward. Simultaneously, blood spears emerged from his back and fired against the Devil Counts. The blood spears neutralized many of the Devil Counts' attacks, and their momentum was so high that they managed to kill one while injuring another too severely. The Blood World collided with the Devil Marquis's spell. The explosion they created was so potent that it broke their battle formation. The Devil Marquises understood the danger of being alone, so they all regrouped. One of them was too slow, and the Blood Duke appeared in front of him in a second. The unfortunate Devil Marquis was the Silver Dragon Worm, Shinto. He was frightened by the fist coming his way but was able to control his emotions. By employing the full might of his energy pool and burning his life force, the Silver Dragon Worm secreted a spider web covering his entire body. The moment his punch touched the spider web, the Blood Duke felt like he was hitting the ocean. His fist was sinking into the cocoon, but it did no damage at all. Shinto's spider web was not something that physical strength alone could harm. The Devil Marquis felt safe inside the cocoon and was sure Bloodchild would save him at any second. However, what happened next shocked him. The Blood Duke opened his fist. His fingertip released immense sharp energy that he used to cut the spiderweb in half. The rank 6 Devil Lord flashed forward and buried his hand in Shinto's chest. The Silver Dragon Worm could only see with horror as his gargantuan body that weighed more than 100 mountains put together, was utterly paralyzed. The grasp of 10-meter-tall Blood Duke made him feel like a colossal monster was holding him in the palm of his hand. Shinto's nightmare did not end there since he felt how the Blood Duke's hand swallowed his vitality, blood, and even soul. "Save me." Shinto begged for help as he stared at Bloodchild and the Devil Marquises. Bloodchild frowned as he analyzed the events that led to this situation. The Blood Duke's actions displayed a level of planning and battle awareness that an enraged and crazy monster could not perform. He is regaining his sanity while we battle, and his condition will improve significantly if he fully devours Shinto. Zadiel knew very well that they would all die if the Blood Duke managed to appease his chaotic mind and use the full power of a soul law domain existence. The Neo-Demon did not hesitate and made Bloodchild send a message to every Devil Lord except for the Silver Dragon Worm. The Devil Lords were surprised when they heard Bloodchild's command, but none of them hesitated. Although he had pleaded for their help, Shinto did not expect that the Devil Lords would come to save him. That is why what happened next surprised him. All the Devil Lords, including the Devil Counts that emerged from the darkness, flashed to his location while burning their life force and overcharging their artifacts. There was hope in Shinto's eyes as he saw the Devil Lord about to reach him, but it all vanished when he noticed how they stopped 1,000 meters away from him. The Devil Marquis saw with horror how the Devil Lords fired spells charged with life force and dozens of artifacts about to explode in his direction. Bloodchild and the rest of the Devil Lords immediately retreated after sending their attacks. The Blood Duke had noticed the enemies closing in. He could not forcefully interrupt the connection with Shinto's body due to the devouring force but was planning to use the Silver Dragon Worm's gigantic body as a shield. However, now that was no longer feasible. The duo found themselves in the center of an explosion that raised the Blood Fortress. The core of destruction was limited to a few hundred kilometers due to the space fortification, but the explosion consumed all the fortress's oxygen. Storms filled the dimension with poisonous and lethal energy, making it impossible for anyone beneath rank 4 to live in it anymore. The attack disintegrated Shinto's body and soul, and it buried the Blood Duke in the ground. The Devil Lords did not wait to see the condition of the rank 6 Devil Lord. They flew with their maximum speed to the portals. They knew the Blood Duke would not stop chasing after them. Now that they sacrificed so much to harm him severely, they were going to make the most of that opportunity. They had just reached the Blood Fortress border when they felt the ominous presence coming after them, but there was a smile on the Devil Lords' faces. They were very close to the portals that led out of this dimension. Once they were near them, they would hide their presence with the help of Severian's Law of Darkness. The enraged rank 6 Devil Lord would search for another prey, and that would be the Devil Dukes that sent them here as sacrifices. The Devil Marquises and Devil Counts were all smiling, thinking of obtaining revenge when it happened. The Blood Duke made the laws in the dimension change with his soul's strength and revealed the skill that made Soul Law Domain such terrifying existences. Chapter 370, Bloodchild's death. The Devil Lord saw with horror as a silvery red domain covered their bodies along with half of the dimension whose size could rival a continent. The red fog that neither Zadiel nor the rest of the Devil Lord could do anything about was vanquished under the domain's might, making the Blood Duke's figure visible for everybody. The rank 6 Devil Lord had severe injuries, and some were so deep that you could see the bone. His energy was acting erratically due to the many deadly forces that had infected his body. The damage in his consciousness had weakened his spiritual defenses, pushing him back to a deranged state. Despite all that, the Blood Duke resembled a law overlord as the laws and universal forces were under his control. He took his rightful position as the core of the silvery red domain and stared at the Devil Lords with bloodlust. Hopelessness invaded the Devil Lords' hearts as they felt the silvery red domain's power and the incredible might that the Blood Duke expressed inside it. Even though they were just a couple of minutes away from the portal, none of them believed they could make it alive now. The reason for the Devil Lords' despair was that they recognized the ability the Blood Duke had unleashed. It was a law domain. That ability depended on the strength of an individual's soul and his law comprehension. It was very hard to deploy, and even mar with a chaotic mind. The only explanation that came to Zadiel's mind was that the last attack had pushed the Blood Duke so close to death that he was able to regain his sanity for a second before losing it again. Unfortunately, that second was enough to unleash the law domain. Now it would not vanish until the Blood Duke's soul origin depleted, or he chose to deactivate it. This world breaker power had 2 primary skills, Sentience Origin and Lore Realm. Everybody was already under the Lore Realm's effect. This skill improved every aspect of the Blood Duke's existence while suppressing that of his enemies. Lore Realm also heightened the power of the Blood Duke's laws and, at the same time, restrained all the others. Every Devil Marquises felt their battle power diminishing by a third and how the domain nullified their sacred body of law's unique aptitudes. The effect of Lore Realm was even more significant in the Devil Counts. They were having a hard time just enduring the domain's pressure. The Blood Duke smiled as he attacked every single Devil Lord at the same time. He focused on a location 1,324 meters to his left and sent exactly 9 giant blood palm prints. Before, he could not see it, but now the Blood Duke perceived the 9 Devil Counts hiding in Severian's darkness pocket dimension with perfect clarity. The instant he finished firing those palm prints, the rank 6 Devil Lord made 6 spears made of his blood appear in front of him. Every one of these spears had the power of a blood world and released hundreds of sonic booms the moment they shot to the Devil Marquises. Every single one of the palm prints and blood spears carried an immense amount of energy. Trying to control all of them simultaneously was impossible even for a rank 6 life form. Usually, the energy of an individual would be lifeless. Without your thoughts controlling the energy that formed the spells, their destructive might would be greatly diminished, not to mention they would be very easy to dodge. However, things changed when someone used Sentience Origin. That skill granted life and intelligence to your energy. After having fired your spells and infusing an intent in them, you no longer needed to focus on them. They would split apart into smaller versions to overcome obstacles, hunt down their prey without rest, search for the weak points in the enemy defenses and exploit them. In essence, someone capable of using Sentience Origin could grant their spells infinite transformations that would make them impossible to defend. That was precisely the power that the palm prints and spears carried as they attacked the Devil Lords. Severian's face filled with resolution as he saw the blood palm prints nearing him. He immediately threw the Devil Counts out of the darkness pocket dimension. That put his comrades in great danger, but he couldn't care less about them when his survival was at stake. The Shadow Frog pushed his law of darkness to the limit. He reduced the darkness pocket dimension's size, enhancing its strength while devouring as much energy as possible and gathering all in his right arm. One of the Blood Duke's 9 blood palm prints struck Severian. The spell was able to pierce into the darkness dimension, but the laws in it nullified some of its strength. The Shadow Frog made his energy pool explode and burned his life force before striking the giant blood palm print. Due to his law of darkness reaching the minor completion level, Severian's battle power equaled that of a Devil Marquis. Still, even employing his whole strength and burning his life force, the palm print overpowered him. His arm exploded the moment it collided with a spell. The impact pushed him away while coughing blood. The condition of the other Devil Counts was much worse. All those at the second engraving stage had their bodies and souls shattered. The rest was able to stop their bodies from exploding, but they fell to the ground like asteroids, and they were no longer able to continue fighting. The Devil Marquises did not have time to care for the Devil Counts since they had to respond to the spears carrying a blood world's might. The Blood Duke had charged every single spear with an immense amount of energy. They were incredibly fast and rotate with such intensity that they seemed capable of piercing a world. The Devil Marquises used all the energy they had left and burned even more of their life force to fight back against those spears. The defensive spells they were able to deploy were impressive, but the spear's might was too great. All of them managed to strike their targets, and they shared their creator's vicious nature. Once the spear pierced their target, they exploded inside the Devil Marquis body, firing hundreds of blood spikes. Although they were severely injured, most of the Devil Marquises were able to survive. The only casualty was the humanoid made of green fire. The Blood Duke's fist had already harmed the Devil Marquis, and the spear was more than he could handle. Before the Blood Duke unleashed his law domain and used sentience, origin and lore realm, the Devil Lords could at least put up the fight. However, now the Blood Duke was able to defeat all the Devil Lords with a single move. The only one who was still able to fight was Bloodchild. He managed to neutralize the blood spears sent to him but had almost emptied his energy pool. The rank 6 Devil Lord stared at Bloodchild with a smile on his face and savagism in his eyes. Even though he was crazy, he could identify the one who had harmed him the most. Bloodchild did not hesitate even for a fraction of a second and began to burn his soul as he ran away. The Blood Duke's body erupted with power and chased after his prey. Since he was the core of the domain, this one moved with him. The runic spirit's speed reached an extraordinary level since he burned his soul. Unfortunately, the power of Lore Realm made it impossible for him to leave the Blood Duke behind. Bloodchild had run for less than 20 seconds when a mighty hand grabbed the back of his head. The Blood Duke wanted to see the terror in Bloodchild and turned him around. However, the only thing the runic spirit showed was a smile. His opponent's behavior confused the Blood Duke and delayed his reaction for a second. Bloodchild did not lose that opportunity and burned what little remained of his soul to increase his strength for one last effort. He grabbed the rank 6 Devil Lord's chest and rotated their positions. After putting him in the correct place, he detonated his soul, body, and energy without hesitation. Bloodchild's self-destruction took the Blood Duke by surprise. Luckily for the rank 6 Devil Lord, the runic spirit did not have much fuel, so the explosion did not harm him too much and just sent him flying away. The confusion in the Blood Duke's face grew larger since Bloodchild's actions didn't make sense. The rage in his mind soon replaced all unnecessary thoughts, and was about to finish the Devil Lords when he noticed something. The Blood Duke turned around and saw 2 portals. One showed a charred humanoid while the other had a pit fiend. Roar. The Blood Duke released a roar full of rage and might before flashing to the 2 rank 6 Devil Lords. Like that, the battle between 3 powerful soul law domain existences that would level the continent started. Chapter 371, A Bloody Legend. The name of the continent holding the dimension where the Blood Fortress resided was Pilatus. It was not a place with many resources or a high density of hell aura. As for the concentration of origin power, it was mediocre at best. The few devil counts that controlled Pilatus territories had chosen to rule here since they were too weak to survive in a prosperous continent. Despite all that, the continent had a population that reached the billions. Most of those life forms were devils who had yet to awake their true souls. The daily life of these lesser devils was not that interesting. They trained, made deals, betrayed each other, traded tormented souls, and did everything their masters told them to do. These cunning monsters were going on with their day when they felt the continent's energies going crazy, and a burning light touched their faces. Everybody in the continent looked at the origin of the light and energy, and they saw a scene that amazed them to the core. A couple of kilometers above the surface, 3 suns appeared. One of them was silvery red, the other was fiery crimson, and the last one black with a gray halo. Despite the immense distance, every lesser devil could feel the power and energy contained in these suns. The lesser devils closer to the 3 suns were admiring their power when they noticed how all the rank 4 devils began to fly away while burning their life force to increase their speed. The cunning devils immediately realized something was wrong when they saw their leader's behavior and the terror in their faces. Before they could do anything, they heard a thunderous blast so loud and powerful that it made them think the world was going to end. The black sun with the gray halo and the fiery crimson sun had collided with a silvery red sun. The instant these mighty heavenly bodies full of energy crashed, every devil in the continent saw an explosion of a magnitude like never before in their lives. None of the life forms seeing that level of destruction would ever forget it. A second after the explosion, a flash of light that melted the lesser devil's eyes near the blast was triggered. They felt intense pain, but it lasted little since a wave of superheated air charged with lethal energy reached their location shortly after. The lesser devils' bodies were destroyed at a molecular level, and only small fragments of their souls remained. The wave of killing force unleashed by the 3 suns collision also harmed some rank 4 devils that were too slow to escape. Although they managed to survive, their bodies suffered severe injuries, and poisonous energies infected their souls and consciousness. Without hundreds of years of recovering and divine potions, they would never fully heal. In a second, dozens of millions of lives ended, and every vertical structure in a radius of 500,000 meters from the explosion was reduced to rubble. That was the might of soul law domain existences. They were individuals so powerful and full of energy that they could replace the sun of a low world and destroy continents in a matter of minutes if no one stopped them. If a rank 4 life form could compare to a living nuclear weapon, Then rank 6 life forms were extinction-level asteroids. After the collision that ended the lives of so many lesser devils, the 3 suns vanished, only to appear hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the sky. They immediately continued their fight. Despite the immense distance, the ground below the 3 suns became a death zone for any life form beneath rank 3. The Blood Fortress dimension was right beside the place where the 3 Devil Dukes performed their first all-out attack. Luckily the explosion occurred outside the dimension, and the space fortification reduced the collateral damage. The small portals connecting to the Pilatus continent were now a massive crack in space, granting the Devil Lords an easy way out of the Blood Fortress. The explosion did not kill any of the Devil Lords. However, the blast sent them flying away, and toxic energies had infected their bodies. The first to gather enough strength to fly away was the Devil Marquises. None of them bothered in helping the others, and after cloaking their presence, they left under cover of the fiery energies that spread for hundreds of kilometers around them. Of the Devil Counts, the only one that was able to move was the Shadow Frog. His condition was truly deplorable, and he was having a hard time resisting the destructive energies inside his body. Savirian rose to the sky and focused on the areas where the other Devil Counts had landed. His eyes shone with greed, but after some thinking, he shook his head. The Devil Duke's energies contaminate their devil bloodlines, so I will gain almost nothing by eating them. Every second I spend here puts my life at risk, and the Devil Count's wealth is not worth it. The Shadow Frog covered his body with darkness and left the dimension through the crack in space. One of the strongest Devil Counts, the Hell Lion, saw how the Devil Marquises and the Shadow Frog escaped. His body and soul were severely injured, and he was having a hard time just breathing. He was about to lose consciousness when he felt someone approaching his location. The Devil Count used all the strength he had to move his head and saw an individual he thought was dead. Kenner. How is he still alive? The Hell Lion was shocked by the appearance of the Blue Devil Lord. He was sure that Kenner had died before the battle with the Blood Duke started. After all, someone like him should not have been able to hide from Bloodchild when not even the Devil Marquises could. The pitiful Devil Count had his mind plagued by questions when an invisible force struck his true soul and put him in a coma. Zadiel stored the Hell Lion in his space ring before capturing another 4 Devil Counts. He used the Law of Death to hide his presence and made his body intangible before leaving the dimension and escaped undetected by traveling beneath the earth. The Neo-Demon did not resurface even after he had left the Pilatus continent. He only appeared above the ground once the 3 suns formed by the Devil Dukes' law domains were no longer visible. Zadiel took a moment to analyze the great harvest he managed to obtain in this mission, and a smile appeared on his face. It was very dangerous, and I came close to dying, but the gains far outweigh the risk. While Bloodchild and the Devil Lords were fighting the Blood Duke, he had infiltrated the castle and stole everything of value in it. The Blood Duke had consumed most of the resources. However, he was able to find out some materials useful for rune crafting along with several rank 5 and 2 rank 6 artifacts. The greatest harvest was the pool that the Blood Duke had been using to recover, and that contained an ocean of blood energy and life force. Zadiel could not use those energies directly since they contained his soul and consciousness, but that did not matter since he already had a perfect use for them. Although I can explain my survival by saying one of the runic spirits had captured me, it is better if I maintain a low profile for the time being. I am sure the other Devil Lords will do the same since the Devil Dukes will be looking for someone to explain what happened inside the Blood Fortress. I can return in a few years and should have no problem maintaining my Kenner's disguise. The Neo-Demon went to the closest city he could find. He captured the soul-forging existence controlling it, devoured every single lesser devil inside, and used the World Gate to leave Baatar. Like that, the first mission of Zadiel as a Devil Lord came to an end. 200 rank 4 devils and 18 Devil Counts vanished from Baatar, and 2 Devil Marquises have fallen. The casualties among lesser devils had already reached more than 50 million and would only increase as the Blood Duke fought against Duke Krier on the rank 6 Pit Fiend. Such bloodshed was bound to become a legend of the Iron City of Dis. Chapter 372, Ezequiel's stats. After returning to the Neo-Demon realm, Zadiel's first stop was the Garden of Creation. Before anything else, he needed to heal the wounds on his soul and consciousness that Bloodchild's attacks left on him. Thanks to his true will, the pain he felt was manageable, but it was better to handle it sooner rather than later. Rebirth Force could heal any injury, no matter how horrible it was, but it would take time. Instead of spending a few years in seclusion, Zadiel chose to consume a soul apple from the sacred soul tree. The Neo-Demon showed a comfortable expression after consuming the apple and feeling how the wounds on his true soul were healing at an accelerated rate. The soul apple healed Zadiel's soul wound in less than 15 minutes. Truly a divine panacea. No wonder they need so much time to ripen. Zadiel stared at the other soul apples in the tree before sending a command to the Ryan teleporting. The next second, Zadiel appeared in the void surrounded by countless waves of elemental chaos. Now that he finished healing his soul, it was time to fix his body. He threw dozens of high-quality origin stones to his mouth, activated his stomach's apocalyptic start to swallow massive amounts of elemental chaos before finally putting his body in a dormant state. The Neo-Demon slept for 2 months before waking up. He smiled after analyzing his condition and feeling how his body and soul were at their peak, and he could finally express his full battle power again. Now that he had time, Zadiel began to analyze the fights in the Blood Fortress. The first that came to his mind was that of the Fiend Dragonborn against Bloodchild. If I had fought against the or without the help of Beyond Reality, I would have lost. The Fiend Dragonborn's cultivation put him at the 3rd engraving stage, and Zadiel's battle power reached that level if he goes all out. However, Dior was able to push his strength to pseudo-5th engraving stage. Even if that state lasted a few seconds, it would have been enough to defeat the Neo-Demon. Zadiel knew that the Fiend Dragonborn was not the only one with those types of abilities. Everybody who had lived for thousands of years would have trump and live-saving cards. I should use this time to finish my Animax Soul Rune. After deciding what to do, Zadiel left the Neo-Demon Realm's void and teleported to the Beta Heavenly World. He appeared in the Forn's continent, near the Underworld Forge. Above the forge was Hades restoring his power, like always, but this time he was not alone. In front of the ancient being of laws, Zadiel saw a man with 3 faces and 6 arms. There were dozens of magic matrices floating in the air around the supreme Neo-Demon. He was analyzing them and at the same time creating artifacts. Usually, someone like Hades would disdain just speaking with a life form that was still bound to his lifespan, but Zadiel could see the interest in his eyes as he saw Ezequiel working. The ancient being of laws even gave guidance from time to time as Ezequiel created artifacts. Hades only provided small bits of advice and let the Neo-Demon find the complete answer on his own. Zadiel got near the duo. Ezequiel was immersed in his work and did not notice him, but the ancient being of laws turned to him. Hades noticed Zadiel's gaze and understood what he wanted to know. He came to me asking that I would teach him how to create living artifacts and rising artifacts. Since we have a deal, I revealed the principles and systems behind those schools of magic creation. I was sure that it would take him a few years before he could even begin to comprehend them, but not even a week has passed, and he already grasped their essence. I am bored, and it is fun to teach a genius. Zadiel nodded after hearing Hades' words. Even if the loneliness could not affect his mind, his days must be very dull since he doesn't do anything other than healing. The Neo-Demon focused on the magic matrices around Ezequiel and was sure they were of a very high level. Living artifacts and rising artifacts is a more complex and potent form of magic creation, just like runic sets and soul runes in rune crafting. Zadiel was happy that Ezequiel did not leave his training as magic creator, and that feeling was greater when he saw that its profession could keep up with his prodigious battle power. Professions like Rune Master and Magic Creator help individuals temper their souls, increasing the battle power of those who had awoken their true souls. By tempering your soul, you can increase your soul origin's density and purity. You can also improve your consciousness, the size of your energy pool and enhance your ability to comprehend the laws. All those benefits were why Zadiel told Sophia and Ezequiel to learn a profession from the beginning of their path. Although many people knew the help that training a profession would bring, they were too time-consuming, and it was not easy to keep up with their cultivation. There was no point being a rank 1 magic creator when you're a rank 3 life form. There are other ways to temper one's soul, like soul runes or treasures, but professions are the most common. Ezequiel had a rank 5 Animax soul rune tempering his true soul, so improving his profession was like adding wings to a dinosaur. Zadiel was curious about the strength of the man who had the title of Will of the Neo-Demon race's ancestor. He made the Rai scan the supreme Neo-Demon quietly so as not to disturb him. Bip. Scanning target. Task finished. Name, Ezequiel Invictus, Race, Neo-Demon, Primordial Bloodline, Paths of Power, True Soul, 3rd Origin Cycle / True Will, Low Star Breaker / True Doomsday Body, 2nd Heaven, Strength, 9.4, Physique, 8.9, Speed, 4.2 Elemental Chaos, 4.7 Soul Origin, 4.4 Astral Origin, 3.9 Laws, Law of Strength, Low Initial Level, Law of Inner Force, Low Initial Level, Law of Lightning, Middle Initial Level, Law of Fire, Peak Potential Level, Law of Wind, Peak Potential Level, Law of Earth, Peak Potential Level, Law of Water, Peak Potential Level. Note, target spirit defenses are astonishingly high. Soul invasion spells that cannot instantly kill rank 5 life forms at the 2nd engraving stage are useless against him. The soul attacks need to reach the 4th engraving stage in battle power to start posing a threat. Zadiel was not surprised by Ezequiel's monstrous physical power that could compare with a demon lord at the third engraving stage who focused on body refinement. Still, the scanning showed him some things he found interesting. The Neo-Demon race have inherently robust spirit defenses thanks to their true will, but even with one at the Starbreaker rank, being immune to soul invasion spells with second engraving stage's battle power was too overbearing. Zadiel did not know it, but thanks to his great spirit defenses, Ezequiel captured a demon lord who had reached the third engraving stage named the Great Illusionist Surik. Of course, the Supreme Neo-Demon beat him to within an inch of his life and literally split his body in two, but the fact he managed to defeat him without killing him was impressive. It must be due to the unique condition of his centers of power. Ezequiel's soul, body, and energy act like one, so his physical defenses and energy pool's radiation can act as shields for his soul. Another thing that attracted Zadiel's attention was Ezequiel's soul origin. The Supreme Neo-Demon had already reached the third origin cycle. It was easy for Zadiel to figure out the secret behind Ezequiel's cultivation speed. He could see how while the Supreme Neo-Demon's full attention was on the magic matrices in front of him, his body was devouring copious amounts of energy and origin power. It is like an enhanced version of Dragon Sleep. His soul, body, and energy never stop training even while he fights, sleeps, or completely ignores everything else and focuses on his profession. Zadiel's spirit defenses were as robust as Ezequiel's, thanks to his bloodline and unique mind force. Still, not even he could compete with the cultivation speed of a supreme talent who never stopped training, not even for a second. The one thing Zadiel could not figure out was Ezequiel's laws. He understood that thanks to the Supreme Neo-Demon's ability to commune with the world, it was easy for him to comprehend the elements and decipher their mysteries. However, not because a law was easy to comprehend meant that you should start training it. Zadiel would have an easy time developing comprehension over the law of sword or the law of fire, but he did not. Not even 100 laws at the potential level could compare with the boost in power that one at the minor completion level could grant. I am sure he knows that quality is better than quantity. The only reason for him to develop comprehension over the elemental laws is a technique related to his bloodline. I cannot grant much help when it comes to the primordial bloodline, so I should offer advice only if he asks me. Zadiel did not want to bother the ancient being of law or the Supreme Neo-Demon, so he went to a different location and began to work on an Animax soul rune. Chapter 373, Shooting Star. And Zadiel closed his eyes and let enlightenment mist fill his lungs and soul dimension. The Neo-Demon planned to finish the Animax soul rune that would grant him the Shooting Star bloodline's ability. The runic diagram for the Animax soul rune was already 80% completed, but the last 20% was the most challenging part. Part of his mind had been pondering over this runic diagram every day for the last few years, and he was ready to transform that theoretical knowledge into actual work. Zadiel's unique mind force enhanced his speed of thought and cognitive abilities. He cleared his mind of any unnecessary worries and focused his soul and consciousness solely on the task at hand. He concentrated on the tiny fragment of the Shooting Star bloodline that resided inside him and began to work. A cycle of creation, failure, examination, and improvement started. The runic diagram was constantly breaking apart due to instabilities or mistakes, but the Neo-Demon never got discouraged and just started all over again. For any other rune master, even if they were a supreme genius, without the computational abilities of a being of laws, it would take them a lifetime to create an Animax soul rune so complex as the one that Zadiel wanted. However, Zadiel was someone who had created an Animax soul rune that had the form of a galaxy. He had reached the absolute peak as a rune master and even started a unique rune crafting path known through the entire universe as the greatest in existence. The ancestor of the Neo-Demon race managed to finish the runic diagram in 6 months. He just managed to engrave the runic diagram in his memory before falling unconscious due to exhaustion. The mental effort was immense even for him, and he was only able to keep up thanks to his mind force, which was now empty. The Neo-Demon was fast asleep, and there was a great smile on his face. Zadiel would never be so careless in any other place, but in the Neo-Demon realm, not even a rank 8 life form could endanger his life. He had been sleeping for less than a day when a man with a terrifying aura approached him. Ezequiel saw Zadiel's exhausted body, and a peculiar light appeared in his eyes. The Supreme Neo-Demon put his palm over Zadiel's head and released a white electric shock. The next instant, an incredibly pure and potent vital force overflowed the unconscious Neo-Demon. Ezequiel left a space ring by Zadiel's side before flying away. As he left the Neo-Demon's realm, his aura became cold and full of bloodlust, fitting for a demon lord. Zadiel awoke 30 minutes after the Supreme Neo-Demon had left, and he was confused. What happened? I have been sleeping for less than a day, and yet I am already fully rested. Zadiel knew that his hard work and overtaxing his mind should have forced him to sleep for at least a week. Right? The Neo-Demon made the question to the entity that monitored every section of the Neo-Demon realm, and he received an answer the next second. Bip. Supreme Neo-Demon filled ruler's body with an unknown force. Due to his Equiel Invictus status as the second in command of the Neo-Demon race, Rai did not stop him. Rai monitored ruler's body to make sure he was safe. The unknown force made ruler's body enter a state of an immense drive. It made your potential explode, making your existence experience a temporary qualitative improvement. Ruler's regeneration abilities reached a new level, which healed your exhaustion and recovered your energies in a matter of minutes. The unknown force acted as a catalyzer, stopping any side effect of overcharging ruler's potential. Note, there is no record of Supreme Neo-Demon's unknown force in the Nrai's database, but according to analysis, it is at a level above Rebirth Force. Zadiel was surprised when he heard the last part. Rebirth Force was the unique type of force birthed from the Rebirth Eclipse bloodline, and it was the highest type of energy inside him. The next moment, a smile appeared on his face, and an urge he thought would never again feel appeared in his heart. The pressure of rivalry is an excellent driving force. He wasn't bothered for a second that his Equiel could get over him. Their bond was unbreakable, and he knew from the bottom of his soul that the Supreme Neo-Demon would sacrifice his life without hesitation to save him or the race. Of course, that did not mean he was willing to lose his position as the greatest genius of the universe. His Equiel's unrivaled potential only pushed his ambition forward. The Neo-Demon inspected the space ring his Equiel had left. In it, there were 5 sealed Demon Lords. Excellent. These rank 5 life forms are precisely the type of material I need right now. The Animax soul rune that the runic diagram depicted was a rank 5 one, so Zadiel needed law engraving existences to make it. The Neo-Demon pushed his rebirth eye and eye of life and creation to the limit and boosted his cognitive abilities with mind force before creating the rune. This part was more taxing than making the runic diagram, but he could rest after every failure. Luckily it was only when the rune reached 80% that he needed to fuse a rank 5 true soul in it, so not every failure meant losing a Demon Lord. After 11 months, more than 100 failures, and 4 Demon Lords' true souls lost, Zadiel finally completed the Animax soul rune. In front of Zadiel appeared a blue rune that gave the illusion of being a force of nature that could move faster than time. The Neo-Demon smiled with pride as he saw the rune. Even for an entity like him, creating something that could grant the power of an Archangel's Law bloodline was astonishing. I will call you Shooting Star and... He took the Animax soul rune and brought it to his soul dimension. A person could only have a soul rune engraved in their true soul, and not even Zadiel was an exception for that. However, as a Neo-Demon, he had another option. He engraved the Shooting Star and in his true Doomsday body. Although he would not get the benefits of tempering his soul, another rune was already fulfilling that task. The process was usually excruciating, but to the Neo-Demon, it was nothing. Now it is time for trial by fire. The runic diagram appeared flawless, and the force and laws in the Animax soul rune gave him the feeling of the Shooting Star bloodline, but the only way to be sure of its power was to test it. Nrai, make a full scan of my soul, body, and energy as I activate Shooting Star and be ready to make a comprehensive evaluation of it. Bip. Scanning force acting at total capacity in ruler. Once he heard the answer of the Nrai, Zadiel sent his elemental chaos to the Animax soul rune. The Neo-Demon was surprised how Shooting Star and devoured a quarter of his elemental chaos to activate, but that thought disappeared from his mind the next second as he felt the changes in the world around him. Everything began to slow down until a gray color filled the universe. It was like the flow of time had halted, but Zadiel knew that was not it. Shooting Star and did not affect the world. It granted Zadiel's soul, body, and energy unparalleled speed. The Neo-Demon focused on a mountain range that extended more than 300,000 meters. He vanished from his location only to appear instantly at the end of the mountain range. A trail of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, and he felt his organs shaking, but there was a smile on Zadiel's face. The next second, every mountain began to collapse while the voice of the Nrai was heard in the Neo-Demon's mind. Bip. Scan of Animax soul rune completed. Shooting Star and, rank 5 Animax soul rune, grant the user an immense boost in physical speed, speed of thought, and energy revolution. The rune needs an immense amount of energy to keep it activated, equal to a battle-orientated pseudo-rank 6 Animax soul rune. Warning, anyone with a physique beneath 7 points would have their bodies wrecked to shred by the pressure. Zadiel sat down on the ground to rest as he analyzed the information given by the Nrai. The amount of energy it needs makes sense for such a powerful ability. As for the backlash, I expected such a thing to happen. After all, the rune only grants me the Shooting Star bloodline's power, not their unique constitution. The Neo-Demon was finishing healing his wounds when he heard a message from Dante. Father, something dangerous is happening in the Magi world. Chapter 374, War, The moment Zadiel heard Dante's message, his aura became extremely cold and full of killing intent. He knew that Dante would not contact him unless the City of the Sun were in danger. The Magi world was still the place where most of the Neo-Demon race and Daybreak clan resided. The Neo-Demon did not wait to hear anything else and teleported to the World Gate before traveling to the Magi world. Zadiel appeared in the sky above the Daybreak Magic Tower and felt how countless shockwaves were descending from above, making not only the City of the Sun but the entire continent tremble. The Sunlight Core and Sunshine Cores were ready to unleash their full might. Their power was forming an invisible force field around the city. The Daybreak clan's members also gazed at the sky, but although they were confused, there was no one injured. After seeing that everybody was fine, Zadiel calmed down and focused on the shockwave's origin. His rebirth eye covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and he saw two mighty groups. The power of each of them would have been more than enough to kill all the demon lords that entered the Blood Fortress. One party consisted of humans who follow the Magi path of power, and the other was full of eyeholders. Each group had dozens of rank 5 life forms and hundreds of rank 4. Leading the Magi's side was a man with black hair, a crown over his head, and a royal robe. His aura was extremely dense, and the physical pressure his body released affected space. The leader of the eyeholders was a young girl with red hair. Her body was small, but the bloodline power in it was outstanding, not to mention that her energy pool's radiation made it impossible for life forms beneath rank 4 to get near her. Both parties were more than powerful enough to destroy a continent, and they were less than 500 meters apart, but they were not the origin of the force that made the City of the Sun shake. The shockwave's origin came from the other side of the Magi world's crystal wall. The Magi and eyeholders were all concentrated on the battle occurring in the void. Zadiel immediately understood why Dante said there was danger. Both parties were technically occupying the sky above the endless forest, but their power would affect the City of the Sun if they began to fight. Dante, move our people to the underground bunker and be ready to teleport everybody to the Beta Heavenly World. Immediately, Father. The sun tadpole glowed as a stream of information appeared in the Daybreak clan's members' minds. The Sunlight Champions and the Neo-Demons received instructions, and they followed them without hesitation. The number of people in the City of the Sun reached hundreds of thousands. Still, they mobilized with incredible speed and efficiency. The strongest ones grabbed the children and elders with whips made of energy, and everybody else moved in an orderly manner. In less than 30 minutes, the City of the Sun was empty. After ensuring his people's safety, Zadiel broke space and traveled hundreds of thousands of kilometers upward. He emerged far from both groups, but it was easy for him to reach them in a matter of minutes. Everybody felt Zadiel's presence, but many rank 4 life forms were coming from every direction, so no one focused on him since his soul origin was similar. The Neo-Demon recognized some people on the Magi's side, but he did not have a relationship with them, at least not a good one. After a moment, he noticed someone he had not seen in a long time and flew in his direction. The path of the Neo-Demon surprised many rank 4 life forms that were near him because he headed to the eyeholder's side. Zadiel's target noticed him. He was a young man with black hair, gray bloodline eyes, and an impressive aura. His soul force put him at rank 4, but he was near the law engraving existences. The young man smiled and flew to meet the Neo-Demon. When the eyeholders beside him saw this, they frowned, but they did not dare to stop him. The young eyeholder and the Neo-Demon gathered in the empty area between both parties, and they smiled before shaking hands. Despite the friendly atmosphere between the duo, a contest started when they touched each other. Zadiel and Gwen's soul force and energy pool clashed silently, and both were using their full strength to tighten their grip. The ancestor of the Neo-Demon race was surprised when he felt the eyeholder's soul force purity, large energy pool, and exceptional physical strength. The next second, Zadiel's rebirth eye and Gwen's bloodline eyes glowed. The eyeholder was on the losing side and felt a headache but could resist the Neo-Demon's unique mind force. Not bad, little boy. You have surpassed my expectations. Zadiel spoke honesty, and there was a sense of approval in his tone. Even though he won in every aspect of battle power, he had to use his real strength. The handshake lasted 10 seconds. Any other rank 4 life form would have been bleeding from his eyes and in a coma after that clash, but Gwen was fine. Thanks for the compliment, old man. Gwenzinter spoke with a carefree tone. His knowledge had significantly grown since the last time they saw each other, and he was certain Zadiel was someone who had reincarnated. The Neo-Demon did not care about being referred to as an old man. After all, his soul, the core of his existence, was millions of years old. I heard that you handle some problems coming from the dynasty while I was away. Gwen had made sure to record his involvement in dissuading the eyeholder army that headed to attack the City of the Sun a few years ago and sent it to Dante. His goal was to repay his debt with Zadiel, so there was no point in hiding his actions. The eyeholder limited himself to smile and nodded. Good, If you can tell me what is happening between the Ai dynasty and the Eternum Empire, we can call your debt paid. Zadiel had just finished speaking when someone yelled at him. You rank 4 brat, come here right now. The person who yelled to Zadiel was a man with skin made of rock. He was a rank 5 magus, and there were several rank 4 life forms around him, all with their heads looking down. Zadiel's speaking with Gwyn bothered him. They were on opposing factions, and besides, rank 4 life forms were too weak to see past the crystal wall. They were here just as subordinates and nothing more. The other rank 5 magi around the man looked at each other when they heard his scream. They were not happy with Zadiel's behavior, but they were aware of his identity, so none of them sought to offend him. The Neo-Demon did not even look at the magus and kept speaking with Gwyn. When the rank 5 magus with earth skin saw how a soul-forging existence ignored him, fury appeared in his eyes. He was about to act when one of his subordinates sent him a message. Lord Cracker, that man is Zadiel Daybreak. He is an origin runemaster. The magus was surprised when he heard that. He had been away from the Magi world for hundreds of years and returned less than a month ago, so there was a lot he did not know. Although Zadiel's identity as an origin runemaster changed things, it was not enough to deter him, but his subordinates' following words did the trick. He also fought against Andris Dragonstone, the king of the Dragonstone Kingdom, a few years ago and won. Cracker's eyes widened when he heard that. He stared at his subordinate with skepticism, but he knew that the rank 4 magus would not dare to lie to him. He gazed at the other rank 5 magi and understood why none of them had spoken before. Brother Cracker should not worry. What that man defeated was just a clone incapable of using a law avatar. The rank 5 magus turned around and saw the origin of the voice. It was a young man with blonde hair, green eyes, and a blue runic set covering his body. Neither Gwyn nor Zadiel cared about the gaze from those around them. The eye-holder accepted the Neo-Demon's offer after a few seconds of consideration. The information Zadiel wanted was not easy to obtain, but it was not that valuable. You are aware of the tension between the Eternum Empire and Ai dynasty that had been escalating over the past few decades. 2 rank 7 life forms from these organizations are in a battle right now in the void. Depending on the outcome, a war could start at any moment inside the Magi world. Chapter 375, War, 2. The moment Zadiel heard Gwyn's words, his eyes narrowed. The Neo-Demon understood the nature of beings of laws very well. No matter how great the tension or animosity between the two organizations became, they would never start a fight over it. Beings of laws would join a dispute when the conflict between two organizations reached its peak, and even then, it would be weird if they truly fight. That unspoken rule existed not only because beings of laws were arrogant and prideful entities who would rarely do anything for anyone else. Losing a single rank 7 life form would do more damage to an organization than losing an entire army. A rank 7 life form was worth more than any amount of rank 5 or rank 4 individuals. As for soul law-domained existences, other than the unique ones that could push their battle power to the void stage, they were also of little value in comparison. A rank 7 life form could make an individual go from rank 0 to rank 6 in a single day if they were willing to pay a tremendous price. The people that grew stronger that way would be bound to that rank forever, and their battle power would be mediocre, but it was still an impressive feat. Gwyn understood Zadiel's questioning gaze and looked in the direction of the void before concentrating his energy pool and full power into his bloodline eyes. Before I continue, watch the battle beyond the crystal wall. Zadiel nodded, and his elemental chaos began to concentrate in his rebirth eye. His vision grew more powerful, and he could see the void near the Magi world. The first thing he noticed were hundreds of explosions happening each second. Each of them released shockwaves dozens of times more potent than those created by the battle between the Blood Duke and the other 2 rank 6 Devil Lords. If those explosions happened next to a low world, the world consciousness would have to interfere to ensure its safety. However, to a principal world's crystal wall, those shockwaves carrying oceans of energy did little to no damage. It was only after using his unique mind force to enhance his rebirth eye and perception that Zadiel could see the individuals responsible for the explosions. One was a monster made of shadows and howling spirits, with a body that resembled an elongated whale. Its head, whose size could equal a moon, was nothing but hundreds of large and vicious teeth. The opponent of this world-size monster was a giant faceless humanoid creature. It had hundreds of tentacles coming from where its arms and legs should be, and they all ended up in giant eyes. Despite the colossal size of these 2 creatures, they moved with astonishing speed and incredible agility. The humanoid being of laws fired beams of elemental energy from his eyes, and sometimes he used the tentacles like whips to inflict physical damage. The shadow being of law continuously attempted to ram its opponent. It could divide its body into minor incarnations, allowing it to attack from every angle and fire blast of ghostly energy. Even though the Neo-Demon was able to catch a glimpse of their bodies, he only saw after images since they were moving too fast. The battle between these rank 7 life forms did not shock Zadiel. After all, he was the protagonist of a war that involved the 9 hells of Ba'ar and the infinite layers of Abyss, 2 planes so infinitely large and full of life that they could be considered a universe on their own. However, it was still a fantastic sight since everything else was just memories. As the Neo-Demon focused on the rank 7 battle in the void, Gwen's voice reached him. The one made of shadows is the Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale, a rank 7 life form from the Eternum Empire. The man with the tentacles comes from the Eye Dynasty and is known as the Elemental Eye of Chaos. Gwen told him the titles of these beings of laws, and the Neo-Demon did not bother asking their real names since he was almost certain that the Eye Holder did not know them. As being of laws grew older and the people they met in their life either die or ascend, their names are forgotten. That is why most people only refer to them by their titles. Everything started when these rank 7 life forms entered an ancient ruin in search of resources and to improve their strength around 800 years ago. They have worked together in the past and formed some form of friendship. At first, everything went well, but a few decades ago, everything changed. The Eye of Elemental Chaos had managed to dig out a unique treasure after risking his life and entering the ruin's core. I have no idea what that treasure is, but it must be incredibly valuable since the Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale did not hesitate to break their bond, ambush our being of laws, and steal it. The rank 7 life form from the Eternum Empire took advantage of the Eye of Elemental Chaos' weakened state to leave him trapped in the ancient ruins. Unfortunately for the Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale, he was severely injured and had to rest for a long time before traveling back to the Magi world. The news of the Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale's immoral behavior reached the Eye Dynasty a few years after their battle. That was what sparked the conflict between the organizations. The Eye of Elemental Chaos freed himself from his captivity just as the Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale had finished healing his wounds. The battle started a few weeks ago as they traveled through the void, and it finally reached the Magi world. After hearing Gwen's tale, everything became more clear for the Neo-Demon. Of course, he did not fully believe it. It was not that he thought the Eye Holder was lying to him, but the Eye Dynasty should have modified the information he received to help their side. So all of this started because of greed. Well, it is the force behind most stories of betrayal, so I should not be surprised. Zadiel was sure that if neither of the rank 7 life forms managed to overwhelm the other in this battle, a war would start. None of them would be willing to risk their lives in a fight to the death, so they would force the organizations beneath them to fight for them. The bloodshed would be immense if a war between the Eye Dynasty and the Eternum Empire began, but to immortal entities whose idea of a nap was equal to the lifespan of a rank 5 life form, that did not matter. The two sides are ready to make a demonstration of power immediately if a war starts. The City of the Sun and the Daybreak Magic Tower will not survive. An annoyed expression appeared on Zadiel's face, but the next moment, he shrugged his shoulders. There is not much I can do, but they are just material things that I can rebuild with ease. Besides, this war would be a good opportunity for me. Zadiel's eyes shone as he thought of the profits he could obtain from a war between the dynasty and the empire. He did not care who would win, since no matter how horrible the war becomes or how many people died, as long the beings of laws behind them remain strong, the organizations would never fall. The Neo-Demon's mind was devising hundreds of plans and strategies when he noticed that the Eye of Elemental Chaos and the Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale were about to unleash their ultimate move. The rank 7 life forms stood away from each other as they charged their spells. In front of the Eye of Elemental Chaos, an enormous sphere made of fire, wood, wind, gold, and water forces appeared. The Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale roared as an energy beam composed of evil spirits was charging inside his stomach and was about to be fired. If there were still no clear winner after this clash, a war between the Eternum Empire and the Eye Dynasty would begin immediately. While the rank 5 and 6 life forms on both sides had a solemn expression on their faces, two individuals were smiling. Zadiel and Gwen made no effort to hide their desire for battle, and their energies were ready to explode at any moment. The funny thing was that while they were on opposite sides, neither got away from the other. There was a silent agreement between the Neo-Demon and Eye Holder. Under the watch of the two great organizations that controlled most of the Magi world's surface, the Eye of Elemental Chaos and the Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale fired their attacks. Just as these world destroyer spells that covered millions of kilometers were about to collide and release a blast of destruction that would break space and time, a man appeared between them. Chapter 376, War, I. The moment he appeared, the first thing everybody felt was an incredibly dense and powerful aura. It manifested itself like a red force field that extended all over the void, but it was not bound there because it infiltrated the Magi world. All the Magi, Eye Holders, and the Neo-Demon were able to experience the might of this aura that was born not from energy but the man's soul. It was a manifestation of his slaughter path, one born of struggles, fights, conviction, and an utterly unfettered will. His aura made it seem as if time had stopped. Everybody in it could see his appearance as if they were right in front of him regardless of the distance. He had a youthful aspect, with short black hair and red runic lines all over his handsome face. The most impressive thing about this man was his eyes. They were full of darkness, with the only exception being the bright blue iris in them. Anyone who focused on them would feel like they were in the presence of a tsunami of killing intent that would make their spirits shiver. Despite the fear he could incite and that his existence appeared to be the definition of slaughter, he emitted a spirit full of heroism and justice. While the elemental Chaos Eye and the Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale were colossal monsters that could cover the sky, their presence in front of this man was like a firefly in front of the sun. Under everyone's watch, the world-destroying spells finally reached the man. They attacked from the left and the right, but he did not abandon his position between them. The man stopped each spell with his bare palms. His arms were steady as a rock despite detaining attacks carrying enough energy to drown a world. The next second, an energy pulse was fired from his hands, and the spells shattered. Silence reigned after the man destroyed the attacks, but it lasted little. He turned to his right and focused on the Eye of Elemental Chaos. The humanoid being of laws had no face, but everybody could perceive the terror that invaded his soul. Before the rank 7 life form from the Eye Dynasty could say anything, the man appeared in front of him. The difference between the size of the man and the eye holder was tremendous, but there was no doubt in anyone's mind regarding who is stronger. The man fired a punch, and the eye holders in the Magi world saw how a being of laws of their race exploded like a balloon full of blood. Despite the immense force that fist should have carried, there were no shockwaves or explosions of energy. That proved the man's granular control over his strength. His hand released a gravitational force, and the immense body of the Eye of Elemental Chaos was reduced to a small ball of blood. Before people could even have a moment to process what just happened, the man vanished again. This time, he appeared in front of the Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale. Lord Iv. Before the rank 7 life form from the Eternum Empire could finish his sentence, the man destroyed his monstrous body with a kick. Other than oceans of blood and mountains of flesh, the Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale left a golden orb after being destroyed. The two mighty beings of laws were immortal entities that evoked terror in the heart of anyone who saw them. However, they were nothing but insects beneath the man's might. The difference in power was just too immense. The people of the Eternum Empire and the Eye Dynasty could not help but feel immense respect and admiration for such a person. The power to act according to their wishes and ignore the consequences was something they could only dream of. The man reduced the being of law's remains to a drop of blood, but his focus was on the golden orb. He analyzed it for a long time before turning his gaze to the individuals watching him from inside the Magi world. What happened next shocked all those millenary existences and made them question all their knowledge of the world they live in. The man vanished from the void, only to reappear immediately in front of them. A monstrously powerful being of laws was inside the Magi world. The Magi world was a principal world of the universe, and technically, rank 7 life forms and above could exist inside it. However, for hundreds of thousands of years, no being of laws had ever been present in it, and the world consciousness expelled those who ascended. Everybody had accepted the Magi world's uniqueness as a rule, but this man just broke it. The first to react to the man was the Eternum Empire Forces leader, the individual with the crown and royal robe. He kneeled with tears in his eyes, but while his actions may suggest otherwise, his heart was full of excitement. Ancestor, I am Roku. It is the highest honor of my life to be in your presence. After hearing Roku's words, even the most stupid person in here could figure out the man's identity. He was the Eternum Empire's creator, one of the Magi world's strongest entities, a man whose legend was as ancient as impressive, Ivar the Flawless. Ivar focused on his descendant, and his eyes released a power that appeared capable of piercing into the flow of time. The feeling was short, and the next moment, a smile appeared on the being of law's face. A will that does not give up regardless of the humiliation and pain he endures, and that defies fate. I like your spirit, boy, and since our destinies have connected before, let this count as your new lucky chance. Ivar infused countless runes and an almost infinite amount of energy into the drop of blood made from the Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale, before inserting it into Roku's head. The next second, Roku's aura burst with power, and everybody felt how his strength was rising. Zadiel's complete focus was on the powerful being of laws. He was surprised when the Eternum Empire's creator arrived inside the Magi world, but his heart remained strong despite the immense danger in which he was. After all, if Ivar wanted to kill him, there was nothing he could do to stop him. Of course, the Neo-Demon would not let the whims of a being of law dictate his future. He was ready to explode his soul and fight for a chance of survival. The Rebirth Eye perceived the changes happening in Roku. The Neo-Demon could not help but admire Ivar's methods. He is not increasing Roku's cultivation but tempering his centers of power. That way, he improves the royal's battle power, body talent, and law perception. It took a moment for everybody to calm down and accept the mind-blowing events that just happened. They were about to kneel when a force stopped them. I don't care about meaningless gestures. Ivar's voice was cold. The only reason he had let Roku's kneel was that he felt the sincerity in the man's heart. After speaking those words, Ivar snapped his finger, and 9 people appeared in front of him. Their soul forces put them at the absolute peak of rank 6. Each one of these individuals had a unique identity, and their words could decide the life of countless life forms. Despite all that, Ivar teleported them here with a movement of his fingers. Zadiel recognized one of the 9. It was the king of the Scientia Kingdom, John Eric Rebellion. Although they were disorientated, once they saw Ivar and recognized who he was, they immediately adopted a solemn attitude. 2 insignificant rank 7 life forms attempted to use the Magi world as the battlefield to solve their petty dispute. I already punished them, and I will do the same to anyone who dares to harm the world due to their selfish desires or cowardness. Ivar's words carried an unquestionable might that fused into the laws of the Magi world. The rulers nodded when they heard Ivar's command, and they made sure to remember to tell it to the ones beneath them. None of them moved since they knew the being of laws would not bring them here only to say that. All of your organizations must be ready to deploy 1 billion warriors between rank 1 and rank 3. The Magi world will go to war, and the first phase will be fought by those who had yet to awaken their true souls. The leaders were shocked, but they knew that Ivar's words were like a heavenly decree that no one could challenge. If he said the entire Magi world would go to battle, then they would. There was a question in everybody's mind, and luckily the king of the Scientia Kingdom made it. Who will we fight? The moment he heard that question, monstrous hate and killing intent appeared in Ivar's eyes. We will attack the divinity world and erase the path of gods from the universe. Chapter 377, God's Tomb Book 6. Overcoming samsara from gods and men. The power to declare such a grand goal, to erase one of the oldest paths of power of the universe and eradicate a principal world, the ability to summon billions of life forms to battle with just her words, that was the might of Ivar the Flawless. The organization's leaders were surprised when they felt the deeply rooted hatred coming from Ivar as he spoke of the gods. It was clear to everybody that this war started due to personal reasons, but they could not do anything about it. It would be stupid to think that the beings of laws behind him would dare to defy someone who could destroy a rank 7 life form with a single punch. However, there was someone who dared to speak out. Lord Ivar, the Scientia Kingdom will not participate in this battle. John Eric Rebellion spoke those words with conviction and courage. He was not asking but telling the monstrously powerful entity in front of him that his people would not participate in the bloodshed. When the rest heard his words, they were shocked. Even though the king of the Scientia Kingdom was known as a mighty warrior who could face a rank 7 life form, he spoke to someone whose power defied logic. Even though many hid it, some leaders felt happy that he would defy Ivar since they wanted to see him suffer. Most of them despised the king, but they were too weak to do anything about it. John Eric Rebellion did not care about what the others were thinking. He knew his people very well, and of those beneath rank 4, 99% were not warriors, so they would only die in a battle of such magnitude. Of course, he did not act without considering the consequences. He knew that his strength was nothing in front of Ivar and that contradicting such a powerful being would be dangerous, but was hoping that his backing would be enough to save his life and protect his kingdom. Ivar stared at John Eric for a moment before speaking to everybody. I will create a transitional plane that will connect the Magi world and the divinity world. You can call it the God's Tomb if you want. By taking control of this plane and infusing the Magi world's laws in it, we can indirectly attack the divinity world's consciousness and weaken its defenses. The gods will be able to send their people into this plane and try to infuse their own world's laws into it. The power limit at the beginning will be rank 3. The battle between warriors of that level will be perfect to temper the transitional plane and allow stronger fights to happen in the future. If I were to allow beings of laws to fight from the beginning, although the infusion of the laws into the plane would be faster, the transitional plane would break apart. Ivar's words made everybody reconsider this war. Despite being guided by personal reason, the being of laws used a battle strategy that should have taken hundreds of thousands or maybe even millions of years to put in motion. It was clear this was not a rash decision, and he had been planning this war for a long time. As you can see, the people who will take part in this war's first phase would not be cannon fodder. Everybody who enters the God's Tomb would obtain a talisman that will accurately record their military merits. They can use it to get path techniques, weapons, runes, cultivation resources, among other treasures. If the merits are high enough, I can even reforge your body and soul, granting you supreme talent or revive someone whose soul was shattered by the laws. However, while there are great rewards, there will also be a great risk. Those who die in God's Tomb would find resurrection impossible. After hearing Ivar's words, the eyeholders and Magi's hearts burned with desire. Right now, there was no need to mention how to get the billions of warriors. Almost every person in the Magi world would want to participate in this war after knowing the rewards. Everybody was thrilled with the merit system. The warriors would not have to depend on their superiors or the being of law's goodwill. As long as they got enough points, they could obtain everything they always dream of. Death being irreversible did not weaken their spirits, since most people always counted their current life as the only one they would have. When can those at rank 4 enter the god's tomb? The one who shouted was not one of the leaders but a young eye holder with black hair and gray bloodline eyes. Gwen's entire existence was burning with unbearable yearning. Even though he knew he could get in trouble and it was not his place to speak, he could not control himself when the chance of bringing someone with a broken soul back to life presented itself in front of him. There was still a long time before he would become a rank 7 life form, and there was a chance he would die before reaching it, so if he could bring his family back sooner, he would do it. What do you think you are doing? Speaking directly to Lord Iver. Apologize right now and leave. The one who spoke was not one of the organization's leaders but a rank 4 eye holder with white hair and starry bloodline eyes. Rank 5 life forms surrounded him, and the might of his bloodline reached the law level. When Gwen heard those words, he focused on the man, and killing intent filled his eyes. He would not hesitate to butcher anyone who dared to get in his path. A tense atmosphere was felt in the members of the Ai dynasty when this happened. The man with white hair was a high prince and part of the Holy Clan. If anyone else dared to direct killing intent at him, the Holy Clan would exterminate him, but Gwen's identity was extraordinary due to Eve's drop of blood inside his bloodline. A smile appeared on the High Prince's face when he saw Gwen's behavior, but before things would escalate, someone interfered. Zadiel put his hand on the eye-holder's shoulder and sent a calming power to him. There was a great contrast between the eye-holder and the Neo-Demon. The first showed the greatest desire of all those present while the latter showed nothing. Gwen was able to calm down and analyze the situation. He gave one last glance to the High Prince before looking at Zadiel. Thanks for the help, and I am sorry. Don't worry. The Neo-Demon did not blame the eye-holder for his lack of control. After all, he didn't know if he would have reacted better if the opportunity to bring back his family had presented itself. Have you two finished? The duo had just concluded their conversation when they heard that. The eye-holder and Neo-Demon looked ahead and saw that Iver had appeared in front of them. Before they could speak, the being of law's aura exploded and submerged both. Zadiel landed in a world full of darkness and hopelessness. Time lost its meaning, and the Neo-Demon did not see a way out. Iver's aura did not affect the Neo-Demon's soul or mind, only his will. Thanks to his age and experience, he was able to withstand the endless solitude without a problem. Gwen, on the other hand, was shaking. His will was like a man in a small boat in the middle of a tumultuous storm. While it could slip at any time, it remained strong and did not let despair defeat him. The High Prince on the dynasty's side and an Origin Runemaster on the Empire's side were seeing this with a smile on their faces. The idea of the being of laws killing the duo was something that brought joy to their heart. Unfortunately for them, the Neo-Demon and the Eye-Holder remained strong. Zadiel was resisting without a problem, and while Gwen was having a hard time, his willpower was growing stronger. Iver retracted his aura after 5 seconds and looked at the duo before focusing on Zadiel. You should come to see me when your Runemaster abilities reach rank 7. I am a very good magic creator, and we could do business. Iver's words surprised everybody. It was not only that he offered to work with the Neo-Demon but the fact he spoke with him as if they were equals. The king of the Scientia Kingdom was the only one who was able to accept that development. He even showed a proud face when he remembered his relationship with Zadiel. The Neo-Demon limited himself to nodding. He did not like Iver testing him, but he was weak right now and the being of laws not trying to read his mind or affecting his soul made things easier to accept. After seeing Zadiel's gesture, Iver focused on Gwen, and a small smile appeared on his face. Well done, little brat, no wonder you were able to draw Eve's attention despite being so weak. Since you were able to endure a test meant for old bastards like him and me, I should reward you. Chapter 378, Equivalent Exchange. When the organization's leaders and the Eternum Empire's members heard Iver's words, immense envy appeared in their eyes. There was nothing they could say about Roku obtaining Iver's favor. After all, the royal was his descendant and a mighty rank 6 life form known for his outstanding leadership and survival skills. Roku's battle power may not have reached the void stage level, but he could still escape from a newly ascended rank 7 life form. However, Gwen was just a rank 4 life form from another organization. In their minds, they deserved Iver's attention more than an eye-holder who was not yet 100 years old. The emotions among those from the Ai dynasty were more complicated. They still would have preferred to obtain that lucky chance for themselves, but Gwen was the next best option in their minds since it would help the race. Still, there was one who did not think that way. Jealousy and bitterness filled the High Prince's heart as he saw Gwen about to obtain the favor of yet another eternal existence. The High Prince was an xenophobic individual, and that did not limit to other races. He considered all eye-holder, other than the members of the Holy Clan, as inferior individuals. He maintained that part of himself hidden since the Holy Mother's thoughts about caste systems and the like are clear to all. Eve had created the Holy Trial to give a chance to those willing to defy fate and strive for a glorious destiny. It was clear she did not consider someone's birth a determining factor in their future. Gwen was the embodiment of the Holy Mother's belief in the Ai dynasty and was also the one the High Prince loathed the most. The reason for that hate was simple: Gwen was the living proof that an Ai holder could rise from nothing, from being hunted like a dog to the highest level of the Ai dynasty. The hate in the High Prince's heart grew stronger as he saw the rank 5 Ai holders quietly moving away from him. Anyone could see that there was bad blood between Gwen and the High Prince. Before, choosing a side would have been hard, but now it was easy. Seeing those he always considered beneath him treat him like a leper was a heavy blow to the High Prince's ego. This time, it was his turn to lose control over his emotions. "Lord Diver, you should." He had not said 5 words before 2 eyes full of unbearable coldness focused on him. "You had the guts to use my name before in your scheme. Normally, I would consider it beneath me to even speak to garbage like you, but it seems I need to teach you a lesson." When the High Prince rebuked Gwen before, he had used Diver's name as a tool to pressure the Eye holder. He was smart and gave the impression he was standing up for the being of laws, but anyone could see the true purpose behind his words. Diver pointed his index finger at the High Prince before moving it down. Instantly the Eye tyrant of the Holy Clan was pushed down at an incredible speed. In a blink of an eye, the High Prince crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers and crashed into the ground. Bomb! Those in the sky heard a booming sound coming from the endless forest. The attack did not contain the law's power, so the High Prince should still be alive, but his body's condition should not be a good one. The little girl with red hair leading the dynasty's forces sent someone to help the High Prince after the being of laws looked away. Iver did not care about the High Prince, and he had turned to Gwen after moving his finger. He waved his hand and made a dark veil cover him, the Eye holder, and Zadiel. It was evident that the being of laws was going to conceal what he would do to Gwen. The most likely reason was to protect the Eye holder since he was still too weak to defend himself if his lucky chance drew too much greed in others. The Neo-Demon did not know why he was covered, but it would be a waste of time to ask questions, so he just went with the flow. Iver's immensely powerful consciousness was analyzing Gwen, and there was nothing that could hide from it. The process was not comfortable, but it was less invasive than examining the Eye holder's life through the law of time. You already found a way to strengthen your soul origin and true soul continuously. Your energy pool not only is enormous for your rank, but it also contains high-level energy. Those 2 centers of power are already top-notch, and there is not much I can improve without harming their potential. Iver focused on Gwen's heart, and after a moment, he shook his head. Your bloodline is a variation of the Holy Eye bloodline. Its battle power is average among law bloodlines, but yours has a direct connection with Eve, so as she grows stronger, your bloodline does as well. If I am right, your bloodline will soon be able to compare with archangels or dawn titans. Zadiel's eyes narrowed when he heard that. According to the ranking he created, Gwen's bloodline was a 3rd-order law bloodline. It was powerful but way beneath the archangel bloodline's might. However, the information did not shock him. Eve was the Holy Eye bloodline's creator, and as she grows stronger and channels the power of the universe into her existence, her bloodline evolves. If she grows strong enough, the Eye holder race could compare with the heavenly race and even surpass them. The one thing that stops you from reaching the level of a monster genius like the old man by my side is your body. Iver waved his hand, and behind Gwen appeared an upside-down pyramid formed by 9 circles. It was an energy construction without a physical form, and it released an evil and nefarious aura. In the first level, there was a decrepit old man chained to the ground. Even though his appearance changed a lot, Zadiel recognized the Blood Eye clan's patriarch. The Eternal Temple's techniques are good, but even if you train them to their peak, the battle power they grant is not enough to keep up with the talent and potential of your bloodline and soul. The 9 Hells' ability to trap spirits can work in tandem with your bloodline. I will use it as the core for your unique body refinement path technique. Iver brought out the drop of blood made of the Eye of Elemental Chaos and the golden orb he took from the Nightmare Devourer snake whale. The being of laws was about to start his work when a voice interrupted him. Wait. Gwen's heart was full of excitement as he imagined the might his body would obtain with Iver's help when he heard that word and turned to look at Zadiel. Although he was confused, he did not let his desire for strength cloud his judgment and waited for the Neo-Demon to speak. Zadiel's eyes showed approval when he saw how the Eye holder was able to keep control. Most people would have started yelling at the person who interrupted such a heavenly lucky chance without waiting for an explanation. The Neo-Demon stared at Iver for a moment, and the being of laws showed a slight smile before focusing on Gwen. This, little brat, is the difference between experience and talent. The lucky chance I am about to grant you is so great that it will create a metaphysical connection between us. Those with enough strength can tap into those connections, forcing the receiving party to do something or even harm you. Gwen's eyes widened, and fear appeared in his heart. The fact that accepting someone's help could bind you in that way was terrifying. He was even wondering whether or not to take Ivar's help now. Don't worry. After you make a verbal agreement, stating what you must give in return for the help, the danger becomes almost null. Remember that the principle of equivalent exchange is not just an idea but a force in the universe. Zadiel spoke that before closing his eyes. He had already helped enough, and what happened next was none of his business. The eye holder gave a bow to Zadiel before looking at Ivar. The being of laws only smiled before speaking. You don't have to worry, little brat. You will not owe me anything. I not only destroyed the bodies of those rank 7 life forms but also trapped their souls. The snake is not a problem since he was part of my organization, but the faceless freak belonged to Eve. I am granting supreme talent to a member of the eye holder race in exchange for taking out one of their being of laws. Ivar turned to Zadiel before continuing. Like the old man told you, even those at the peak have to respect equivalent exchange. Chapter 379, Eldritch Ghost Underworld. After hearing Ivar's words, Gwen was able to proceed without a problem. The eye holder knew that the being of laws had not a reason to lie to him. After all, if he wanted to harm him, there was nothing he could do to stop him. Seeing that the eye holder was ready to proceed, the being of law began to act on the miniature 9 hells. First, Ivar poured a massive quantity of origin power into the pyramid, transforming it from an energy construct to something with a physical body. After that stage was over, Ivar used half of the Eye of Elemental Chaos Blood to engrave countless laws into the pyramid. Each of them contained a power that could stand equal with the Prima Universe's laws, and some even surpassed them. The 9 hells obtained a qualitative and evolutionary improvement after Ivar fused that monstrous amount of origin power and mighty laws in it. Before, each circle could hold a single true soul, but now, they became dimensions capable of sealing countless spirits. The pyramid had become a supreme treasure that any rank 6 life form would do anything to obtain, but the powerful being of laws had not finished yet. Ivar implanted the golden orb he obtained from the nightmare devourer snake whale into the core of Gwen's 9 hells. Once the orb was one with the pyramid and took place as its new heart, Ivar began to feed it with the other half of the Eye of Elemental Chaos Blood. The golden orb consumed the rank 7 eye holder's blood like a ferocious beast. It began to shine with such a powerful light that forced Zadiel to use his energy to protect his eyes, or else they would melt. The Neo-Demon was surprised by this event. Thanks to his bloodline, soul's power, and true doomsday body, his physical might was equal to a rank 5 life form. Nevertheless, just the light of the golden orb could harm him. Zadiel had been using his unique mind force to analyze Ivar's work, and it became clear to him that whatever there was in the golden orb was not something simple. A rank 6 life form would have exploded by consuming such an immense amount of rank 7 blood so fast, but the golden orb appeared it could keep swallowing forever. Finally, after completely devouring all the blood, the golden orb shattered, showing a dark seed with an extremely evil and nefarious aura. Immediately, the phantasmagorical image of a dreadful tree appeared. It was immense beyond measure, with bloody thorns and leaves that seemed to have souls trapped inside. If it was not for Ivar's dark veil, everybody in the Magi world could have seen this horrible tree. Zadiel frowned when he saw this monstrous thing. It was not the seed's wicked aura or the horrible tree that bothered him. Despite all of his knowledge, he could not find this entity's origin, yet he felt an intrinsic hatred against it. I take it that you have been absent for more than a few million years. The Neo-Demon glanced at Ivar when he heard those words, and after a moment, he nodded. This is a soul eldritch tree, a unique life form born in the primal eldritch universe final battlefield. They lack wisdom, but they can become incredibly strong, with those of the royal class reaching rank 8 battle power. The younglings have a piece of their progenitor's consciousness protecting them. That is what I am facing now. The soul eldritch tree's spirit detected the threats to its descendant and was about to fight with all its power. If anyone else had been his opponent, a battle of epic proportions would have started, but Ivar only rose his hand and snapped his finger. The dreadful phantasmagorical tree trembled for a second before shattering into countless pieces that fused into Gwen's 9 hells. The eye holder felt how the pyramid behind him became even more powerful after that, and there was admiration in his eyes as he focused on the being of laws. The two fools were too weak to have been able to enter deep enough into the primal eldritch universe final battlefield to obtain a royal soul eldritch tree's seed. The one you have can reach rank 7 upon maturity. After saying that, Ivar touched Gwen's forehead before pointing at the seed in the pyramid's core. The eye holder felt immense pain, but it only lasted a second. The next second, he felt a connection with the soul eldritch tree's seed, and a massive amount of information filled his mind. Ivar did not wait for the eye holder to recover. He shrank the pyramid until it was small enough to fit in his hand before fusing it with Gwen's heart. I have transformed your 9 hells into the eldritch ghost underworld. The treasure is the core of your unique body refinement path technique. By nurturing the soul eldritch tree's seed, not only will your body become stronger, but you will also obtain unique abilities. I already implanted all the information on how to train it in your mind. Iver turned to Zadiel and also sent a stream of information before speaking again. Tell me, old man, how the body's strengthening system that uses a pseudo-rank 8 treasure as its core compares to yours. Iver had been able to uncover a lot of Zadiel's secret with only a glance, from the immense might of his bloodline to his powerful body. He did not detect that the Neo-Demon had 3 paths of power or the chaotic core inside his heart, but that was because he did not use his soul's full power to examine him. Zadiel felt bothered by Iver's eccentricity, but there was little he could do. For some reason, the Neo-Demon felt like this being of laws had been secluded for a very long time. He went through the technique and had to admit the principles behind it were very high level. This path technique can grant a body as powerful and unique as the true Doomsday body. Extraordinary. Zadiel was genuinely impressed. The true Doomsday body was a unique path of power created by the greatest minds of the universe. The fact that the Eldritch Ghost Underworld path technique could equal it was incredible. Of course, there were several significant differences. For starters, to obtain the true Doomsday body's path of power, there was no need for external treasures or the like. Every single Neo-Demon got it after overcoming the 3 settings. Even for Zadiel, it would have been impossible to grant a pseudo-rank 8 treasure to every Neo-Demon that reached rank 4. Also, the Eldritch Ghost Underworld path technique was limited to nurture the body up to rank 7, while the true Doomsday body's path of power had no end. The Neo-Demon looked at the being of laws, and after a moment, he gave his answer. Around the same until reaching rank 7. Iver's eyes narrowed, and he gave a bow to Zadiel after hearing his answer. I appreciate your honesty. Gwen was shocked by Iver's actions. He had found out about taboo existences, and he believed Zadiel was one of them, but the last few interactions made it clear that the Neo-Demon was not someone who failed to ascend. You can leave now, little brat. Grown-ups have to speak. Iver waved his hand, and the Eye-Holder left the dark veil. The being of laws and Neo-Demon looked at each other for a moment until the first one spoke. I will not ask you identity nor your past power. I can see that you feel no fear from me, so I will not threaten you. I only want to know if you have some information about the divinity world or the gods that could help me. I already have my war strategy designed, but more information is always appreciated. After all, you can never know too much. If what you gave me is helpful, I will repay you following the principle of equivalent exchange. Zadiel looked at the being of laws, and his eyes shone with unique light. Chapter 380, Lesson in Degrees 1. The people outside the dark veil did not know what was happening inside it, and no one dared to tempt their luck driving their consciousness anywhere near it. None of the rank 6 life forms thought they could trick a rank 7 life form, much less someone who could kill one with a punch. All the leaders waited patiently. No one dared to leave since that could anger River, and the High Prince's fate was a perfect example of what will happen if they incite his wrath. After a few hours, they saw Gwyn leave the veil. The Eye-Holder's appearance had not changed at all, but the unique physical pressure he released was hard to miss. Everybody was sure of one thing, the Eye Dynasty's greatest genius had become even more strong and gifted. Gwyn, come here. The one who spoke was the little girl with red hair. Unlike her previous easygoing attitude, her face was now solemn, and the Magi and Eye-Holders could feel the aura of a leader in her. Gwyn stared at the rank 6 Eye-Holder for a moment, and there was no fear or docility in his eyes. Of course, he was not a child that would defy someone powerful just for the sake of his ego, so he went to the little girl. They used their consciousness to speak. Although no one could tell what Gwyn and the woman were saying to each other, the red-haired Eye-Holder's annoyed face proved she did not obtain much. It was only 30 minutes after Gwyn had left that the dark veil vanished, showing Iver and Zadiel. There was a thoughtful expression in the being of law's face as he stared at the Neo-Demon. The next second, Iver stopped looking at Zaytel and focused on the king of the Scientia Kingdom. You and your people follow the codes and guidance of that crazy geezer and are under his protection, so even if I wanted, I could not force you to do anything. Iver's words reminded everybody the might of the person that was behind the oldest organization of the Magi world. If you don't want to participate in the first phase of the war, you don't have to. The truth is that the people of the kingdom would not have been of much help. After all, I need bloodthirsty warriors, not scholars. I do invite you to the second phase, the one that will involve rank 4 and rank 5 life forms. We will gladly fight at that time, my lord. We have plenty of great warriors at that rank in the kingdom, and I hope to participate in this war when the times allow those of my level to enter God's tomb. John Eric was thrilled when he heard Iver's words. While those beneath rank 4 lacked proper training in the art of war, the Scientia Kingdom's royal family was full of mighty individuals who could jump levels in battle. Iver nodded to the king of the Scientia Kingdom before focusing on Roku, and a small smile appeared on his face. Our destinies have been connected twice already. Prove in this war that they were not a coincidence and that you are worthy of having my blood running through your veins. Roku only nodded after hearing Ever's words, but his eyes were burning with determination. He would prove himself worthy with actions, not words. The being of law's smile grew wider seeing his descendants' behavior. However, the next moment, coldness returned to his face as he stared at the other leaders. All your troops should be ready to mobilize soon. The call to arms will happen the moment I connect God's tomb to the divinity world. That was the last thing Ever said before vanishing from the Magi world. Once Ever the Flawless disappeared, everyone's eyes converged on the person that was by his side until a few seconds ago. Zadiel felt how more than 10 soul law domain existences, dozens of rank 5 and hundreds of rank 4 life forms were looking at him. Any other soul-forging existence would crumble under such pressure, but to the Neo-Demon, they were like flies, annoying but unimportant. He was analyzing the things he obtained from Ever when a consciousness converged on him, making him frown. Soul-forging existence, come here now. There are some things that we, the leaders of the greatest organizations of the Magi world, must ask you. The person speaking and who had his consciousness surrounding Zadiel was a bald rank 6 Magus, with eyes full of green fire and animal tattoos covering his body. Anyone who focused on him would see the illusion of a giant diabolical elephant. When the other leaders saw how the man used their names to pressure Zadiel, their eyes narrowed, but they remained quiet, giving their tactical approval. The Neo-Demon sighed when he saw this happening but was not surprised. The interactions he had with Ever were enough to show everybody he was not just a rank 6 life form that failed to ascend and was lucky enough to reincarnate. A taboo existence would not have raised that much interest in other soul law domain existences. After all, they had reached the same level. However, things would be much different if Zadiel was a being of laws in his past life. That would make him a treasure trove that anyone could take advantage of now that he was weak. Zadiel's unique mind force allowed him to feel the emotions behind everybody's gaze. Most of them contained nefarious intentions, but there were 3 that drew his attention. The first was John Eric Rebellion, who was looking at him with a smile. The king of the Scientia Kingdom was like a child about to watch a great show. The one he was mocking was not Zadiel but the rest of the rank 6 life forms. The other was Gwen. The eye-holder glanced at him with a questioning gaze and quietly hinting for him to ask the help of the little red-haired girl. The last one was Roku. He was waiting for an excuse to provide his help. Zadiel was surprised by Roku's attitude, but it was not hard to figure out he wanted to form a relationship with the Neo-Demon. Depending on how he handled this situation, his life and that of his people in the Magi world would change drastically. If he showed the slightest sign of weakness, they would push him harder and harder to obtain what they wanted. In essence, one single move and false would make his stay in the Magi world impossible. Ha 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 ha. Of all the reactions Zadiel could have, him laughing with all his strength was one no one expected. A bad feeling appeared in the heart of the bald rank 6 life form, but in front of him, there was the knowledge that could help him reach eternity, so he was not willing to give up. What are you laughing at? After saying those words, his consciousness began to pressure Zadiel, making the bones of this one crack. Although he felt pain, the Neo-Demon did not stop smiling and analyze the soul law domain existence with his rebirth eye. The next moment, the reason for the bald Magus' aggressive behavior became evident for the Neo-Demon. The rebirth eye showed Zadiel the weak life force in the man. He did not have much time left, so he was desperate for a safe way to rank 7. The reason I laugh is that not having to hide the fact that every single one of you is beneath me is truly liberating. Other than a few exceptions, you are all garbage whose names I would not even bother remembering. Before, Zadiel's laugh surprised them, but this time, they were utterly shocked. Such grandeur and might was one you would expect from a being of laws, not a rank 4 life form that many present could kill with a single strike. The Neo-Demon stared at the soul law domain existences with coldness. All of you should remember this lesson. Even if you are the leaders of the most powerful organizations of a principal world, I can still seal your fates with a few words, like I am about to do now. Zadiel focused on the bald rank 6 Magus and smiled at him, making his heart grow cold. John Eric Rebellion, kill that man, and you will become the first student of my runecrafting school. The bald rank 6 life form's heart calmed down for a moment when he heard those words. The king of the Scientia Kingdom was known for never starting a conflict inside the Magi world unless someone provoked him, so there was no way he would kill an organization's leader just to learn runecrafting from a fallen being of laws. At least, that was what he and everybody else thought until a wave of killing intent filled the air. Under everybody's watch, the king of the Scientia Kingdom flashed at the bald rank 6 life form and fired a fist with enough strength to split a continent apart. Chapter 381, Lesson N Superscript 02. The bald rank 6 Magus was shocked by this turn of events. John Eric Rebellion's attack carried an immense power, and he was sure that the king wanted to kill him. He could only mobilize a small part of his energy into his arms before the fist struck him. Bomb! Along with that blast, a shockwave that broke space and time originated in the sky. The shockwave forced the other rank 6 life forms to scatter, while the bald Magus was pushed away due to the impact, with blood coming out from his mouth and ears. The wounded Magus felt how a vibrational force infiltrated his arms, and the next second, they exploded. Fear appeared in his eyes when he remembered that the original target was his head. Without hesitation, the bald rank 6 life form began to burn his weak life force and ran away, taking advantage of the impulse he carried after the attack to increase his speed. The king of the Scientia kingdom saw his prey trying to escape and made all his body's power erupt before chasing after him. He was breaking the space in his path to increase his speed. The organization's leaders lost sight of the duo in a few seconds, but they could hear explosions in the distance. None of them doubted that John Eric Rebellion would manage to kill the rank 6 Magus in a matter of minutes. Shock and disbelief disturbed the hearts of everybody. They could not understand how Zadiel had ended the life of a rank 6 life form just with a few words. Even if he was a mighty entity in the past, he was now a rank 4 life form. It just did not make sense to them. The Neo-Demon smiled as he saw the fear and doubt inside the heart of those around him. He calculated the impact of every decision and took the path of overbearing might and power. His lack of strength would not bound him anymore, at least not in the Magi world. He had cultivated relationships, repeatedly proved his might, and he was finally free of the disguise of being a frail and weak man bound to his lifespan. However, the Neo-Demon was not over yet. There was one more lesson he had to teach them. Now that you all know the power of my words, it is time to show the strength of the most exceptional talent of the universe. An eclipse appeared behind Zadiel fused with his wings. While his feathers turned white, dense energy began to fill the Neo-Demon's body, and bone spikes emerged from his elbows and knees. The Neo-Demon looked at the rank 5 Magus that had yelled at him and saw the terror in his face. However, he only glanced at Cracker before focusing on his real target. Wrath appeared in Zadiel's eyes as he stared at the person that had dared to try to harm his people while he was absent. His body shinned as Shooting Star Ind activated. The next second, 32 rank 4 life forms, and 2 law engraving existences exploded like balloons full of blood. Other than Gwen, no soul-forging existence was able to see what happened. Only those with rank 5 battle power could follow Zadiel's movements, and even then, the ones capable of reacting to them were at least at the 4th engraving stage. The Neo-Demon's face was pale, and he had less than 20% of his energy remaining, but there was a smile on his face as he squeezed the neck of a blonde man with green eyes. Salazar Rasputin could not breathe, and a unique mind force had invaded his body and soul dimension, making it impossible for him to fight back. The Magus was strong, and his runes allowed him to display a power above his level, but as a rank 5 life form at the 1st engraving stage, he could not do anything before Zadiel's incredible speed. Let this be the second lesson. You mess with me, I kill you. You mess with my people, I will grant you a fate worse than death. Zadiel's rebirth eye glowed and numbed Salazar's true soul, shutting down his defenses and allowing the Neo-Demon to implant runic lines in it against the Magus will. Ah! Salazar Rasputin cried due to the horrible agony he endured. Blood leaked from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth due to the alteration done to his brain and soul. The Magus had a connection with many people of the Eternium Empire. Some of them were present and had the strength to stop the Neo-Demon, but the fear in their hearts was too great. In the end, they all silently watched as Zadiel tortured the Origin Runemaster. The screams ended after a few minutes, and Salazar's eyes lost their light. The Magus stood straight by the Neo-Demon's side, waiting for his command. He can see, hear, and feel everything his body does but has no control over it. In essence, he is a puppet that follows my every command without question. The organization's leaders saw Zadiel turning to them the next second. They could not stop their hearts from growing cold when they saw his smile, and the words he spoke next terrified even the most vicious of them. Salazar, hunt every single person you have ever cared about. I want you to eat them while they are still alive and make sure they suffer. The Magus' eyes shivered when he heard that. Anyone could see that Salazar was trying to fight back, but he failed in the end. He flew away, heading to the core of his territories to carry out his mission. The cruelty, talent, powers of coercion, and connections made Zadiel appear like an undefeatable monster in the eyes of those who saw him. An individual forced to eat his children, seeing and feeling everything, and being incapable of doing anything to stop it, not even killing himself. There was no better definition for misery than that. Aren't your actions too evil, even for those like us who understand the truth of the universe? The one who spoke was the rank 6 eye holder, the little red-haired girl. There was disgust on her face as she thought of Salazar's fate and the fact someone could force another to do that with a smile on his face. The Magi and eye holders could not help but agree with the little girl. The truth of the universe is that power meant everything, but people still have an intrinsic understanding of what is good and evil, and forcing someone to eat his family is pretty fucking evil. Zadiel looked at the little girl, and he shook his head. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, a sense of ancientness, even greater than that of Iver, assaulted those seeing the Neo-Demon. I am old, little girl, very, very old. I have seen civilizations rise and fall, witnessed races who were once livestock become masters of the universe, worlds have born and died under my watch. I have slept for eons inside black holes and gulped entire suns. I have been worshipped as a godlike being for billions of life forms and have butchered even more. Zadiel began to rise in the sky until he was above everybody else. His power was far from being the greatest, but none questioned his position. The Neo-Demon stared at the people beneath him with empty eyes, devoid of any trace of emotion. In my eyes, even the oldest of you is nothing but a child. None of you have lived or experienced enough to really grasp how cruel the universe can be. Your conceptions of right and wrong are insignificant, and your minuscule awareness of them is so obtuse and vain that you are ridiculing yourself by trying to use a label so simplistic as evil in someone like me. Everybody remained silent, and none was able to rebuke Zadiel's words. It was only a few minutes later than someone spoke. When does our perception of the universe can be considered authentic and not a mistake due to our innocence? The one who spoke was not a rank 6 life form, but Gwen. The eye holder looked directly to Zadiel's eyes, despite the stress generated in his will and heart. The moment your souls rise above the prima universe's laws, only then can you understand the truth. Before that, you are all blinded by notions engraved in your cultures to give you a false sense of safety and justice. Everybody's eyes shined the moment they heard Zadiel's words. Before they could make another question, the Neo-Demon spoke. I have said enough. All of you should leave. I forbid anyone stronger than rank 4 to get anywhere near my clan or territories. Those who defy me will face the same fate as Salazar. None dared to challenge the Neo-Demon, and after bowing, they all left. Zadiel could not engrave his words into the laws as Iver did, but a rule that everybody would soon learn spread across the Magi world that day. Chapter 382, Something Worth Fighting for. Zadiel did not leave the sky after sending the eye holders and the Magi away. As he stood alone, going through the eons of memories in his mind, remembering all the bloodshed, pain, evilness, and sorrow, a sense of indifference began to appear in the Neo-Demon's eyes. If I give up on the Prima universe and allow the countless life forms in it to descend into eternal darkness, I am confident in being able to preserve my life along with that of a few others. Many times, that thought had appeared before in Zadiel's mind, even when he was the incarnation of death and destruction. The sense of detachment in the Neo-Demon's eyes only grew more potent as that idea festered in his mind. The universe is dark and cruel. What is the point of risking my life to save it? Most of the life forms in it are stupid, sinful, and uncaring, so why should I go through such lengths for them? Besides, everything will cease to exist when this epic comes to an end, even if I win. Zadiel was not cruel for the sake of cruelty. Killing and harming innocents was not something he enjoyed, but questioning his actions or letting morality affect his judgment was not something he could allow since this universe did not permit it. If he second-guessed a single decision during one of his battles because of a danger his behavior could pose to those weaker, it would be his end. It would be weird for those who had lived for eternities not to have questions about their choices. They can usually control their emotions without a problem, thanks to their mighty souls, but Zadiel's soul was weak right now. Loneliness could not affect the Neo-Demon, no matter how strong it was. The thing crushing his spirit was tiredness. He could normally ignore the fatigue by pushing forward and keeping himself active, but now that he connected with his previous nature, all that weariness came crashing down. Planning and fighting for billions of years and doing all that for a universe where showing mercy, even to those who deserve it, would mean putting you or those you cared about in danger was not a comfortable task. Words could not express the exhaustion of such a monumental mission. No one could blame you if you chose to take the easy way out, especially if, after all that preparation and effort, you know your chances of surviving are still bleak. Ah! The Neo-Demon released a sigh full of burden and exhaustion before breaking space by his side and returning to the surface of the world. The moment Zadiel appeared above the Daybreak Magic Tower, a humanoid made of energy manifested himself. It had Dandy's appearance and was an incarnation the Elder Brain generated to better communicate with his father. Dante was able to hear all the words Zadiel spoke to the people in the sky, and there was an immense shock in his heart. He always knew his father was a powerful existence who had reincarnated, but he initially thought he was just a taboo existence or a rank 7 life form. However, it was clear now that his father was not someone who just equaled the laws of the universe but surpassed them. He was Zadiel's son, and that was a title that exerted tremendous pressure on him. Having born of the primordial essence of such a mighty entity was a blessing and a curse. I take it that everybody is in the underground bunker. Zadiel's aura was gloomy, and his voice still carried a sense of immense ancientness. Yes, father. Dante felt how Zadiel's spirit affected him. Zadiel did not say anything more and used the power of the Daybreak Magic Tower to teleport. He appeared in an immense field where Dante had brought the Sunlight Champions and Neo-Demons to ensure their safety. They were in formation, but they could still speak among each other. However, the moment Zadiel appeared, his gloomy aura affected the adults, bringing silence. My clan, they are good people. They care for one another despite not being connected by blood. Still, they are not even a grain of sand, compared with the endless desert that is the universe. A weak smile appeared on Zadiel's face as he felt the tiredness and loneliness grow inside his soul. Zadiel was about to speak when he noticed how a small child in the front row took advantage of his parents and the adults' lapse of attention to sneak in and approach him. Unlike the adults affected by the Neo-Demon's aura, he stood in front of Zadiel like nothing. Someone so young that does not even understand the concept of danger or grief was not disturbed by others' gloominess. The parents were about to move to grab the child since they understood that something was wrong with their leader. It was not fear that motivated their actions since, in their minds, there was no way Zadiel could harm him. They just did not want to disturb him. The Neo-Demon raised his hand, stopping the child's parents, and focused on him. He was a boy, no more than 3 years old, with silver eyes and green hair. Sunlight aura was running through his body, depicting his identity as a Sunlight Champion, and his ears revealed his elven heritage. The boy looked at Zadiel with wide eyes and awe on his face. What is your name, boy? The child was startled when he heard Zadiel's words. At first, he did not know what to do. It was only after taking a moment that he was able to speak with a nervous voice. I am Nihil, son of Jucker and grandson of the great warrior Lero. The boy was almost screaming at the last part. So tell me, Nihil, what do you want? I wanted to have a closer look at you, leader. You are the man my grandfather died following in the battle against the heavenly race. Nihil still could not shake the nervousness, and his tone was off from time to time. Zadiel's eyes narrowed when he heard that, and in his mind appeared all the people who died in his quest to conquer the Beta Heavenly World. Nihil resembled a Sunlight Champion whose soul Oliver destroyed. I see. So do you blame me for your grandfather's loss? The boy was startled when he heard that and immediately shook his head as far as he could. Of course not, my grandfather was a great warrior, and there is no better tomb for those like him than the battlefield. Besides, it was thanks to the leader that Mom and Dad got together. Zadiel looked at the parents, and then he understood Nihil's words. The father was an elf, and the mother was a human, one of the many the Neo-Demon saved from the Beta Heavenly World. A small smile appeared on the Neo-Demon's face, but his gloomy aura was still present. Tell me, boy, what do you think of the Daybreak clan? Zadiel did not know why he made that question. Maybe to lift his spirit since he already knew the answer. I think it is the best of the world. Nihil almost jumped when he answered Zadiel's question, and it was clear he was excited. However, what he said next drew the Neo-Demon's attention. Although I think it is too small. Oh, and why did you say that? It is just that I think that if everybody in the world was part of the clan, then we can all be happy. Zadiel only smiled and shook his head. The reasoning of the boy did not surprise him. After all, he was too naive. What you describe is a utopia, and it is impossible. Someone can become strong enough to control all sentient beings, but that would be tyranny. You will have to take away their free will and force them to behave since different races will always find a way to fight against each other. A doubtful expression appeared on Nihil's face since he did not consider Zadiel's statement accurate. I have friends of different races, and we all go along fine, as do our parents and everybody around us. For Nihil, the concept of hating someone just for his race was absurd, not different than eating dirt because you are thirsty. That is because you are all under me. I show you a way forward that does not require blood or hate. By granting all of you equity, I erase the notion that you have to harm the others to grow stronger and live forever. Nihil found it hard to keep up with such profound reasoning, but something was evident in his mind. Then if we are all under you, why can't we all be happy and prosper together? Zadiel was about to shake his head again when he froze. The words of the boy hit him, and an idea appeared in his mind. Crush the madness and erase all that disrupt order. Create a universe so just that the concept of inequality will be forgotten. Zadiel's eyes shone with light, and a new sense of purpose ignited his will. That is something worth fighting for. Chapter 383, Evil's Terror. That unique universe needed a powerful race that could surpass all others with their strength and accept everything and everyone as a part of it. One race where the concepts like segregation, racism, or xenophobia were considered absurd and incomprehensible. The leader of this race must be a powerful entity, one strong enough to cover the entire universe under his might and with a heart that cared for every single one of his people. There were plenty more things needed for this utopic universe to be born, but those two are the core, and without them, everything else would be meaningless. Zadiel's eyes shone, his smile grew wider, and his aura overflowed happiness and excitement. For the first time in a very long time, he had another ultimate goal other than to win the final battle for the Prima Universe's destiny. Ha 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 ha. The Neo-Demon began to laugh, and this time, his joy was the one that started to affect the people of the Daybreak clan. Soon, millions of people of different heritages and bloodlines began to laugh, and happiness invaded everybody's heart. The laughter lasted a few moments, but even after it ended, a smile remained on everybody's faces. Zadiel looked at the child whose innocence had helped him so much, and there was kindness in his eyes. He made a small orb made of purple fire appear before implanting it in Niall's heart. The orb will temper the boy's soul and body, and in case of an emergency, it would fire a spell capable of killing anything beneath rank 5. Go back to your parents, little brat. Niall immediately nodded before going back to his mother, and there was a prideful smile on his face. He did not really know what happened but understood that Zadiel's mood improved after his words, so he took it as an outstanding achievement. Zadiel noticed the boy's behavior, and his smile only grew brighter as he shook his head with amusement. His unique mind force permeated the bunker, and a sense of extreme comfort filled his soul as he felt the heart of people who would die to protect the place they call home. You have all shown me your spirits and that you can put the race before the individual. I will now transform you into one of my kind and grant you the most extraordinary talent of the universe. The only thing that could stop you from immortality is whether or not your will can equal that of the universe. The Sunlight Champion's eyes widened, and excitement filled their hearts. Many of them have heard about how the mighty dragonborns that resided in the city of the Sun's core were once kobolds that evolved after proving Zadiel their loyalty. Of course, they have not heard about the Neo-Demon race or chaotic core. Most of them believe that Zadiel's had purified the kobold bloodline through extreme atavism. The process could be dangerous if your willpower is not strong enough. I will use my consciousness to test your wills and temper the ones that had yet to reach the level required. Everybody, adopt a meditative position and concentrate. The Sunlight Champions followed Zadiel's instructions. From the children to the elders, they all sat down. The Neo-Demon consciousness covered the entire bunker, and by empowering it with his mind force, he was able to create millions of whips that assaulted everybody's souls. He was cautious, staring with little force and slowly raising it. Zadiel monitored their conditions to make sure not to harm anybody. It was exhausting, but he was in a great mood, and his body, energy, and soul were at their peak. In absolute contrast to the peaceful aura of the City of the Sun, a slaughter occurred in a small Bloodrift's stronghold. A rank 4 Quimera demon had assaulted it, killing the leader and all those who could fight, and he was now seizing the lesser demons beneath him. There was bloodlust in his eyes, but he did not dare to lose control and captured as many individuals alive as possible. There was a smile on his face as he saw the demon's futile attempt of running away. The difference in power was too high, and it was just a matter of time before they either perish or were captured. All of a sudden, the Quimera demon's eyes narrowed, and his energy exploded as he noticed the 4 individuals that appeared out of nowhere and were now surrounding him. The Quimera demon felt the powerful soul force of those individuals and was able to discern their appearance. They all had youthful looks born out of their thriving life force, and their cultivation had reached rank 5. The rank 4 demon was going to obey his nature and act based on his instinct. He would shot in one direction, attack the youth guarding that path and do everything in his power to escape. It was a simple but effective plan. Unfortunately, before the Quimera demon could take a single step forward, flaming chains fell from the sky. He attempted to fight back, but their power and speed were too much for a rank 4 life form, even one with king demonic bloodline. Ah! Filthy humans, release me now. The rank 4 demon felt immense pain due to the chains, but he still had the energy to bark. Anyone could tell he was in no position to give orders, but that did not stop him. Silence, filthy thing. Along with that voice, an extraordinary soul force came crashing down on the Quimera demon, and the power it carried was enough to suffocate him. The origin of that soul force was a slender man with long dark hair. His face was handsome and had a middle-aged man's characteristics, with moving shadows encompassing his eyes. The Quimera demon could not speak under the pressure of this man, but despite his unfavorable situation, there was no fear in his eyes, only madness and killing intent. The middle-aged man stared at the demon's eyes and saw the burning wrath and desire to kill in them. He felt disgusted and wanted to kill him, but his mission came first. You are in luck, demon. If you answer some of my questions, I will let you live. As a demon who had awoken his true soul, the Quimera demon had enough wisdom to know how to behave in this type of situation. His eyes still burned with killing intent, but he nodded, indicating for the human to make his question. The man focused on the Quimera demon while the 4 youths closed in. While all of them were at rank 5, the middle-aged man's strength was much higher than the others. Tell me everything you know about Evil City. Be precise about the magic defenses, the presence of hidden entrances, and the number of powerful life forms living in it. The Chimera demon's eyes widened when he heard that question. The 5 humans could see how terror appeared in the face of the rank 4 demon. His breathing became rough, and in a matter of seconds, cold sweat had soaked his body. The middle-aged men and the youths were surprised by the violent reaction of the Chimera demon. A few moments ago, he was a killing machine that felt no fear even after being captured, but he was now shaking like a little girl. Ah! The Chimera demon roared, and what happened next shocked the humans to the core. The rank 4 demon's head exploded, and his soul dimension and true soul shattered. Master Hyuga, what happened? A young man with crimson hair and green eyes made that question to the middle-aged man. He examined the surroundings but felt nothing and could not understand what provoked the Chimera demon's bizarre death. The rest of the youths also used their consciousness to explore the fortress and everything around them, but like the crimson-haired man, they found nothing. The middle-aged man remained silent for a few minutes and analyzed everything before finally answering the youth's doubts. It was not an external force that ended his life. The Chimera demon was so terrified of that monster that he chose to kill himself rather than betray him. A somber expression appeared in the youth's faces when they heard those words. An entity capable of infusing such terror into a demon's heart was not someone they could underestimate. Chapter 384, We Are the Neo-Demon Race. The City of the Sun was a ghost town for the next few months after Zadiel established the rule that no one above rank 4 could get anywhere near it. Nevertheless, the business continued as usual. People could still come to the Daybreak Magic Tower, buy goods and sell raw materials. Shipments full of runes, magic weapons and armors, pills, and other resources left the City of the Sun daily. All those tasks were managed by the Elder Brain and an army of puppets that followed Dandy's every command. He even had to create new factories to keep up with the demand for goods. After Zadiel revealed to the world that he was once an entity above the Prima Universe's laws, orders for his products started coming from every great organization in the Magi world. The Daybreak clan's goods were top quality and affordable, but the real reason why they bought them was to form a connection. At the moment, the most potent items sold by the Daybreak clan reached rank 4 in might, but with someone like Zadiel as the leader, no one doubted that in a few hundred years, rank 6 items would be appearing in the City of the Sun. Some people sought to form a relationship with the Daybreak in a more brutal way. A force butchered the Dragonstone Kingdom in less than 10 minutes. They killed everybody and left without leaving a single clue of their identity. The only high-ranking member of the kingdom who was still alive was Andras Dragonstone. The law-engraving existence was fortunate that he had not yet returned to the Magi world. Another significant event was the crowning of the new leader of Frost Monster Heart, the organization that ruled the second level of the U Underground, Estus. The new leader was a beautiful woman with blue hair and red eyes named Shikra. She was a powerful rank 6 Magus and descendant of the bald Magus that John Eric Rebellion killed. Many wondered what her response would be to her predecessor's death, but the day after the crowning ended, the first prince of the Scientia Kingdom visited the Frost Monster Heart's headquarters. No one knew what happened, but after the first prince left, Shikra made a statement denouncing the bald Magus' sinful behavior and thanking the king of the Scientia Kingdom for getting rid of him. The Scientia Kingdom was powerful enough to suppress all the other organizations without having to request the help of their backer. Unless entities like Ever enter the world, they were invincible. Zadiel was aware of the events happening in the Magi world, but it mattered little to him. All of his focus had been on preparing the Sunlight Champion's wills to resist the Chaotic Core's creation. The first generation that came to the Daybreak clan was able to display willpower strong enough to resist the Abyss Aura's chaotic force from the beginning. They had lived a harsh life and experienced the cruelty of the universe, so the Neo-Demon was not surprised. The rest of the adults were able to strengthen their will to the required level in less than 6 months. The one difficulty Zadiel found was the children. Their life had been one of peace, and due to the clan's rules, they never experienced danger. Strengthening their will to the level in which they could create a chaotic core would take too much time. Zadiel had decided to assist them by blending his mind force into the children's consciousnesses. That would protect them from the Abyss Aura and made their transformation easier. Your wills are ready to endure the creation of the chaotic core. The unique treasure that will allow all of you to become one of my kind. The Neo-Demon waved his hand and made an ocean of Abyss Aura appear in the bunker. Although the Sunlight Champions felt the evil aura of that energy, they had absolute trust in their leader. They all maintained their meditative position and focused. Zadiel created tendrils of Abyss Aura and began to develop chaotic cores in 1,000 Sunlight Champions. He could not allow any mistake, and even with his soul's strength and mind force, 1,000 was the most he could transform simultaneously. It took him another 2 months to convert everybody into a Neo-Demon. The new Neo-Demons were amazed by the immense evolution in their potential and talent. They were all still rank 0 Neo-Demons, but their sunlight aura could easily convert into Abyss aura. Zadiel released a wave of soul force that drew everybody's attention. The Neo-Demons adopted solemn expressions as they focused on their ancestor. You are now all members of the mightiest race of the universe, the Neo-Demon race. We are still young and weak, so the core of our race's knowledge must be hidden. Anyone who dares to even think of betraying the race will suffer a fate billions of times worse than death. Zadiel's words were engraved in the mind of every Neo-Demon. They all understood the level of cruelty that their ancestor could reach, but no one had a problem with that. The race before the individual was the ideology that defined the Neo-Demon race. The ancestor of the Neo-Demon race nodded as he felt the resolution in the heart of his people. I will now announce the first official goal for the Neo-Demon race. We will eradicate all species whose nature is inherently corrupt and evil from the face of the universe. The Neo-Demon race could accept everybody into their ranks, but it could not change their heart and mind. Those races whose life's purpose is to propagate pain and suffering were not appointed to exist in the utopian universe Zadiel envisioned. He will exterminate them and change the Prima universe's laws to erase their existence from the timeline. The millions of Neo-Demon nodded when they heard the order from their ancestor, and their eyes shone with purpose and conviction. We will start with the heavenly race, the mind ruler race, the devil race, and the demon race. We will invade every middle and low world under their ruling and butcher them all. When they heard their first mission, all the adult Neo-Demons' eyes shone with killing intent and coldness. One of the targets was the race that tortured a considerable portion of them. Due to their unity, if someone hurt one of them, it would be an enemy to everybody, and for the Neo-Demon race, there was no greater enemy than the heavenly race. Zadiel smiled as he felt the slaughter intent in his people's hearts. He knew that even if he erased those races from every middle and low world, it would still not shake their foundations, but he had to start somewhere. Not to mention that every Neo-Demon was a black hole for resources, and this war could cover their needs and grant great battle experience. There is a second point I need to address. A war will start between the Magi world and the Divinity world. That will be the highest level of the battlefield you could hope to experience without awakening your true souls. Smiles appeared on the Neo-Demons' faces. The stronger the battlefield, the greater the fights would be, and the highest would their potential and destiny become once they survive in it. The incarnation of death and destruction and the Baer Neloths design the Neo-Demon race to be a warrior race. The idea of battling strong opponents ignited their wills and filled their hearts with excitement. We will take part in it, but I will only allow those at rank 3 to participate due to the risk of eternal death. With our racial advantage and unity, we should be invincible on a battlefield without soul-forging existences. After instructing the millions of Neo-Demons in front of him, Zadiel communicated with Dante. Dante, start the preparations for the invasion of the middle and low worlds. Find those suitable for leading and give them positions according to their abilities. Other than the Doombringers positioned in Abyss and Baatar, you can mobilize all our rank 4 warriors. Ensure that every one of the new Neo-Demon whose bloodline cannot reach king level through atavism gets a new one to form their bloodline hearts. I will fulfill your commands, Father. The consciousness inside the Elder Brain answered with a determined tone. The Elder Brain had already advanced to rank 4, so Dante could take advantage of its computational ability to do many things simultaneously. How is Tao, and what is the situation with the drones? Tao hibernation is still going on. He is fine, constantly growing more powerful, and should awake after reaching rank 4. Regarding the drones, we have 9 million at rank 1, 700,000 at rank 2, and 9,000 at rank 3. Those numbers would startle anybody. That level of war power was something only great clans with hundreds of thousands of years of age could create, but thanks to a small dog, the Daybreak clan had obtained it in less than 100. Excellent. Zadiel was happy with that news. There must be cannon fodders in every war, and the soulless drones were perfect for that position. It is time for me to return to the Garden of Creation, but before that. The ancestor of the Neo-Demon unleashed the might of his soul. When he saw that the eyes of every single one of his people focused on him, he spoke his parting words. Remember, we are the Neo-Demon race, we are the strongest, we are the greatest, and one day, we will be everything. Chapter 385, Entropy Regius Unus. Unlike what you would expect from a chaotic city constructed in a place of slaughter like the 4th layer of Abyss, Evil City was full of order. Demons were using every second of their day to increase their strength and learn the army formation taught to them by their demon lord. Evil City could be considered a heavenly place for lesser demons. The amount of Abyss aura and natural energy in it was hundreds of times greater than what you would find outside, and there was even an increase in the density of origin power. There was an evil and dark aura that covered every corner of Evil City. It would not be wrong to call it the strength of the infinite layer of the Abyss. Those inside this horrible aura only needed to close their eyes to see the monster controlling it. He was a 5-meter tall white humanoid that could incite fear even in the heart of killing machines like demons. The lesser demons were not the only ones in a state of constant fear. Those who had already awoken their true souls also woke up and slept with terror in their hearts. Usually, rank 4 demons would have an easy time working for a demon lord since they were mighty warriors. Unless they committed a great offense, they would not have to worry for their lives until they reach rank 5. However, the value of soul-forging demons in Evil's eyes was different. From time to time, those at rank 4 would stare at the sky above the castle where the monster they all feared resided. In there, they would see a fiendish cyclop without eye, ears, nose, or extremities. The pitiful demon was flayed, his genitalia smashed, his jaw ripped off, and the top of his skull broken, leaving his brain to the open. The worst part was that the demon was still alive. The true soul was put under a spell, making it impossible for him to escape or kill himself, confining him to endless suffering. Evil performed the feat with his bare hands, and everybody knew the reason why. Pylo, the second in command of Evil City, a peak rank 4 demon, had fallen short by 49 life forms from the 10 million he had to capture. The demon lord only said 6 words after finishing his work on the fiendish cyclop. The price for a small mistake. If that incredible agony was what they would pay for a small mistake, just the idea of what they would experience if they genuinely anger him was enough to horrify the demons. All the demons of Evil City, from the weakest to the strongest, knew that to their demon lord, their lives were meaningless. Some even speculated that Evil felt pleasure killing them. Right now, in the underground city beneath those demons, Ezequiel was floating above millions of unconscious life forms. Most of them were demons. The Supreme Neo-Demon had been meditating for the last few months and focusing entirely on the phenomenon inside his bloodline heart. Inside the heart, there was a thin arc of white lightning. The power this phenomenon carried was incredible, and the Prima Universe's laws behaved erratically around it. Several unique forces were present in the phenomenon, all acting in unison and with complete harmony. The electric might of lightning. Fast, full of destruction, and endless potential for creation. The burning energy of fire. Capable of annihilating everything in its path and giving way for new things to be born. The unrestricted power of the wind. Full of countless variations and changes, flexible and unlimited. The fluid force of water. Soft and yielding, able to resist anything due to its formless nature and crush everything beneath its pressure. The enduring endowment of earth. Always present, regardless of the damage, changing and adapting to the most inhospitable environments. Other than the elemental forces, there were 2 more powers inside the white lightning. The eroding and everlasting force of time and the encompassing and ever-present force of space. Inside Ezequiel's bloodline heart, there was a phenomenon with the might of lightning, wind, fire, water, earth, space, and time. The white lightning was born after the Supreme Neo-Demon understanding of the mysteries of the physical, energy, and spiritual aspects of existence obtained a breakthrough, allowing his true name to evolve. Ezequiel's true name is Entropy Regius Unus. Due to its nature and power, the Supreme Neo-Demon had decided to call this phenomenon Primordial Entropy Lightning. The Primordial Entropy Lightning liberated radiation that mutated Ezequiel's atomic matrix, generating an evolutive change in his existence. However, the power of the white lightning was too wild and unrestrained, even for the Supreme Neo-Demon. To stop his body from breaking apart and use the Primordial Entropy Lightning without side effects, Ezequiel had to develop comprehension over the elemental laws along with space and time. There was another challenge regarding the Primordial Entropy Lightning. It did not grow on its own and needed to be fed. Ezequiel let the white lightning out of his bloodline heart. Once the phenomenon placed itself above the Neo-Demon, it released a monstrous devouring power. As for what the Primordial Entropy Lightning consumed, the answer was simple. It devoured all. Tens of millions of individuals were beneath Ezequiel. The white lightning devoured the body, energy, and soul of hundreds of thousands in a matter of minutes, reducing them to ashes. Ezequiel saw with emotionless eyes how the Primordial Entropy Lightning devoured everybody in a matter of hours. The only limit to how strong the white lightning could become was Ezequiel's understanding of the forces that composed the universe. The Supreme Neo-Demon sent the Primordial Entropy Lightning back to his bloodline heart and analyzed it. Good, it has already grown to its current limit. I need to start hunting down new and stronger life forms to feed it once I obtain another breakthrough. According to my calculations, the amount of life it has consumed could equal that of a developed low world. Ezequiel felt a headache coming as he thought of the Primordial Entropy Lightning's endless hunger. However, that annoying feeling immediately went away when he detected the increase in battle power that this phenomenon granted him. The Supreme Neo-Demon was sure that this white lightning would be the core of his strength, now and in the future, just like the rebirth I was in Zadiel. Ezequiel did not leave the underground city after having finished feeding the Primordial Entropy Lightning. He remained in the air and used his ability to commune with the universe to decipher the elemental laws and space-time forces. An entire year passed until the Supreme Neo-Demon opened his eyes. He had managed to advance his law comprehension over the fire, water, wind, and earth to the low initial level and space and time to the middle potential level. Only after his understanding of the laws increased did Ezekiel allow the primordial entropy lightning's radiation to continue to change him. The process was excruciating since it also involved his soul. Thankfully, he had his true will to assist him in that. He stopped after his existence's metamorphosis had reached 5% because he felt his atomic matrix beginning to destabilize. It is time. After the nurturing from the primordial entropy lightning, Ezekiel was ready to seal his third apocalyptic star. The Supreme Neo-Demon began to inject elemental chaos into the true Doomsday body's twin heaven connected to his lungs and relayed coordinates to his chaotic core. There was a massive star in the Neo-Demon realm's void with giant arcs of lightning that resembled mythological snakes moving around it. A white whirlwind appeared above this star and swallowed it. The next second, a blue marble appeared inside Ezekiel's lungs. As usual, a fight started between the Neo-Demon's true will and the star consciousness, but thanks to Ezekiel having reached Starbreaker, the battle lasted a few seconds. A stellated dodecahedron appeared in each of the Supreme Neo-Demon's lungs. Of course, there was only one star sealed in both. The new apocalyptic star released law fragments that fused with the organs and granted it supernatural abilities. From now on, the oxygen that entered the Supreme Neo-Demon's lungs will fuse with lightning force. The third apocalyptic star was special because it would grant an ability once formed thanks to oxygen being able to enter the core of every cell of the body. The name of the ability was Elemental Constitution, and due to the star Ezekiel chose, he obtained Lightning Constitution. A smile appeared in the Supreme Neo-Demon as he felt his paths of power advancing. His true Doomsday body was not the only one improving. He managed to push his true soul to the fourth origin cycle. His soul and body's development allowed his ability to commune with the universe and the amount of world strength he could channel to grow. All of a sudden, the Supreme Neo-Demon's smile vanished, and killing intent filled his eyes. Ezekiel transformed into a stream of white lightning and appeared instantly above Evil City. He looked in the northwest direction and saw a group of rank 5 life forms hiding in a rock formation 5,000 meters away. I found you. Chapter 386, White Monster. Several thousand meters away from Evil City, a group of humans was hiding in a rock formation. They were strong, and their energy pools immense, but there was a powerful force cloaking their presence. They were a middle-aged man with long dark hair and eyes full of shadows and 4 youths. The young ones were all rank 5 life form at the first engraving stage. As for the middle-aged man, he was much stronger. A solemn expression appeared in the 5 humans as they watched the city covered by that horrible and malignant aura. Master Hyuga, we have been waiting for months. According to our records, evil never stays put more than a few weeks before leaving with his army for an incursion. Could we have been discovered? The one who spoke was a young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. She was gorgeous, and her body released a powerful eyes force. The middle-aged man thought for a moment before shaking his head. We have covered our track and made sure none of the demons we questioned could set a message. There must be another reason why evil has not left. Hiro could not help but frown as he looked to the city. Their efforts to obtain any helpful information about it were useless. All the demons they interrogated either did not know anything about Evil City or committed suicide before speaking a word. Master Hyuga, I am sure we can kill that demon count very fast if we attack with all of our power, but the more we wait, the greater the chance that something bad happens. A youth with crimson hair said those words, and there was immense killing intent in his eyes. Jaku, do not let your hatred cloud your judgment. Remember that our mission is not to kill evil but rescue the members of the Darkness School captured by his demons. Hyuga gave a stern look to the crimson-haired youth. The rest of the youths also stared at Jaku but remained silent. They knew his tragic history and that his hate for demons was stronger than anybody here, but that was not all. His talent was also the greatest, and there was a high chance that he could become a peak rank 6 life form in the future. Jaku's eyes narrowed when he heard that, but in the end, he nodded. Only after seeing the crimson-haired youth's response did Hyuga look away. If we fight in the city, the collateral damage could probably end the life of the people captured, and we don't have enough information to enter without being detected. All of a sudden, shock appeared on Hiro's face as he felt 2 eyes filled with the most horrible slaughter intent he had ever felt in his life looking at him. Comparing this intent with Jaku's would be like comparing a rock with a mountain. Run. Jaku and the rest of the youths were shocked by Hiro's words and the dread in his eyes. Before they could understand what was happening, they heard 3 sonic booms. Instead of explosions, those sonic booms seemed to have been provoked by steps. The next instant, they saw a torrent of white lightning cover the distance between Evil City and them in less than a second. The youths felt death approaching, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Luckily, a dark red flash put itself in the white lightning's path. What happened next was too fast for their eyes. The youths only saw an arm flying away and a white lighting and dark red flash landing a few hundred meters away from them. Now that he was not moving, Jaku and the other youths could see the true nature of the white lightning. The white lightning was a humanoid monster with 3 faces, 6 arms covered by bones, and a spectral avatar behind him. The monster's eyes focused on the youths, and an aura full of malice and sinister evilness came crashing down on them like an ocean. Even though they were rank 5 life forms, they were too young to face Abyss concentrated evilness. Terror invaded their hearts and souls. Jaku's breathing became rough, and fear appeared in his face as he stared at the white monster. He saw that 3 of his arms were full of scars and bruises, and there was a large burning wound on his chest. However, when he focused on Hiro, the monster's injury seemed insignificant. The middle-aged man lost his right arm and had a fist-size hole infected by white lightning in his right lung and stomach. Despite the immense damage, Hiro showed no pain, and his entire focus was on the monster in front of him. As his breathing quickened, rage appeared in Jaku's eyes. He screamed before making his energy explode. Ah! Disdain appeared in the monster's eyes as he saw the behavior of the youth. The one that showed distress was Hiro. Stupid, don't be so selfish. It was only after hearing those words that Jaku was able to analyze the battlefield truly. Hiro was a rank 5 life form at the 5th engraving stage. Someone capable of causing so much damage so fast was not an entity they could face, especially not with their hearts and mind full of terror. If he and the others stay, they would be a hindrance instead of help. After all, the middle-aged man already sacrificed a lot to save them, showing how much he cared for the youths, and the white monster would use that to his advantage. Jaku's face filled with pain, sadness, and bitterness as he turned around, secured his comrades into a space ring and flew away with all of his strength. The white monster saw how the youth escaped. It would only take one full power strike to kill Jaku, but before he could do anything, the middle-aged man's strength rose as he fused with his law avatar. I am your opponent. Hito spoke those words as an armor of flaming shadows covered his body. Giant burning black chains that extended for thousands of meters emerged from his left arm, and all of them had blades on their end. Coldness appeared in the white monster's eyes, and he directed his horrible aura against the middle-aged man. Seeing that Hiro's will stood firm, a smile appeared in the white monster before he unleashed his roar. Mrah! Along with that mighty and terrifying roar, the white monster's aura grew even more sinister. How can a rank 5 demon lord own such aura? Hiro's heart trembled as he faced the malignant essence of a cruel and dark place that existed for billions of years. He was a true warrior seasoned by thousands of battles, so his will resisted, but that did not mean he was fine. White lightning filled the wounds in his right lung and stomach. It exerted an immense devouring force, and Hito had to direct a significant amount of his energy just to contain it. The middle-aged man went through the short encounter they had, attempting to understand the monster's abilities. During their clash, white lightning inundated 3 of the monster's arms and granted them immense might. One of them channeled the severing force of wind and cut his right arm without resistance, and the other 2 were incredibly hard and fast, penetrating his body and destroying his organs instantly. The energy he infused in his arms was terrifying, but he clearly cannot use it without paying a certain price. Hiro stared at the arms the monster used to inflict the massive wounds on his body and could see how damaged they were. The middle-aged man's analysis went for less than a second before the white monster flashed toward him. Chapter 387, Dark Cage. The hundreds of thousands of demons in Evil City were all looking at the sky, where a battle of epic proportions started 1 hour ago. A demon lord bathed in white lightning fought a human that controlled thousands of chains capable of piercing a continent. Although it was the enemy, all the demons secretly hoped that the human would win and release them from the monster. However, deep inside their hearts, none of them thought that evil could ever lose. Ezequiel was being attacked from every possible direction by the black chains. They were incredibly fast, carried immense momentum, and the slightest touch with them would be enough to incinerate a peak rank 4 life form. The supreme neo-demon potentiated his existence with the primordial entropy lightning, allowing every part of his body to show the different forces of water, wind, fire, earth, lightning, space, and time. The uses of the primordial entropy lightning did not end there. Ezequiel could overcharge a part of his body with the monstrous amount of energy inside the white lightning. That allowed that extremity to display an unbelievable power. Hito was a life form at the 5th engraving stage. His body's sturdiness was equal to a rank 5 artifact, and yet Ezequiel's hands penetrated his defenses like if they were nothing. Of course, using primordial entropy lightning that way had side effects. Not even Ezequiel's body, who was the greatest in terms of potential and talent in the universe, could channel a tremendous amount of it without being injured. Ezequiel's 6 arms all carried the formless and soft power of water, allowing him to redirect all the chains that get close to him. Simultaneously, the rest of his body had the might of wind, allowing him to display incredible dexterity. The Supreme Neo-Demon also had a lightning constitution, improving his overall physical strength. Usually, the brain of a powerful life form can process much faster than the rest of his body, just like the rank 5 life forms could seize Abyssal movements with shooting star end but could not react to it. Lightning constitution allowed Ezekiel's body to act as fast as his brain, enhancing his reaction speed to an unbelievable level. Nevertheless, even with all of his gifts, Ezekiel was being overwhelmed. After all this time, he still had not been able to get close to Hero to land another attack, and injuries were beginning to appear on his body. The difference between their cultivation was just too significant. However, the Supreme Neo-Demon's battle intent only grew stronger as the battle carried on despite the pressure. It was only in battles like this, where his life was on the line, and the enemy was truly powerful, that the Supreme Neo-Demon could feel his potential growing and every part of his existence advancing. Besides, Ezekiel was not someone who only knew how to follow his instincts. He had been staring at the human, waiting for the right moment, and then it happened. Hero's body shivered, and he puked a mouthful of blood with pieces of his organs. The white lightning left on his wounds had been attacking him all this time, and he finally could not contain it. The Supreme Neo-Demon saw how the thousands of giant chains froze. Immediately, he made his energy explode and channeled an even larger amount of primordial entropy lightning into his body. He did not end there, since he increased his battle power even more by using the 9 primordial steps. Ezekiel's body was like an unstoppable force as he destroyed every obstacle in his path, and in an instant, he was less than 10 meters away from the middle-aged man. Hero's eyes widened when he saw the Supreme Neo-Demon so close to him, but as a seasoned warrior, his battle experience was not something to laugh about. Hundreds of chains emerged from his mouth and formed a cocoon around him. The Supreme Neo-Demon's eyes shone with coldness when he saw this. Without hesitation, he overcharged 3 of his arms with primordial entropy lightning. 2 of the arms carrying the combined destructive might of lightning and fire and the severing force of wind cut open the chain cocoon before exploding. Under Hero's horrified gaze, the last overcharged arm struck him right above the area where his heart resided. The Supreme Neo-Demon lost another arm, but the middle-aged man felt like a meteorite had fallen from the sky and landed right on his chest. Hero felt all of his ribs shattering and his heart being severely injured. Still, despite the damage, he was able to gain back control of his chains and sent them all at Ezekiel. The Supreme Neo-Demon intended to continue with his attacks. However, even his body could not resist thousands of giant chains striking him at the same time. Using the power of water, wind, and lightning, he dodged as many of the chains as he could. The might of earth increased his physical defenses, and the healing force of fire mended his wound, stopping them from diminishing his battle power. The moment he was able to catch his breath, Ezekiel immediately flashed back toward Hero. The middle-aged man's condition was horrible. The last attack severely wounded his heart and deposited an incredible amount of white lightning in his chest. Hero saw Ezekiel coming back to finish the job, and wrath appeared in his eyes. If I use that, I will have spent all of my energy and give up my body. The soul was an individual's core, but the body was also essential, especially for rank 5 life forms. Losing it would severely harm their potential and drastically reduce their battle power. It would be almost impossible to return to their peak once destroyed. Despite that, Hero's eyes burned with conviction as he prepared to use his ultimate move. Ezekiel detected the changes in his opponent, but that only made his battle intent grow. He flashed forward, taking 3 primordial steps at once, pushing his soul, body, energy, and the amount of world strength at his disposal to the next level. Deep cuts appeared in the Supreme Neo-Demon's body, and his organs were starting to shut down due to the stress produced by the primordial steps and primordial entropy lightning. Thanks to that sacrifice, Ezekiel found himself once again in front of Hero, and this time he was ready to land the finishing blow. His eyes were completely white as he detected the biggest flaw in the human's body. Just as the Supreme Neo-Demon's leg was about to shatter the middle-aged man's head, the energy of this one exploded along with his life force. Dark chains materialized around the Supreme Neo-Demon's extremities. They were smaller than the chains that had emerged from Hero's arm, but their power was much higher. Ezekiel attempted to get rid of them, but to his shock, the new chains were able to seal his energy, and even the primordial entropy lightning was affected. Dark Cage. Hero roared those words as darkness emerged from inside his body and began to form a cage around Ezekiel. Die, you fucking monster. Be crushed under enough gravity to distort space and time and a burning force capable of incinerating a world. As the cage was closing down, Hero saw how the Supreme Neo-Demon smiled and heard 4 words. One with the law. Chapter 388, Darkness Constitutions. Abyssal sat in the Soul Throne with his eyes closed. The Neo-Demon studied the phenomena carried inside his bloodline, and hundreds of high-quality origin stones were in his stomach. The Neo-Demon's ancestor increased his law comprehension and cultivation over the last few years after converting the entire Daybreak clan into his kind. Suddenly, the Neo-Demon's eyes opened as a message from the Nrai appeared in his mind. Warning, Supreme Neo-Demon brought an alien life form into the Neo-Demon realm. Please, instruct in how to proceed. The Nrai was programmed to erase the life of any sentient life form inside the realm that was not a Neo-Demon. Before Zadiel and the rest of his people put a foot inside the realm, the Nrai would have killed the alien life form immediately, but things were different now. Ezequiel had permission to bring demons into the realm since the Neo-Demon's ancestor had asked him to capture several demon lords. Therefore, the Nrai asked Zadiel for guidance in how to proceed since the alien life form was a human. Other than Zadiel, no one could grant permission for a sentient life form without a chaotic court to exist inside the Neo-Demon realm. Zadiel frowned and immediately teleported. He appeared in the Forn's continent, near the underworld forge, and saw Ezequiel descending from the sky. The Supreme Neo-Demon's condition was horrible. There were cuts so deep that reached the bones, his left arm was missing, and there was almost no elemental chaos, soul origin, or astral origin left on him. The rebirth eye showed to Zadiel that there were also wounds in Ezequiel's vital organs and soul. Despite all that, there was a radiant smile on the Supreme Neo-Demon's face, and his entire existence radiated pride and battle intent. The Supreme Neo-Demon stared at the Neo-Demon's ancestor before beginning to laugh and threw a mangled human body to the ground. I am strong. Ezequiel roared those 3 words full of battle will before losing consciousness and falling to the earth. Zadiel's eyes narrowed as he saw the human and detected his cultivation and health. Every single one of Hero's bones and organs was broken. However, the most shocking part was the fact his true soul was still there. Badly hurt and paralyzed by white lightning. Ezequiel Entropy Regius Unus Invictus managed to defeat and capture alive a law engraving existence at the 5th engraving stage. Zadiel did not lose time and used the rebirth eye to push the human's true soul into his nightmare rebirth, making sure he could not pose any form of threat before collecting him in his space ring. He did not care if the human was good or bad. The Neo-Demon's ancestor would show no mercy to anyone who was an enemy of a member of his race. It will still be a long time until Zadiel's utopian universe, where everyone can live in peace and harmony, is a reality. He and everybody else still lived in the cruel universe where it did not matter if the enemy was good or bad. It only mattered if he was dead or alive. That boy is special. His destiny is already greater than many rank 7 life forms when they were still bound to their lifespan. If it keeps growing, his Prima Law's baptism will be impressive. The Neo-Demon's ancestor looked at the origin of the voice and saw Hades glancing at Ezequiel. The ancient being of Law's eyes shone with approval before closing them and focusing once again on recovering. Zadiel nodded after hearing Hades' words. He and the ancient being of Laws disdained things like fate but had the utmost respect for destiny. Fate was just a force that sought to suppress everybody and make them act according to its will, but destiny was utterly different. Destiny was an illusory and intangible concept, but not even those who stood above the Prima Universe's laws could negate its existence. It wasn't static, and the most significant factor for its greatness was no one but herself. An individual's destiny was born from his conviction, talent, strength, courage, and the will to face every danger and take all the lucky changes in his path no matter the risk. Only those who never surrender, whose hearts remain strong even when they face great dangers and constantly seek to increase their potential, could see their destiny rise. Take Ezequiel's last fight as an example. While one party was waiting and attempting to take the easy path, the other attacked the moment he detected the enemy. By having the courage and will not to be intimidated by the difference in cultivation and numbers, the Supreme Neo-Demon took advantage of the enemy's lack of preparation and struck a heavy blow from the start. And things did not end there. The pressure of the battle and the danger of death allowed Ezequiel's potential to burst, pushing his law of strength and law of inner force to the initial level, allowing him to fuse with his law avatar. Zadiel's trip to the Blood Fortress was another example of destiny. By not allowing the danger of a rank 6 life form to cloud his judgment and overcoming adversity, he obtained the resources to assist him in his breakthrough to rank 5 with his true Doomsday Body's path of power. The Neo-Demon's ancestor inspected the Supreme Neo-Demon with a rebirth eye. In a few seconds, he got an accurate idea of Ezequiel's condition and battle power. He already sealed 3 apocalyptic stars, so his true Doomsday Body's path of power is at late rank 4. The true soul reached the 4th origin cycle, and at this speed, in a few years, he will reach peak rank 4 in that path of power. By fusing with his law avatar, his battle power should be equal to a demon Marquis. However, he can only maintain 1 with the law active for a brief time due to his soul origin's scarce reserves. Capturing Hero alive was much more complicated than just killing him. It meant that Ezequiel could push his battle power above the 5th engraving stage. Of course, Things would have been much different if the Supreme Neo-Demon burned his soul or life force to increase his strength. Nevertheless, while he was indeed full of injuries, all those wounds could heal with time, even if he used no treasure of heavenly panacea. Actually, Ezekiel had begun his healing process the moment he fell unconscious. The rebirth eye could see the Supreme Neo-Demon's body swallowing immense amounts of natural energy and origin power while white lightning enhanced his regenerative abilities. Zadiel looked at Ezekiel for a moment before opening his mouth and letting 9 drops of burning purple blood come out from it. His face grew pale immediately, but it was nothing serious, and in a few weeks, he would be fine. 3 drops of purple blood entered the Supreme Neo-Demon's soul dimension while the rest went to his brain, hearts, lungs, and stomach. Thanks to them, Ezekiel will be in peak condition in weeks instead of months. After helping the Supreme Neo-Demon and taking care of the alien life form, Zadiel did not waste time and returned to the Soul Throne. He spent another year deciphering the mysteries of his bloodline before the law of rebirth finally reached the initial level. The Neo-Demon's law comprehension was not the only thing enhanced during this period of secluded training. His true soul had reached the 4th origin cycle, and his body was ready to seal the 3rd apocalyptic star. Zadiel's eyes were closed as he focused on the true doomsday body's twin heaven that belonged to his lungs and began to inject elemental chaos in it. In the Neo-Demon realm's void, a whirlwind appeared above a star overflowed by waves of what could only be described as liquid darkness. A dark marble appeared in each of Zadiel's lungs a few seconds after the whirlwind swallowed the star. Once the star consciousness broke apart and Zadiel built his 3rd apocalyptic star, darkness began to fuse with the oxygen inside the Neo-Demon's lungs. Shadows appeared all over Zadiel's body, covering everything from him other than his eyes. An odd smile appeared on the Neo-Demon's face as he thought how similar his current looks was to that of his former life as the incarnation of death and destruction. Of course, Zadiel did not choose a darkness constitution due to its appearance. Now that the force of darkness filled every cell of his body, he would be able to automatically swallow the energy of his surroundings, improving his stamina. Another ability of his darkness constitution was to harness the intangible aspect of the law of darkness into his body, which will reduce any physical damage he sustained while also increasing his speed, dexterity, and hiding his presence. All those gifts were only half of the reason why he chose this type of constitution. The other was that once his true soul's path of power reached rank 5, he will be able to train a unique form of sacred body of laws that would be a perfect match with a darkness constitution. Chapter 389, New Doombringers. Zadiel felt how his cultivation obtained a massive increase after this session of secluded training. He sealed his 3rd apocalyptic star and reached the 4th origin cycle in his true soul's path of power. Artificial Intelligence Chip, display my current stats. BIP. Scanning host. Name, Zadiel Daybreak, race, Neo-Demon, Rebirth Eclipse Bloodline, Paths of Power, Animus, late rank 4/True Soul, 4th origin cycle /True Doomsday Body, 3rd heaven /True Will, Low Star Breaker, Strength, 7.1, Physique, 9.9, Speed, 8.9 Rebirth Force, 5.8 Elemental Chaos, 5.2 Soul Origin, 5.1 Astral Origin, 5.4 Mind Force, 4.9 Note, Shooting Star and is arousing Shooting Star bloodlines fragments inside the host's body, granting an increase in speed even when the Animax Soul Rune is not activated. Zadiel smiled as he heard the last message and saw the increase in his might, especially the rapid advance of his Animus path of power. Since Zadiel's Mind Force's core was the Rebirth Eye's dimension, his Animus's path of power will grow more powerful whenever his bloodline, body, and soul grow stronger. In essence, the unique Mind Force will grow larger and more powerful without him having to train it directly. I wonder what the limit of my battle power will be if I go all out. The Neo-Demon's eyes shone with a monstrous battle will and killing intent when that question passed through his mind. Well, if they behave how I think they will, it won't be long before I find out. Now that his cultivation increased and law comprehension allowed one with the law, it was time to return to Baatar. Just before Zadiel teleported out of the Garden of Creation, a message came from Manrai informing him that Heinz, Zydra, Dotto, and the others were about to undergo the 3 Setherings and 9 apocalyptic stars. Oh, it has been around 5 years since they formed their chaotic cores. They were pretty fast. Going from rank 0 Neo-Demon to rank 4 in 5 years was impressive, but it made sense. They were already peak rank 3 life forms and had unlimited resources at their disposal. After a moment of thought, the Neo-Demon decided to wait until their advance to rank 4 was finished and hand over their instructions before leaving. Without wasting time, Zadiel took several rank 5 demons and devils from his space ring and created doppelganger fiend runes. He only needed 5, and since his mind and soul had grown stronger, it was an easy job. Once he finished with those, the Neo-Demon began to create sealing runes. He needed thousands of these, so there was no rest. More messages from the Raya reached his mind as he worked, informing him of the days the new Doombringers endured, strengthening their true wills. The two Blood Ruby centipedes, Chinook and Kirin, resisted until the beginning of day 13. A few hours later, the abomination gorilla named Kaiser also fell unconscious. Jantu and Tiras endured until day 14, and Zytra was a few hours shy of reaching day 15. Heinz was able to resist until day 16. The swordsman still had his Dao heart, so his willpower was firm despite not having experienced a life full of pain and tragedy. The last one to lose consciousness was a plump middle-aged man with black hair. He was Tado, the man who once underwent lichdom to overcome his lack of talent. Zadiel was surprised when he heard that the man endured 18 days. Passing the 17th day of strengthening was very difficult, and not even Rax was able to do it. Zadiel was an old monster, and Ezequiel learned to kill before he could walk, so the duo's willpower was abnormal from the beginning. The first decades after becoming a lich, every day is agony. You are in constant hunger and thirst but cannot satiate them no matter what you do. Most people go crazy or end up with twisted personalities, but he reached the other side with his ego intact. I guess it makes sense that his willpower is impressive. The Neo-Demon's ancestor made sure to keep an eye on Tado. Such willpower meant his battle power can reach monstrous levels now that his talent did not restrict him. I guess he ended up third. Zadiel was the one who endured the most with 21 days. After that came Ezequiel with 20 days, and the third position belonged to Tato with 18 days. Everybody ended up with a mighty true will from the start and were ready to form their true souls and true doomsday body. The Neo-Demon ordered the Knight to inform him about the type of true doomsday body the new Doombringers chose before going back to create sealing runes. It wasn't long before the first message arrived. Dip. Kaiser, Janik, and Kirin chose the Immortal Blood Devourer True Doomsday Body. Immortal Blood Devourer True Doomsday Body grants a significant boost to the Neo-Demon's physical offensive and defensive power. By absorbing the blood of those around you, your overall physical might and regeneration abilities are enhanced exponentially, albeit not permanently. Developed to their peak, the Immortal Blood Devourer True Doomsday Body can allow the Neo-Demon to forcibly absorb the blood of every living being one rank beneath him, conferring unlimited energy and insurmountable regeneration abilities. Against those at the same rank, the Neo-Demon needs to wound them to absorb their blood. Zadiel nodded when he heard the type of true doomsday body the trio chose. It was perfect for the battlefield, where blood was everywhere. The increase in battle strength between the Immortal Blood Devourer True Doomsday Body and the Absolute Solar Yang True Doomsday Body was about the same. It was just that Zadiel's battle style used flames, so the second was more suitable for him. A few hours later, another message arrived. Dip. Jantu and Tiras have chosen the Immortal Blood Devourer True Doomsday Body. In the end, all those who were once magic creatures have chosen the Immortal Blood Devourer True Doomsday Body. One possible explanation was their upbringing in the Endless Forest, where being wounded or out of energy was almost synonymous with death. Zadiel worked for less than a day before the Rai's robotic voice sounded once again in his head. Dip. Zytra and Tado chose the Endless Chaos True Doomsday Body. Endless Chaos True Doomsday Body grants an energy pool and energy output several times larger than a normal Neo-Demon. The spells fired by those with the Endless Chaos True Doomsday Body have tremendous might, and their stamina is extraordinary. Developed to the peak, the Endless Chaos True Doomsday Body can allow a Neo-Demon to send their most powerful attacks for hours without rest. Oh, they chose that one. Zadiel did not have anything against their choice. The Endless Chaos True Doomsday Body is very useful in battle. However, it did not grant an increase in physical might and focused solely on spells, so it was used by those who prefer a middle or long-range battle style. It was not until the next day that the final message arrived. It appeared that Heinz had a hard time deciding what True Doomsday Body to choose. Dip. Heinz chose the Superluminal True Doomsday Body. Superluminal True Doomsday Body, it grants unparalleled physical speed and speed of thought. Developed to the peak, a Neo-Demon with the Superluminal True Doomsday Body can be even faster than an Archangel with the Shooting Star bloodline. They can move so fast that time itself would freeze for them. Note, once energy leaves the body, it loses the increase in speed granted by the Superluminal True Doomsday Body. Zadiel's eyes narrowed when he heard that. Heinz chose the same True Doomsday Body as Dottie. However, unlike the boy, he could not use the laws to fix its flaw. Chapter 390, Zadiel vs. Heinz. Zadiel teleported to the Forns continent after the new Doombringers finished planting their soul seeds. He waved his hand, making Zytra, Heinz, Tado, Jantu, Tiras, Kaiser, Janik, and Kirin appear. Their appearance was almost the same they had before becoming Neo-Demons. However, they all now had a set of majestic wings on their back, and the bloodline force they released was impressive. Heinz had red wings with feathers made of blades. There were runes engraved in his wings that released a powerful killing force that seemed capable of severing everything. Tado's wings were made solely of bones with dark runes. There was a terrifying aura in them, but instead of releasing fear force to the outside, they were swallowing it. Zyder's feathers had flaming shadows on the right and liquid light on the left. The woman's spine glowed with white light and released a force born out of the friction between two great powers. The 3 blood ruby centipedes and 2 abomination gorillas all had the same kind of wings, made of red crystal. They released a vast blood aura and covered the magic creatures' bodies with a metallic luster. The group was surprised by the sudden teleportation. When they noticed Zadiel, they immediately performed a deep bow. Ancestor. There was immense admiration in their eyes. After becoming Doombringers, they learned more secrets of the Neo-Demon race. Just the fact they could assimilate and fuse bloodlines with outside defects was beyond incredible. Now that they reached rank 4 and obtained a true Doomsday body and true will, they had a hard time accepting that such a fantastic race where all of his members got unlimited potential could exist. If that was not enough to shock them, they also learned that the place they lived the past few years was a galaxy named the Neo-Demon Realm. An entity capable of creating a supreme race and a realm that could compare in size with Ba'atar and Abyss must have reached the peak of the universe. Zadiel signaled for them to rise, and his rebirth eye analyzed every one of them. He could see the thriving bloodline power, great physical might, along with a pure and dense energy pool in every one of them. All of their bloodlines have surpassed that of even the mightiest angelic paragon. The reason was that they had fused 2 peak emperor bloodlines in their bloodline hearts. Although their bloodline had not yet reached pseudo-law level, it was more potent than any other emperor bloodline. Unfortunately, from now on, they would taint their bloodlines if they assimilate anything beneath the pseudo-law level. The Neo-Demon race's ancestor focused on Jinnik, Kirin, and Kaiser. He created 3 seeds of mind force and implanted them in their soul dimensions before speaking. Those seeds can be used to unleash a soul eradicator spell capable of severely harming a law engraving existence at the first engraving stage. You 3 will go to the Magi world and assist your brethren in the wars raging in the middle and low worlds. Everybody understood what war Zadiel was speaking. They knew about the Neo-Demon race's goal of eradicating the Heavenly race, Mind Ruler race, Demon race, and Devil race. The trio's law comprehension was the lowest of the group and could not use one with the law yet, so Zadiel left them a soul invasion spell to help them in an emergency. The 2 blood ruby centipedes and the abomination gorilla bowed once again before flying to the world gate. After he saw them leaving, Zadiel stared at the 5 in front of him. You 5 will be assisting me in my mission in Ba'atar and Abyss. Zadiel sent each of them a doppelganger fiend rune. The group did not hesitate to engrave the Animax soul rune into their true souls. The 5 obtained fiendish characteristics the next second. A Devil Lord's aura was present in Tado and Zytra, while Heinz, Tiras, and Juntu acquired Demon Lord's auras. A stream of information regarding the doppelganger soul rune's abilities and limitations appeared in the Doombringers' minds. Other than tempering your true souls and soul origin, those Animax soul runes will allow you to infiltrate Ba'atar and Abyss. Sophia, Rax, Kyolo, Dante, Ezequiel, and I have already formed our organizations, and we are expanding them. A peculiar light appeared in Zadiel's eyes as he stopped for a second before continuing speaking. However, that is just the first phase of my plan. Now that our numbers are high enough, it is time to start the second phase. After establishing a foothold, you will begin to capture rank 4 fiends secretly, and as we grow stronger, our prey will also become more powerful. How many do we need to capture? The one who spoke was Tado. There was a thoughtful expression on his face since any plan or scheme involving Zadiel was bound to be anything but simple. In total, I need 9,000 rank 4, 900 rank 5, and 99 rank 6. From the soul law domain existences, I need at least 9 of them at the rank's peak. Zadiel's voice made it seem as if he was asking for little. However, the 5 Doombringers' utter shock was enough to prove how crazy his words sounded from a normal individual's perspective. Such an immense amount of powerful life forms was something not even a million-year-old organization could gather, especially the peak rank 6 life forms. The Eternum Empire was ancient and had the backing of Vivre the Flawless, an entity above the Prima Universe's laws. Nevertheless, they could count the number of peak soul law domain existences in it with one hand. The reason why Zadiel targeted Abyss and Ba'atar became more clear now. Only in these 2 evil planes that were as ancient as vast could you capture such an immense amount of life forms who had awoken their true souls without attracting the attention of law beings. Although it will be easier to capture the fiends when you all reach rank 6, this mission is also a form of training. Capturing someone alive is much more complex than killing them. Demons would usually self-destruct if they know they cannot survive, and devils are always full of tricks and life-saving cards. This task will increase not only your strength but also your wisdom. What are you going to do with them? Zydra's had just finished speaking when she noticed how the others were glancing at her. The woman made the question out of pure curiosity, but it may involve secrets that they should not know. Luckily for her, Zadiel only smiled when he saw her starting to get nervous. I will use them to create a runic formation. As for what the formation's purpose will be, you will know in time along with the rest of the universe. Zadiel's eyes shone with eagerness. For a second, his entire existence shivered with excitement as he thought of the outcome of this grand scheme. They did their best, but none of the five could understand what his goal could be. The one thing they were sure of was that it would be beyond incredible. After all, the last time he behaved like this was when he started the Beta Heavenly World War. Zadiel calmed down after a second, and then he began a thorough analysis of Heinz. Being stared by an ancient entity would raise dread in the heart of many, but the cultivator's bond with Zadiel was one of true brotherhood. Heinz felt no apprehension at all, and a funny smile appeared on his face as he spoke. Hey man, stop looking at me like that. I am sorry to say I am straight as an arrow. Those words broke the solemn atmosphere that Zadiel's mission had formed, and the others could not stop from giggling. Zadiel was surprised when he heard that, and an annoyed expression appeared on his face. Brat, do you dare to mock me? The Neo-Demon's ancestors' eyes shone with a menacing light, but no one felt afraid. They have known him for enough to know that he would have acted emotionless if he were angry. Zadiel only sneered when he saw how they responded. He wasn't really mad, and this feeling of friendship was comfortable. I was analyzing your laws and body to figure out the reason why you chose the superluminal true doomsday body. I can see that you are giving up the defense and focus on offensive might and speed. It is dangerous, but your striking power must be immense. Tell me, do you want to test how high your battle power is? When Heinz heard that, his entire body exuded battle will, and the might of the law of killing at the minor completion level made itself present. Zadiel clearly understood the cultivator's answer and took a rank 4 demon from his space ring before transforming him into a rebirth incarnation and giving him his white sword. The best way to accurately measure your battle power is in a fight where you and your enemy can truly harm each other. The incarnation's current might is equal to that of a demon lord at the first engraving stage. Do not contain yourself and feel free to kill it. Heinz stared at the rebirth incarnation that was a perfect copy of Zadiel and saw his brother's battle knowledge and experience. He knew the fight would not be easy, but that only stirred his killing intent and battle will. The duo broke space and appeared hundreds of thousands of kilometers above in the sky. Chapter 391, Pyrrhic Victory. Once they were in the sky, the rebirth incarnation and the cultivator immediately made their energy pools explode. It will not be a long battle since they were both ready to unleash their most powerful attacks from the beginning. Zadiel, Zydra, Todo, Tiras, and Juntu saw a dark purple and golden red wave of elemental chaos fill the sky and clash. Immediately multicolored lightning and thunder manifested themselves. The duo's energy only grew larger since they both released their law avatars and activated Doomsday Incarnation. An eclipse fused itself with the Rebirth Incarnation's wings, and bone spikes covered by superheated golden plasma emerged from his elbows and knees. The cultivator's law avatar fused with his black sword, making it unleash a destructive might that severed the space around it. Heinz's law comprehension had not regressed as his cultivation did. Although he could use one with the law, his soul origin would allow him to maintain it less than a second before leaving him incapacitated. Light bone armor appeared on Heinz's arms and legs as an immense amount of astral origin filled his body, increasing his overall physical abilities. The resilience of this bone armor could not compare with the ones of Ezequiel's Doomsday Incarnation. Still, they had special pipes capable of ejecting massive amounts of energy to grant a tremendous drive. The Rebirth Incarnation focused on Heinz and analyzed all of his opening, weak points, and energy flow. He was about to unleash Soul Eradicator when the cultivator's energy gathered in the bone spikes in his legs, and the next instant, he disappeared. A flash of super-fast light moved around the incarnation, and its momentum only kept increasing. A serious expression appeared on the Rebirth Incarnation's face as he attempted to capture Heinz's body with his sight. Soul Eradicator was instantaneous, but the incarnation needed to see the target, and even the Rebirth Eye was only catching the cultivator's after images. It took a moment for Zadiel to understand the secret behind his abominable speed. He combines the might of his superluminal true doomsday body with void disruption, folding space, and flashing through it simultaneously. The Rebirth Incarnation stopped searching for the cultivator's body and adopted a battle stance with the white sword as the mind force gathered in his right eye. All of a sudden, the Rebirth Incarnation turned around. He used the white sword to stop a red flash of light that almost cut his spine in two. The Rebirth Incarnation's eyes widened the moment his sword clashed with that of the cultivator's. He felt the bones of his arms trembling as a monstrous force that almost sent his body flying away struck him. The superluminal true doomsday body did not increase a neo-demon's physical strength directly. However, By pushing his speed to the limit, his attack's momentum significantly boosted the striking force. The instant the white sword blocked the attack, the bone pipes in Heinz's arms expelled a tremendous amount of energy, allowing the cultivator to twist his body and send an attack to the rebirth incarnation's neck. Unfortunately for the cultivator, a force struck his soul, making him feel like his head would explode. The rebirth incarnation's soul eradicator was powerful enough to neutralize a peak rank 4 life form. Still, the cultivator's Troublesome killing essence in his soul dimension improved his spirit defenses despite his true soul being at the bottom of rank 4. The red sword slowed down, allowing the rebirth incarnation to use his arm to protect his neck before firing his knee to the cultivator's chest. Heinz's blade wings managed to cover his chest right before the attack landed. The rebirth incarnation sent the cultivator's body flying away with that attack but did not chase after him. The reason manifested itself the next second, as the incarnation's left arm fell off. The incarnation's physical defense and durability could compare with that of a demon lord at the first engraving stage focused on body refinement, and yet, the red sword cut his flesh and bones like if they were nothing. Heinz's offensive might could compare with that of Zadiel when he just entered rank 4. 3 were the reasons that allowed the cultivator's strength to equal someone with a first-order law bloodline. Firstly, Heinz's law avatar focused solely on the sword and did not improve the rest of his body. Secondly, the increase in striking power of the absolute solar yang was inferior to the superluminal true doomsday body. Finally and most importantly, his law of killing already reached the minor completion level and formed killing essence. Zadiel was not surprised that Heinz could equal his offensive power, despite not having a law bloodline. After all, in his previous life, it was his law mastery that allowed him to reach the peak of the universe, not his trashy demonic bloodline. Of course, while Heinz's offensive endowment could equal that of Zadiel, they were miles away when it comes to defense. That single knee strike shattered Heinz's ribcage and left a gaping hole in his chest. The damage would have been much worse if not for his wings working as a shield. Heinz's eyes narrowed as he felt danger and immediately flashed away from his current location. The rebirth incarnation had just purged the killing energy left in his wound when he prepared to fire another soul eradicator, but the cultivator was faster. The incarnation's eyes narrowed, and the golden plasma left his bone spikes and formed a miniature sun around him. The heat would be enough to wound and slow down the injured cultivator. However, to the rebirth incarnation's surprise, the red sword enlarged itself, allowing the cultivator to attack him from outside the miniature sun's range. The striking power diminished, but the speed was still the same as before. The rebirth incarnation blocked the red sword, and before he could focus on Heinz to fire a soul eradicator, this one vanished and attacked from a different angle. The incarnation was doing its best to fight back, but the attacks were too fast, and with only one good arm, he could not always block the red sword. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of wounds appeared in his body. As another sword strike came his way, the rebirth incarnation's eyes glowed and made the miniature sun explode, generating a blast of superheated golden plasma that covered thousands of meters in an instant. The cultivator was able to flash away just in time to save his body, but a flash of light that came along with the blast hindered his vision. Without warning, a soul eradicator managed to reach him and almost made him lose consciousness. Zadiel's mastery over the soul was higher than Heinz's, so he could not detect the rebirth incarnation using his consciousness. The cultivator did not lose focus. Letting his instincts guide him, he thrust his red sword to the left. Heinz managed to block the white sword covered in blue and purple fire, but a kick still managed to land in his chest. That third strike destroyed his lungs and was almost enough to pierce his body. Just when he was about to be pushed away and lose control of his body, the bone pipes in his extremities fired one last blast of energy, allowing him to make a sharp U-turn. The rebirth incarnation was surprised and could not respond to the red sword in his neck. Right before the incarnation's head was severed from his body, he fired a final and decisive soul eradicator. Heinz's consciousness endured just enough to see the rebirth incarnation's head leaving his body. Chapter 392, Back to Baatar. Heinz slowly opened his eyes as a purple flame permeated the inside of his body and soul dimension. His physical condition was much better, with the vital organs shattered during the fight almost completely healed, but he still felt severe pain in his head. Zadiel's soul eradicator was a deadly spell, and the rebirth incarnation did not contain itself at all. The cultivator's soul dimension was full of cracks, but the rebirth force and his true will were already fixing them. The cultivator looked around and saw Otto, Zydra, Juntu, and Tira staring at him with admiration and respect. Their bloodlines were at the same level, but Heinz displayed a battle power higher than any of them. It was not just his killing essence that granted Heinz his superiority. There was also his battle awareness and ability to take every chance that presents itself on the battlefield. The magic creatures were even giving him thumbs up, which made the cultivator laugh. Heinz turned to his left and saw Zadiel pointing his palm at him, from which a torrent of purple fire and a small trail of blood was coming out. The purple fire not only was regenerating his organs but also consuming the death force left in him and transforming it into a stream of life force. Your battle power could match that of a weak rank 5 demon at the first engraving stage, but your body is too frail. A single full power strike from a demon count will be enough to injure you severely. If you are going to fight with one of them, I advise you to learn assassination skills. It will not be hard to land a killing blow with your speed and offensive power if you take them by surprise. Heinz adopted a solemn expression as he heard those words. He knew that when it comes to battle experience, not even the highest members of the Eternum Empire could compete with Zadiel. Soon, I will make personalized Animaxed soul runes that will adapt perfectly to each one of you, fixing any flaw and improving your strong points. Until then, take advantage of the countless fights you will have in Abyss and Baatar to polish your battle styles. After this short intermission, Zadiel continued speaking about their mission. Tado and Zytra, you two will be working in Avernus, just like Rax and Dante. However, you will establish your organization away from them and form an independent sphere of influence. The beautiful woman with wings made of shadows and light and the plump man with bone wings nodded, expressing their understanding. Heinz, Tiras, and Juntu, you three will head to the 6th layer of Abyss, the realm of the Million Eyes. Like the rest, you have to establish an organization, but there is a secondary mission. You will search for information about the Great Mother. Do it discreetly, or else you may be targeted by archdemons and be forced to discard your demonic disguises. Heinz and Juntu adopted a stern expression when they heard their mission. Tiras frowned, and after a moment of thought, the abomination gorilla spoke. Leader, I am not very good with missions that involve a subtle approach. I think that it will be for the best if you pick someone else. No one thought less of the abomination gorilla when they heard that. Overestimating your capacities was something a fool would do, and a mission given by Zadiel was bound to be very important. Tiras did not think he could pay the price for failing even if he gave his life. The Neo-Demon race's ancestor saw the sense of responsibility behind Tiras' words, and he smiled before shaking his head. I can see your sense of duty, but don't worry. If information about the Great Mother were essential for my plan, I would search for it myself. I gave the three of you this mission to develop your non-combat skills and intelligence to a higher level since you are the ones who would benefit the most. A confused expression appeared in the cultivator and the magic creatures when they heard Zadiel's words, but their eyes filled with realization after a moment. Hey, are you calling us dumb? I am super smart. Yeah, me too. Although he found their reaction hilarious, Zadiel maintained a straight face before speaking again. I am saying that you are the most straightforward. You need to learn flexibility and the art of deception. The trio's eyes narrowed, but they looked at each other and began to nod. True men are bound to be straightforward. Of course, we solve our problem with our fist, not words. You two are right, but it is never wrong to learn new things. After seeing them calm down, Zadiel gave the trio the final piece of information about the Great Mother's mission. I have an idea of what you will find out, but I need to be sure before using that information. Although it is not essential, I can exchange the Great Mother's knowledge for a high price, so do your best. The following information involved everybody, so Zadiel drew their attention before continuing. If you want to work in a particular mission with the other teams in Abyss and Baatar, you can do it, but be sure to leave no witnesses of your cooperation. In case you are targeted by a Marquis and can't solve it yourself, you can ask for my help in Baatar or that of Ezequiel in Abyss. Heinz, Tado, Zytra, Juntu, and Tiras could not help but show surprise on their faces. The cultivator looked at Zadiel for a moment before speaking. Ezequiel already reached the Demon Marquis level? Heinz had known Ezequiel since he was a young child who recently reached rank 1. He could not hide the surprise that in less than a century, the Supreme Neo-Demon reached a level that could give him the title of powerhouse inside the Magi world. The feeling in the others' hearts was the same. Zadiel was an ancient entity who could defy the notion of reality, and they could accept his abnormal battle power, but Ezequiel was once a normal human with a starting point lower than any of them. Ezequiel already perfected his battle style with the blood of countless demons and life and death battles. He can express every ounce of power of his soul, body, and energy, leaving nothing untapped. My will is already undefeatable in the same rank. If before they were surprised, now they were shocked. Heinz focused on Zadiel and made the next question with a serious tone. Brother, are you saying that Ezequiel's battle power is greater than yours? Now that they are neo-demons and possessed bloodline hearts, they had a better judgment of how powerful the bloodline running through Zadiel's veins was. Someone surpassing him in the same rank was preposterous. That is not what I said. Our battle power should be around the same. However, the core of my battle style and where I am better than any other life form in the universe is soul dominion. Ezequiel's unique body grants him tremendous spiritual defense, and if to that we sum his Starbreaker true will, then most of my arsenal is useless against him. That is why I would probably lose in direct combat. The group's eyes shone with understanding and figured out why the Supreme Neo-Demon could defeat Neo-Demon's ancestor despite being equal in battle power. The cultivation, talent, and potential of two individuals could be the same. However, due to particular circumstances, one could overpower the other with ease. Okay, you all have your mission and the knowledge to carry them on. Let's move out. The 6 Neo-Demons teleported to the World Gate and left the Neo-Demon realm. 5 would start their organizations, while 1 would take back what was his. Chapter 393, Fighting from the start. During the years Zadiel was away, significant events occurred in the Iron City of Dis. The trigger was the monstrous fight that threatened to destroy the Pilatus continent, and where 3 individuals unleashed energies higher than the sun. The Blood Fight was the name devils gave it to the battle between the legendary Blood Duke, the Killing Flame Duke, and Darkness Poison Duke. In the start, it was the Blood Duke against the other 2 rank 6 Devil Lords, but doing honor to their vicious nature, the other dukes attacked each other the moment they saw an opening. Courier and the Pit Fiend knew they could not kill the Blood Duke, so they thought of severely hurting their comrade before running away. Unfortunately, their plan backfired, and in the end, the fight became a grand battle royale. The fight continued for 3 hours, and in that time, 95% of the Pilatus continent's life form perished. It became so bad that they ended up awakening one of the dormant archdevils that guarded the second layer of the 9 hells of Baatar. The Blood Duke, Courier, and the rank 6 Pit Fiend were horrific monsters in the eyes of the other devils, but the moment the Archdevil arrived, they became lambs in front of an infernal wolf. The Archdevil's darkness flooded the entire Pilatus continent. He came and went in less than 10 seconds, and no one knew what he did, but the Blood Duke disappeared with him, and the other 2 Devil Dukes were severely injured. Once light returned to the continent, the damage generated by the blood fight disappeared. Although hundreds of millions of devils perished, the continent's vitality and natural energies were stronger and purer. Those who were wiser understood what the Iraq Devil did after some thinking. The rank 7 Devil Lord did not care about the rest of the devils, but any damage to the continents would harm the still weakened Iron City of Disorigin. The Archdevil must have stolen some of the Duke's vitality and life force before fusing it with the Pilatus continent. As for what he did with the Blood Duke, that was still a mystery. Duke Prior and the rank 6 Pit Fiend hid in their castles after the Archdevil encounter. They were injured, and their enemies were waiting in the darkness to give the finishing blow. Wars raged in the Pilatus continent due to the improved training environment and the Devil Lords trying to claim ownership. Millions of devils were dying every day, and their blood only nourished the continent even more. The conflict did not limit itself to that place alone. In the Uri continent, the one dominated by Duke Prior and the rank 6 Pit Fiend, battles were also escalating rapidly. It started due to the vacuum of power that the reclusion of these 2 Devil Dukes provoked. In less important news, a new Devil Marquis emerged from Duke Prior's subordinates. It was the Shadow Frog, Saverian. Although this new Marquis had not formed his sacred body of laws, his impressive law of darkness granted him a right to have the title. He was supposed to be the only Devil Count that survived the Bood Fortress incursion. Of course, reality rarely matched common knowledge. Zadiel learned all of this thanks to Farachi and the other rank 4 devils he controlled with Heart Seal. The Neo-Demon flew for a few minutes until the city he stole and then ruled appeared in front of him. A new Devil Lord took over the city during my absence. Luckily, she did not kill Farachi and the others and just forced them to sign a pretty strict contract. I guess it is time to regain my lovely Devil City. A cold smile appeared in Zadiel as the Law of Death hid his presence before transforming himself into streams of darkness and disappearing beneath the ground. The city magic defenses were active, but Zadiel knew them like the back of his hand, so with his darkness constitution, it was easy for him to surpass them. Sitting on the castle's throne room, there was a beautiful devil countess with a soul force corresponding to the second engraving stage. She resembled a Medusa, with her hair formed by hundreds of snakes, but the lower part of her body was humanoid. The devil countess strained with her eyes closed when all of a sudden a hand grabbed her neck. She was shocked as a force entered her body, wrested away her vitality, and left death force. Before she could even think of escaping with her true soul, a portal appeared in her soul dimension and transported her consciousness into a nightmarish realm of eternal torture. From the moment Zadiel appeared in the throne room until the devil countess lost complete control over her body and soul, less than a second passed. As he read the Devil Lord's mind, a smile appeared on the Neo-Demon's face. The last time he faced a devil count in this room, he had to use schemes and all of his power, but now, he won without even using Shooting Star and or his law avatar. Other than the mind force I used for Rebirth Nightmare, I am at my peak. Once he learned everything about the Devil Countess, Zadiel left her into his space ring before focusing on the city. The Rebirth Eye glowed, and a wave of dense, powerful, and yet undetectable mind force permeated the entire city. The Devil Countess had brought 5 rank 4 devil with her when she took over the city. Without a single warning, all of them felt a force trying to invade their souls. They attempted to fight, but their struggle was futile, and soon they lost the ability to think for themselves. Zadiel brought them to him, and after reading their minds, he ate them. In a minute, the Neo-Demon took back the city and got rid of those not under his absolute control. The Neo-Demon did not waste time and began to engrave hidden runes made with his unique mind force in the throne room. He only stopped working after the day ended. If I made more, the enemy could detect the energy waves, so 7 is the limit. After he finished with that, Zadiel sent a message and then began to digest the food in his belly. Farachi had gone on with his life as usual for the past few years. No one would think he was just a puppet who constantly recollected information and would self-destruct if Zadiel gave the order. The old rank 4 devil's eyes twitched for a moment as he received a command, and then he conveyed a message to all the devils in the city. Rejoice, my brethren. Lord Kenner has returned. He already killed the usurper and took his rightful place as our leader. The news came as a shock for the people of the city, but since the rank 4 devils were already slaves, the commotion calmed down fast. Half a day after Farachi spread the news of Kenner's return, a powerful life form appeared in the city. She was the first devil Marquis Zadiel met in Dis, the one with 2 heads and a snake body. The woman did not say a word before shattering the castle ceiling and looking at Zadiel from the sky. The Neo-Demon stared at the woman, but unlike the fearful expression most Devil Count would show her, he smiled coldly. The peak rank 5 Devil Lord felt something wrong as she stared at the one she knew as Kenner. His soul aura is the same, but I feel like someone completely different is in front of me. The Devil Marchioness's eyes shone with killing intent as she remembered her purpose for coming here. Count Kenner, you have been charged with helping our enemies and also wrongfully attacking Countess Moir, the Devil Lord designated to this city by me. I will put you under arrest in the name of Duke Krier. I will seal your soul now. If you resist, I have the right to kill you. Zadiel did not stop smiling as he heard the Devil Lord's words full of might and power. Why do you need to fabricate so many excuses? Just say you want to know how I survived and if I got anything interesting from the Blood Fortress. The Devil Marchioness killing intent grew stronger when she heard that, and her aura suffocated the entire city. Don't worry. I will show you what you want to see. Zadiel's right eye shined as he activated the runes made with mind force. Chapter 394, Winged Immortal Knight of Death and Destruction. Micra, the Devil Marchioness, saw the throne room's floor shine with purple energy and how 7 runes with the form of eyes appeared. They were too fast and unleashed an invisible and undodgeable force that struck her soul. 7 soul eradicators landed at the same time in the Devil Marchioness. Since neither Zadiel's rebirth eye nor laws enhanced them, even together, their offensive power only reached the pseudo-5th engraving stage. If Micra were at her peak, she could have defended from the soul eradicator's runes with relative ease. However, while her body had recovered, the wounds the Blood Duke left in her soul had yet to heal completely. The Devil Marchioness felt excruciating pain. Due to the attack's nature, she could not mobilize her soul origin and could barely use her energy pool. Since when Kenner has such an outstanding dominion over the soul? That thought passed through her mind as she felt her perception enter a different dimension. The Devil Marchioness could discern what was happening, but her body was having a hard time reacting. Everything in this dimension froze except for the man beneath her, who rushed at her with an incredible speed. Zadiel flew up while bone spikes covered by golden plasma emerged from his elbows and knees. Using Doomsday Incarnation increased his strength, but it could not compare with the boost in battle power that his following action provoked. One with the law. Even though he did not say the words aloud, the Devil Marchioness knew what he was doing. The Neo-Demon's dark wings grew utterly white, and a giant golden eye appeared in each one of them. These eyes seemed to connect with the law of life and the law of creation in Avernus, drawing the plane's endless vitality and storing it into the feathers. Streams of a dark force that seemed to be the embodiment of death and destruction converged in Zadiel's body, generating a plate armor that covered every part of him except for his eyes. The weapon made out of the pit fiend's spine merged with the armor, making Zadiel's right hand and the white sword one. 3 dark and emotionless eyes replaced the runes in the white sword and unleashed a bluish-purple flame that coated the weapon. The last change was in Zadiel's vertical and left eye. They closed down, and their energy and power were all transferred to the rebirth eye. The Neo-Demon's right eye began to shine as a monstrous force emerged from it. The power was so high that trails of blood were dripping as the organ reached its limit. The pain the Devil Marchioness felt did not stop her from being shocked by her enemy's immense power-up. Although a powerful bloodline and mighty laws affected one with the law's endowment, what she saw was absurd. Micra could feel a great danger approaching and knew she had little time to act. She was ready to sacrifice some of her life force to stabilize her soul dimension and fight back. As a peak rank 5 life form with a sacred body of laws, She was in a constant state of one with the law, but she needed to channel her soul origin to display its full power. Unfortunately for the devil Marchioness, before she could do anything, the enhanced rebirth eye burned a monstrous amount of mind force and fired the Neo-Demon's deadliest attack. Without warning, the devil Marchioness saw a purple portal appear in her soul dimension. A monstrous force immediately attempted to swallow her consciousness, making it difficult for her to think. The devil Marchioness was resisting, but what happened next froze her heart. A monstrous hand covered in shadows emerged from the portal and attempted to pull her entire true soul into the nightmarish plane that gave birth to it. Not even a fraction of a second had passed from the moment the Soul Eradicator's runes appeared, but Zadiel was already less than 10 meters away from the devil Marchioness with his death sword ready to cut her two heads. He was ready to finish the battle in one single stroke. However, no devil that earned the title of Marquis was weak or lacked battle experience. The danger made Micra disregard the consequences, and she burned her soul to regain her full strength. The devil Marchioness used every ounce of her power to keep the monstrous shadow hand at bay before mobilizing some of her energy to transform her heads into stone and cover them with her arms. Zadiel appeared in front of the devil Marchioness but lost his best target. Keeping his focus, the Neo-Demon attacked the female's heart with the death sword. His eyes narrowed as he felt an immense resistance due to the devil Marchioness having managed to convert her thoracic cage into stone in that millisecond. If the death sword with the law of death and the law of destruction were the Neo-Demon's only weapon, Micro would have saved herself from receiving a deadly wound. Unlike his previous life, death and destruction were only a part of Zadiel's existence. The golden eyes in the Neo-Demon's white wings glowed, and the devil Marchioness experienced with horror how an invisible power severed the life and endurance of the bones and flesh in her chest, significantly weakening her defenses. Things only grew worse for the devil Marchioness, as the vitality and life inside the thousands of white feathers were channeled into the death sword and transformed entirely into deadly power. The bluish-purple fire that coated the death sword destroyed everything in its path. Micra felt the sword piercing her heart, but despite the horrific damage, she was able to counterattack, and her tail struck point-blank the Neo-Demon's chest. All of that took a long time to explain, but the rank 4 devils who focused on the devil Marchioness only saw a purple light before a shockwave destroyed the center of the city, and a crack in space swallowed her. The Neo-Demon and the devil Marchioness appeared in the sky, thousands of meters away from each other. Their energies were burning with the intensity of suns, and none of them planned a battle of attrition. The death armor covered Zadiel's pale face, and that he was having a hard time controlling his breathing. He went all out from the start and was suffering the consequences for it. The Neo-Demon consumed a tremendous amount of elemental chaos activating shooting star and his organs trembled due to the sudden acceleration. That unique rebirth nightmare drained more than half of his mind force and submitted his rebirth eye to immense stress. Even if he wanted to use the spell again and had the energy needed, his right eye could not endure it. Zadiel did not flash immediately to his opponent and instead communicated with the artificial intelligence chip. Artificial intelligence chip, display the information recollected from the in situ testing of one with the law. Always faithful, Zadiel heard the robotic voice of the chip the next instant. Bip. Proceeding to display data of the host's fusion with his law avatar. Zadiel's one with the law, winged immortal knight of death and destruction host obtained an overall improvement of his battle power, including the might of his soul invasion spells. During this state, the host obtained 3 unique abilities. Life Overlord, the host can channel the forces connected to the law of life and the law of creation. You can draw the life and vitality of your surroundings, collecting it into your wings. The host can also negate a target's life, weakening its defenses and stopping regeneration abilities. Death Armor, formed by the law of death and the law of destruction. It allows the host to transform any damage taken into a death aura that can potentiate the death sword. A very potent death force will infect any living tissue that enters in contact with the death armor. Rebirth Cycle, the host can instantly transform the vitality and life force collected by the white wings into power for the death sword and convert the death aura formed by the death armor into life force to heal the body. Zadiel's laws formed a unique law avatar, and the powers it granted once it fused with his body were terrific. However, the amount of soul origin it consumed was also astonishing. The Neo-Demon knew that soon his fusion with the law avatar would be over, so he needed to finish the devil Marchioness fast. Chapter 395, Duke Greer's arrival. Zadiel's cold eye never stopped focusing on the devil Marchioness, and he could see how her appearance changed after she circulated soul origin through her body. Micra became 15 meters tall, almost 3 times greater than the Neo-Demon in his winged immortal knight of death and destruction form. The devil Marchioness' hair became long snakes, all of them releasing different kinds of energies from their mouths. Her arms grew more prominent, with her hands transforming into vicious claws and her tail split apart into 7 giant tentacles. A gray aura coated all of her extremities. The Devil Lord's strength obtained a massive boost, now that she was unleashing the full might of her sacred body of laws. However, her battle power was far from being at its peak due to her heart being nothing but ashes and death energy overflowing her body. Zadiel also noticed how one of her tentacles' skin was rotten. That happened due to the attack that landed in the death armor. The Neo-Demon and the Devil Marchioness stared at each other with nothing but killing intent. The duo burned with energy as they launched themselves at the other, unleashing sonic booms that could be heard throughout the entire continent. They moved so fast that the rank 4 devils beneath them only saw dark and gray flash clash continuously and provoke explosions that covered the sky with bluish-purple flames and gray aura. The bluish-purple flames were so hot that they seemed able to melt space, and the gray aura petrified the air around it. Zadiel and Micra exchanged dozens of attacks every second, all of them with more than enough power to kill a weak rank 5 life form. In less than a minute, severe wounds appeared in the duo. The Devil Marchioness's body was full of deep cuts, all of them infested by deathly energy that rotted everything around them. The tentacle's skin had thoroughly decomposed, and the toxic energy was making its way to the muscle and bone. Still, the most significant wounds were not on her body but her soul. Zadiel's soul eradicator had shattered most of her consciousness, almost driving her mad due to the pain, and her true souls had cracks in it. The Neo-Demon's condition was not better. A claw mark could be seen in his left shoulder, so deep that it reached the bone and with the flesh around it petrified. Several attacks carrying petrification force had also landed in his chest and extremities. Luckily, the death armor was the one affected, and this one could discard the infected pieces before reconstructing itself. Of course, that did not mean the Neo-Demon was not hurt. The force in the attacks had broken his bones on several occasions and wounded his vital organs. If it weren't for Death Armor's defensive power, Life Overlord constantly drawing vitality, and his bloodline's regeneration abilities, he would have succumbed to his wounds a long time ago. Despite all that, neither Zadiel nor Micra slowed down since they hadn't much time left. One had his soul origin diminishing at an alarming rate, while the other would not be able to maintain her wounds at bay once the energy that she obtained by burning a piece of her soul was gone. The Neo-Demon appeared in front of the Devil Marchioness and fired another soul eradicator from his enhanced rebirth eye, slowing down her reaction time. He used that opportunity to attack her tentacles with the death sword and managed to sever one of them. He did not have time to celebrate as a claw full of gray aura struck his left arm. Just as the attack was landing, most of Zadiel's body became pure darkness. Although the claw still sent him flying away while puking blood, darkness constitution reduced the damage he received. The Devil Marchioness did not stop with a single claw attack, and the snakes in her two heads unleashed a barrage of energy beams. Just as the beams were about to hit him, Zadiel's body transformed into several streams of darkness and dodged all of them before reconstructing himself a few meters away from the Devil Marchioness. Once again, Soul Eradicator struck Micra's soul dimension, but this time the Neo-Demon unleashed an arc of bluish-purple fire that landed right in her chest. A blast of flames pushed the Devil Marchioness back, but not before using her tentacles as spears and attacking the Neo-Demon. Zadiel neglected his defense and took the opportunity to cut yet another rotten tentacle before the 5 remaining struck him. He felt all the organs other than his heart, brain, and the ones containing an apocalyptic star collapsing. The silver lining of all that damage was the monstrous amount of death aura the death armor generated. If Zadiel used Rebirth Cycle to transform it into a stream life force, he could heal most of his wounds, but he sent all of it to his death sword and left arm. The Neo-Demon took back control of his body before flashing at the Devil Marchioness. Micra was able to stabilize herself when Zadiel was less than 20 meters away from her. The last attack blasted open her chest and incinerated her lungs, but her eyes shone with determination as she prepared herself to unleash every ounce of power left in her. Zadiel waved the death sword toward the Devil Marchioness' left head when he felt half of her life force burned and filling her with power. The Devil Marchioness used her 2 claws to stop the death sword and grabbed it, before redirecting all of her energy into her tentacles. They twisted behind Zadiel's back, forming a single giant whip overflowing with a gray aura. The Neo-Demon felt a deadly strike about to land on him, but there was no fear nor panic in his eyes. There was no way to dodge the tentacles, and there was no much point in trying to block it, so he chose to generate a tremendous amount of damage now that Micra was full of openings. The strongest soul eradicator yet was fired from the enhanced rebirth eye, while the death sword detonated all the bluish-purple fire in it, and finally, he shot his left fist to one of Micra's heads that unleashed an explosion of death aura. The Neo-Demon had just landed that devastating combination when an unbelievable force struck his head and back and pushed him down. Despite the death armor's protection, the tentacle's force fractured his skull, damaged his brain, and broke his spine in several parts. This time Zadiel did not hesitate to use his rebirth cycle to transform all the death aura into life force since his body was about to shut down due to the damage. Unfortunately, the attack not only damaged his body, The tentacle's Grayer managed to overcome the death armor, and this one was different from the one Micro used before since it did not target the flesh but the soul. The Neo-Demon could see how the Grayer began to petrify the soul dimension's walls and went for the true soul. Micro knew her attack's power and how vulnerable Zadiel must be now, but she did not go after him. That last combination was the straw that broke the camel's back. The bluish-purple fire melted her arms, and it was now consuming her shoulders. The left fist managed to destroy one of her heads while wounding the other with a blast of death aura, and that last soul eradicator expanded the cracks in her true soul, paralyzing it. I cannot move my body and can barely think, but the moment my petrifying soul venom entered him, I already won. The petrifying soul venom was Micro's ultimate attack and a perfect representation of a peak rank 5 Devil Lord's might. Despite the strength of Zadiel's body and laws, his true soul was still that of a rank 4 life form, and its spirit defenses were nothing impressive. His eye was already losing its light. It would only take a second for the petrifying soul venom to consume the true soul, and since it contained Zadiel's consciousness, it would mean his death. Luckily for him, there is a reason why Neo-Demons are the greatest race of the universe. They have no flaws, and while the true soul may provide weak spirit defenses, the true will was different. The golden humanoid that was always at the top of the pyramid formed by the 3 entities created by Zadiel's primordial essence opened his eyes. He looked with disdain at the Grayer that attempted to enter his domains. Will supernova. The golden humanoid roared those words and unleashed a stellar explosion of multicolored light that purged all the Grayer and healed the soul dimension's petrification. Life returned to the Neo-Demon's enhanced rebirth eye, and his white wings expanded, slowing down his falling. Zadiel's soul origin was about to be depleted, but his existence burned with killing intent as he focused on the paralyzed devil Martianess. Micro saw the Neo-Demon's vitality and could not believe he defeated her petrifying soul venom. Terror invaded her heart since she could not even escape now. Luckily for her, just when she thought this was her end, a powerful consciousness manifested itself and spoke 2 words. Stop now. It did not scream or yell, but the authority and might in it would make most devil counts tremble. The devil Martianess smiled when she heard Duke Grier's voice. She was sure that her opponent would not dare continue the fight now that the rank 6 Devil Lord spoke. Unfortunately for her, she was dealing with someone who thought Devil Dukes were cunning pieces of shit. Zadiel did not hesitate even for a second before activating Shooting Star and unleashed 3 soul eradicators in a row, completely depleting his mind force. He fired them so fast that they landed almost simultaneously, improving their destructive power even more. Micra's smile froze before starting to bleed from every orifice of her head, and her eyes lost their light. That last attack consumed all the strength Zadiel had left in him. His Law Avatar and his Doomsday Incarnation were deactivated. He did not even have the energy to float, and if it weren't for his wings, he would have fallen to the ground. The Neo-Demon was utterly exhausted. Fighting a rank 3 life form would be a challenge right now, and the one he pissed off was much more powerful than that. Despite that, Zadiel looked at the sky with emotionless eyes as the enraged consciousness spoke again. You dare to defy me? Chapter 396, Hidden Message. Even though Duke Grier's body was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, his consciousness was powerful enough to form an enormous head in the sky full of power and energy. The words he spoke packed the wickedness and rage of a monster that had lived for thousands of years and ended millions of lives. Despite all that, there was nothing but disdain in Zadiel's heart as he heard the words of the Devil Duke. To the Neo-Demon, a rank 6 Devil Lord that was too afraid to leave his shelter was not a threat. Of course, regardless of his personal feeling, Zadiel knew how he needed to behave to maintain his cover. Please forgive me, my great Duke, but I could not allow this traitor to go unpunished. She attempted to entice me to join her side in a rebellion against you. You can search Micra's soul to find out the truth and realize I have nothing but loyalty for you. Zadiel showed a meek attitude, and there were fear and respect in his eyes. The monstrous face in the sky only showed coldness when he heard Zadiel's words but did not attack immediately. He focused on the devil Martianess that was falling from the sky and brought her to him. Micra's body was a mess, with almost all of her vital organs destroyed, but the Devil Duke cared only about her soul. Grier's consciousness infiltrated the devil Martianess's soul dimension, and when he saw the state of her true soul, a fierce expression appeared in the face in the sky. An immense killing intent targeted the Neo-Demon, one full of viciousness and cruelty. Zadiel's last soul eradicators did not destroy Micra's true soul, but they annihilated her consciousness. She was in a deep coma, and even if she managed to recover, she would awake with all of her memories gone and a twisted personality. Duke Grier would have to pay an enormous price to heal her. The price was worth it for a peak rank 5 soldier in normal times, but right now, he needed all the soul healing treasures he could get to heal himself. You have cost me a Marquis and have no proof of your accusations being real. The damage you did to her soul is so significant that I cannot obtain anything from her memories. Therefore, I will search your soul for the truth. Duke Greer's words carried unquestionable might, and it was clear he would not allow any disobedience. Zadiel's eyes showed an even greater fear when he heard Duke Greer's intentions, but on the inside, the Neo-Demon was sneering. He knew that this would happen. After all, many inexplicable events were happening around him. Kenner managed to survive the Blood Fortress, and now he had the power to battle a devil Marquis. Any devil would feel curiosity and greed when they thought about him and how he managed those amazing feats. My lord, I am afraid that is not possible. My soul dimension suffered severe injuries during the fight, and it would crumble the moment your consciousness touches it. But don't worry, I am ready to solve all of your doubts. Disdain appeared in Krier's face. Since when have devils trusted the words of their brethren? Before the Devil Duke could do anything, Zadiel began to speak at an accelerated rate. I know I should have warned you, my lord, about Mikra's betrayal and ask you for permission to take care of her. However, an enemy with peak rank 5 battle power and knowledge about your troops would be a significant threat in your current condition, so I could not waste time. I know you care about your people, but there is no need to worry since I was never in real danger. Duke Krier's consciousness that was about to overwhelm the wounded Neo-Demon froze when Zadiel spoke. The coolness and killing intent in the giant face in the sky grew stronger, and it was clear Krier was truly angry. How could he not figure out the hidden message behind Zadiel's words? When Zadiel mentioned how an enemy with peak rank 5 battle power and knowledge about his troops would be dangerous, he was not referring to Mikra. As for the last part, he told the Devil Duke that he had a way to escape if things became too dangerous. There is a contract between them that forced Kenner to obey Krier. Nevertheless, if the Devil Duke directly endangered subordinate's life, this one was free to join someone else. Zadiel could feel Krier's killing intent and rage growing, but there was no fear in his heart. Tell me, how is that you are so strong, what happened in the Blood Fortress, and the details about Mikra's rebellion. In the end, Krier did not attack immediately and waited for the Neo-Demon to speak. The Devil Duke knew he would be fed lies, but he believed that he could exploit Zadiel's story's flaws with his wisdom and cunningness. Zadiel stood up, and with a cowardly smile, he began to answer the Devil Lord's questions. Regarding my battle power, let's just say Savirian was not the only one hiding his cultivation. The next second, Zadiel's soul force grew mightier, and the strength of the law of death emerged from his soul. The Neo-Demon had made adjustments to his doppelganger Fiend Rune, allowing him to express cultivation at the 4th engraving stage and death essence. Krier's eyes narrowed as he saw the power and talent of the man in front of him. Having a subordinate this gifted was not comfortable for the Devil Duke. Zadiel appeared not to have noticed the way Krier was looking at him and continued speaking. He related an epic tale about his experiences in the Blood Fortress. How he fought a runic spirit, but failed, and in the last second, he pushed his law of death to the minor completion level and managed to escape. After that, he hid while the other marquises and counts fought against the Blood Duke. Of course, all of it was a lie, but the Neo-Demon spoke with such sincerity that it could fool anyone. Regarding Mikra, Zadiel told Krier that the woman had sided with the Darkness Poison Duke, the rank 6 pit fiend. The Neo-Demon even told him that the Devil Marchioness mentioned that the Darkness Poison Duke had formed an alliance with another Devil Duke, and they were planning to kill him. Zadiel also made out the plot against Krier, but thanks to the information he had collected and his understanding of Devil's nature, he was sure something similar was transpiring in reality. The giant face's coldness did not diminish at all after hearing those words, but a smile appeared as he spoke. Kenner, you are indeed a loyal subordinate. I had my suspicions about Mikra, and you confirm them and take care of the problem. Since you have the strength and have proven your commitment to my cause, I hereby grant you the title of Devil Marquis. Please sign this contract so you can have full access to all the benefits of your new status. Zadiel saw a long and ancient parchment materialize in front of him. It was golden and shone with a marvelous light. The first sentence described all the benefits he would get, but mixed between the words were the contract's true goal. The contract seeks to bound a subordinate to his leader forever. They would not be able to regain freedom no matter how strong they become. Zadiel could feel Krier's gaze on him and how his energy was ready to explode at any moment. The Neo-Demon stared at the giant face with a look of resignation and defeat before signing the contract. Well done, Kenner. I will send someone with the reward for your new title soon. Duke Krier made a nasty smile before his consciousness disappeared. The moment he was alone, Zadiel laughed as he thought how easy it was to trick the Devil Duke. Stupid brat, thinking he has any control over me with just because I signed a minor contract. The moment Zadiel does anything that would go against the contract, the worst thing that could happen would be losing his Kenner's disguise. The Neo-Demon gathered what little strength he had to break space and return to the city before disappearing through the world gate. Even if he were no longer present in his city, his title as a Marquis would make anyone hesitate to challenge him. Chapter 397, Divine Extermination War in the Void. Close to the Magi world, A young man with black hair and red runes all over his body was working on what seemed to be a miniature golden plane. His hands moved faster than the speed of light, and he was constantly adding runes and magic matrices to the plane. Every movement he made drew the heat, light, energy, and every type of force present in the void into his creation. Out of nowhere, an older man with a ponytail appeared next to the man. As he saw the golden plane and the dedication and hard work put in it, admiration and care appeared in his eyes. However, there was something else in the old man's gaze, something that troubled him. "What is the matter, geezer?" Even though he worked in an artifact whose complexity reached the limit of what is possible, Ivar the Flawless still could divide part of his consciousness to speak with the old man. The one Ivar referred to as geezer was none other than the Magi world's leader, the truth of the universe, the rank 9 life form, Isaac. "You are still so young and with immense potential left to explore. There will be no problem for you to surpass me in the future, and maybe even reaching the universal existence's level, becoming equal to the mighty incarnation of death and destruction. Do you really have to do this now?" Isaac did not speak those words lightly. None of the countless powerhouses that have risen to fame in the last billions of years managed to reach close to the incarnation of death and destruction's level. However, he saw in the man in front of him the potential, will, and destiny capable of shattering the Prima Universe's rules. Ivar stopped working when he heard those words and turned around to see Isaac. While the Magi world's leader looked at him like a son, the Eternum Empire's creator saw the old man like a father figure, and there was nothing but respect and love in his heart for him. "Soon, the final gate will break, and the great old ones will enter the Prima Universe. I intend to be by your side when that happens, but whether I will survive is uncertain. Before that, I need to see them fall and obtain my revenge." Ivar's eyes glowed like supernovas. Endless hatred and determination fed them, and they only grew more potent by the second. As Isaac stared at the man in front of him, he could not help but recall the little soul that reached the Magi world such a long time ago. The Magi world leader saw a child full of sadness and regret grow to a man whose might could bend space-time to his will and make Archfiends tremble in fear. "Can't you let go of your hatred?" "Never." Ivar's response was instantaneous, and his voice carried a force that provoked countless storms in the void. Isaac could not help but sigh when he saw the way Ivar behaved. He already knew the answer to his question, but he still needed to make it for the small chance things could change. "Ah, I understand. I will handle the Overgod and make sure he doesn't interfere, but the other 2 greater gods will be up to you." Ivar saw the old man disappear, but there was no doubt in his heart that he would appear the moment the battle started. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions before continuing to work. After another month of working, the miniature plane began to tremble. It seemed it carried too much energy and power and could not stabilize. Now comes the final part. Ivar did not worry when he saw how this artifact, in which he had worked for most of his life, was about to break. He waved his hand and made 72 blue figurines appear. If Zadiel were here, he would recognize 2 of them. The ones with the appearance of the elemental Chaos Eye and the Nightmare Devourer Snake Whale. Ivar implanted the 72 figures in the golden plane, 1 for each continent. The moment he fused the last one, the miniature plane froze for a second before releasing a flash of light that burned the elemental chaos and reached all the way to the Magi world. For a moment, the light touched every corner of the Magi world, and if it were not for the crystal wall, billions would have died. When the light vanished, Ivar was holding a majestic plane in his hand, and the laws and force in it could compare with the one in a high world. An artifact like this could give Ivar the right to fight for the greatest magic creator of the universe's title, but things like that were meaningless for him. What he saw in this golden plane was the instrument for his vengeance. Ivar teleported near the Magi world's crystal wall and let the golden plane free. The plane detected the crystal wall, and it released an invisible force that blended with it. The Magi world's consciousness knew what happened but did not resist. On the contrary, it helped the miniature plane since he knew that the fusion would only benefit the world. The weak life forms could not detect what happened, but those at rank 6 felt the world's change, and they knew what it meant. Once the 2 established the connection, 2 things happened. First, the Magi world's crystal wall began to cover the golden plane, and secondly, the last one started to grow. In a second, it became so immense that even the mortal in the Magi world could see it. One end of the god's tomb connected to the Magi world while the other extended into the void. After progressing a few million kilometers through the elemental chaos, the other end of God's tomb unleashed an incredible amount of energy and created an enormous portal in front of it. Ivar saw how the god's tomb went through the portal and headed to a world with energy and size equal to the Magi world. This world glowed with divine light, and hundreds of majestic kingdoms surrounded its crystal wall. The Flawless knew what those kingdoms were in reality. They were divine kingdoms, an extension of the gods' existence and the core of their power. The god's tomb shocked the gods, and before they could react, this one already crashed with the divinity world's crystal wall, making it tremble. From each one of the lesser divine kingdoms, golden beings emerged. These were not the gods' true bodies but divine avatars. Although they were confused by the transitional plane's appearance, the one thing they knew was that it would not benefit their world, so they launched themselves at it immediately before it could fuse with the divinity world's crystal wall. The divine avatars flashed to the center of the god's tomb, where its crystal wall was weaker. Before they could do any damage, a red aura surrounded the god's tomb, and like a wave full of endless destruction, it assaulted the divine avatars. This red aura crushed everything in its path. It even reduced divine avatars to nothing under its weight and might. The Prima Universe's laws could do nothing but retreat in its presence since they were inferior. The weight in some places reached such a tremendous level that formed black holes, but even these heavenly bodies that were the manifestation of destruction were inferior to the red aura. In the core of this magnificent force, there was a man with eyes full of slaughter intent. He stared at the small golden kingdoms before sneering and focused on the three greater divine kingdoms. I, Ever the Flawless, the God Slayer, declare the start of the divine extermination war. Chapter 398, 10 years close to the Magi world's crystal wall, 11 powerful individuals stared at the distance with serious expressions. All of them had enormous amounts of energy inside their bodies, capable of flooding an entire continent. Still, as they saw the explosions occurring in the void, they understood that their power was insignificant compared with the universe's supreme powerhouses. The distance between them and the battlefield was enormous, and even the faster of them would need several weeks to reach it. However, they could still see the supernovas provoked by the battle, and the energy touched their faces. The great organization's leaders teleported here the moment God's tomb connected with the crystal wall. As they marveled themselves with the blast provoked by powers beyond their comprehension, they also used their consciousness to inspect the God's tomb. The transitional plane was an artifact whose complexity could compare with the universe's core laws, and none of the leaders had great hopes about their endeavor. Still, even if they only decipher a tiny part, the benefits would be immense. The hours passed, and as the battle in the other extreme of God's tomb grew in intensity, more people began to arrive. They were the leaders' descendants and famous people of the great organizations. Among them were Roku and the red-haired eyeholder. Accompanying the king of the Scientia kingdom were two young men with similar features but different auras. One was like an endless ocean that nothing could affect, while the other was a raging tsunami that could annihilate anything in its path. While both were heavenly talents, it was the older one who inspired fear in the leader's eyes. The young man with dark hair and green eyes was the first prince of the Scientia kingdom, and unlike the rest of his compatriots, he had a ferocious personality. One leader showed even more fear than the rest regarding the first prince. She was the frost monster Heart's leader, Chakra. Accompanying the blue-haired woman was a young man with animal tattoos all over his body. Just like the rest, he looked at the void, but from time to time, he glanced to a city behind them. The city shone with golden light and was small compared to the capitals of the great organizations. The defensive systems in it were sturdy, but any of the leaders could overcome them with ease. Despite all that, this golden city was a forbidden place that none of them dared to get close to. Right now, they were all above the endless forest that connected with that city, but they were cautious about being outside of the airspace demarcated by Zadiel all those years ago. To rank 5 and 6 life forms, the City of the Sun was known as the Forbidden City, since entering it would mean death. The young man showed nothing as he stared at the City of the Sun. After a moment, he turned around and noticed Chakra looking at him. The Magus said nothing, but there was a clear message in her eyes. Everybody knew the cruelty of Zadiel Daybreak, and she did not doubt that if something happened to his people, the young man would not be the only one to die. The leader and their followers kept staring at the distant battlefield and saw how those supernovas only grew more potent by the minute. As the second day started, the leaders felt something odd and turned around before focusing on the Forbidden City. They could see with perfect clarity how every member of the Daybreak clan kneeled at the same time, with respect and admiration on their faces. Contrary to what they expected to see, the one who appeared was not Zadiel Daybreak but someone else. He was a handsome man with white hair, a perfectly balanced body, and an aura born of constant slaughter and tyrannical might. As he looked at the people kneeling, this killing demon showed a smile full of kindness along with a powerful sense of responsibility. What drew the leader's attention was how the natural energy and origin power entered this man's body, not by force, but by their own volition. Ezekiel looked to the sky, and his eyes became empty of any emotion. White lightning gathered in his right arm, and like if it was a blade, he used it to cut space and form a portal. After going through it, Ezekiel appeared less than 100 meters away from the group. Now that he was in front of them, the Soul Law Domain existences had a better understanding of him, and they detected the force of almost 10 laws. Usually, rank 6 life forms disdain those who trained many laws simultaneously since they do it to compensate for their poor comprehension. However, all the Supreme Neo-Demon's laws had reached the initial level, even the law of space and the law of time. When Ezequiel appeared, one of the leaders showed a smile and immediately greeted him. Invictus, it has been a long time since we last saw each other. John Eric Rebellion spoke those words with an amicable expression and signaled the Supreme Neo-Demon to get closer. The moment they heard the name Invictus, a peculiar expression appeared in the other leaders' faces. His appearance had changed a lot since the last time he showed himself in the Magi world, but they recognized the man who killed a soul-forging existence with a single strike while being a rank 3 life form. Many of the followers showed immense envy in their eyes as they saw Ezequiel. In their minds, the only reason the Supreme Neo-Demon reached his level was due to having an ancient entity like Zadiel guiding him. The Supreme Neo-Demon could not care about what others think about him, but there was a gaze that drew his attention. He did not show anything on his face and headed at the King of the Scientia Kingdom's side. Ezequiel's eyes showed friendship when he appeared in front of John Eric. He spoke with him when hidden forces were targeting the Daybreak clan, and despite his weakness back then, the man treated him with respect, so he had a good impression of him. The King of the Scientia Kingdom and the two princes clasped their hands, and the Supreme Neo-Demon did the same. Although others may see his behavior as improper for a great organization's leader, John Eric did not care. He knew very well that Zadiel's right hand could only be a monster that defied logic, and he was not going to put on airs just because he was stronger due to his age. Will teacher come? No, master has more important things to do. He sent me here in his place and told me to give you this if I see you. Ezequiel took 2 crystals from his space ring and handed them over to John Eric. The moment the King of the Scientia Kingdom saw the crystals, excitement appeared on his face, and he inspected them right away. There were the diagrams and theoretical knowledge for a rank 4, rank 5, and rank 6 Animax Soul rune in the first crystal. They all depicted the same rune, named Tempering Rune, with the rank being the only difference. As he analyzed the diagrams, disappointment appeared in John Eric's face. The runes were incredibly complex, with the lowest being as difficult as an average rank 5 Animax Soul rune, but that was it. They have no practical ability other than tempering soul origin. When the other leaders saw that, they all glanced at each other. One of the reasons they all feared so much the Daybreak clan was Zadiel's sway over John Eric Rebellion. If that were lost, many things would change, and by the expression on the king's face, he seemed not to have obtained what he hoped. Shikra's eyes narrowed, as did the eyes of the young man with animal tattoos. Unfortunately for them, after a moment, John Eric's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble as he understood the rune's true purpose. The tempering runes only need a small amount of soul origin to be created and nothing else, allowing him to practice them non-stop. It's all about developing my foundation. If I master the one at rank 6, then I would. John Eric Rebellion did not finish that sentence. Still, he knew in his heart that if he mastered the hardest tempering rune, his Animax rune master abilities would have reached the rank 7 level. The tempering rune's whole purpose was allowing an individual to train without caring about failure since they would lose almost nothing. The knowledge behind these runic diagrams could only belong to someone who surpassed the rank 7 Animax Soul Rune Master. After making sure to engrave everything in his mind, John Eric focused on the second crystal. He saw a compendium describing the ultimate rune path that was even more complete than the one he got from the Magi World Leaders Library. With these 2 things, I can achieve my goal. The King of the Scientia Kingdom could not hide his shock and joy. My master also told me to tell you that you have 10 years to reach 100% success in the rank 4 tempering rune. If you fail, then you will no longer be part of the Daybreak rune crafting school. His words were, I don't teach mediocre people. Ezequiel's words awoke John Eric from his stupor. He had won his place as Zadiel's student by killing a rank 6 life form, but now he would lose it if he failed to achieve that condition. There was no anger or annoyance in his face, only a sense of pressure. He was a rank 5 Animax Soul Rune Master, but that doesn't mean he would never fail. Brats, accompany Invictus and greet Lord Iver in the name of the Scientia Kingdom if he appears. John Eric spoke those words before disappearing the next instant. Chapter 399, Lightning Assassination. As they saw John Eric leaving in such a hurry, everybody wondered what those crystals contained. There was no need for the leaders to be present in the God's Tomb opening. They came hoping to get another meeting with Iver the Flawless. The hope in the hearts of the leaders and followers was to obtain a lucky chance, just like Gwen and Roku when the being of laws first entered the Magi world. Of course, they knew the possibility was almost null, but there was still a chance, and a few days of waiting was nothing for entities like them, whose lifespan was measured in the thousands of years. When Gabriel saw his father disappearing like that, leaving them in charge, he could not help but sigh and shook his head. He stared at his brother, and after some thinking, he spoke. Dean, you will be the Scientia Kingdom's representative since you are the Crown Prince. You will greet and offer our respects to Lord Iver when he appears, but in case we discuss the second phase of the war, I will take charge." An annoyed expression appeared on the first prince's face when he heard Gabriel's instruction, but it was not his brother's commands that bothered him. The reason for his anger was that he loathed this type of task. Dean Rebellion enjoyed fighting and spent most of his time in Fiend Plains or Dark Worlds, butchering monsters and other evil entities. Unfortunately for him, the Crown Prince's title carried responsibilities outside the battlefield. Dean had done everything he could to hand the title over to his brother, but since he was the oldest and strongest, he was bound to it. Unlike mortal kingdoms where brothers plot and kill each other for the Crown Prince's title, none of the princes and princesses of the Scientia Kingdom wanted it. Their father and mother always taught them to seek immortality and not settle for anything less. Being the leaders of the Magi world's oldest organization was not alluring for them. In the end, boredom and defeat appeared in Dean's face as he sighed and nodded to Gabriel. The next moment, he focused on the young man in front of him, and a peculiar light appeared in his eyes. "We have not properly introduced ourselves. I am Dean Rebellion." Dean smiled and extended his hand. Ezequiel shook hands with the first prince. When he attempted to move his hand away, Dean did not let go and began to exert strength. When the Supreme Neo-Demon saw this, he did not back down and fought back. The people around them were surprised, but their interest died down the moment they noticed how they were both smiling and that the first prince sealed the strength of his soul and energy, leaving only his physical might. The duo stopped after 10 seconds. Ezequiel's hand had almost broken, while the first prince only had finger marks on his. The Supreme Neo-Demon's wound healed instantly due to the dark energy Dean had left in him when their hands separated. "I used all my strength, and yet he surpassed me easily. This man can depend on his physical might to battle soul law domain existences." Ezequiel was not bothered by the contest, especially since the other party showed no dark intentions. "Ha ha ha, father told me your body talent was the highest he had seen, and he was not exaggerating. If you have any questions about the battlefield in the void, you can ask me. Something tells me that you are not the one I have to talk to if I want accurate information." The first prince was startled for a second when he heard Ezequiel's words, and before he could say anything, he heard someone laughing. He saw his brother chuckling, and he just sneered at the duo before looking away. Gabriel did not keep making fun of his brother. He focused on Ezequiel before they both stared at the distant supernovas. "Please tell what you know about what is happening there." Master gave some information. Lord Iver's goal is to connect the transitional plane to the crystal wall of the Magi world and the divine world. The God's Tomb will obtain a crystal wall capable of resisting rank 9 battle power if everything goes according to the plan. After that, we need to control the continents and let the Magi world's laws and forces invade it to weaken the divinity world. Gods are hard to kill when they are inside their divine kingdoms, but their battle power diminishes once they leave them. They are cowards and would not risk their lives, so they sent divine avatars to fight in their place. Although those avatars can only express a fraction of the god's power, losing them doesn't directly harm them. Battling divine avatars is dangerous since they fight without care about injuries and can self-destruct at any second. The divinity world has 3 greater gods. The god of justice, Tyr, the god of sin, Satan, and the overgod. According to Master, Tyr and Satan can form multiple divine avatars with pseudo-rank 9 battle power. The overgod cannot have more than one divine avatar, but the power of this one reaches rank 9. God's Tomb's success will depend on whether Lord Iver can maintain Tyr and Satan's divine avatars at bay. As for the overgod, Master told me the one handling him would probably be the Magi world's leader. Dean and Gabriel were surprised when they heard all that information. Knowing what happened on the battlefield was one thing, but grasping the greater god's power was completely different. Lord Zadiel's knowledge is truly boundless. Gabriel spoke with admiration and respect, and Dean nodded with a serious expression. According to Father, Lord Iver is a beyond redemption stage powerhouse, but he can express rank 9 battle power thanks to his laws and artifacts. The only way the greater gods could face him is that if they leave their divine kingdom, and that is highly unlikely. This time it was Ezequiel's turn to be surprised. He knew that displaying battle power above your cultivation was more challenging the higher the rank was. After all, anyone who became a rank 8 life form was a talent born once every few hundreds of millions of years. After sharing information, the trio focused on the distant battlefield in the void. As the second day was ending, a moment of silence occurred when the battlefield's explosion stopped. The next second, a supernova 100 times mightier than the previous ones appeared. The blast unleashed a wave of light and energy that instantly reached the Magi world. Everybody near the crystal wall felt their eyes burning and were temporarily blinded. When that happened, white lightning covered Ezequiel's body, and he flashed toward the frost monster Hearts group. The Supreme Neo-Demon's behavior surprised everybody. A tactical agreement occurred between the different organizations when they reached this place. Despite that, they felt Ezequiel's killing intent, and everybody was clear about his intentions. He acted with such viciousness and resolution that by the time they were able to react, the Supreme Neo-Demon was already in front of the man with animal tattoos. Chapter 400, Lightning Assassination, 2. The young man with tattoos was at the 4th engraving stage, and his battle power was undoubtedly higher due to his talent and laws. Unfortunately, unlike those who live in Abyss and learn never to let their guard down, he was full of openings and stunned by Ezequiel's actions. Death became clearer every instant, and a handful of white lightning reached for his head. He could not mobilize his energy or soul origin in time to protect himself and was bound to die. However, he was not alone. Shikra intervened immediately, and with the might of a rank 6 life form, fired a frozen palm aimed at Ezequiel's body. The Frost Monster Heart's leader was afraid of killing Zadiel Daybreak's right-hand man, so she controlled her attack so that Ezequiel could save himself if he backed down. In Shikra's mind, there was no way the man in front of her would dare to continue his attack now. Unfortunately, she did not know the commitment that Ezequiel Entropy Regius Unus Invictus put in every task he started. The Supreme Neo-Demon gathered primordial entropy lightning in his palm and managed to lay a finger in the man's head before a small palm landed on his shoulder and sent him flying away like a cannonball. As that happened, thousands of thoughts and plans crossed the mind of every leader present. They wondered which side to be on in this conflict. The first ones to react were two brothers. The moment Shikra's attack landed on Ezequiel, Gabriel and Dean glanced at each other before nodding and making their energy explode. The second prince's body began to tremble as space-time fluctuated around him. The next second, a teenager and a middle-aged man appeared by his side. They shared a striking resemblance to the second prince, and even their soul aura was the same. The moment they appeared, a connection formed between Gabriel and the duo. Their aura became one, and their power rose to the level he surpassed some of the weak great organization's leaders. Space and time shattered around the first prince's body as his soul unleashed a force that could seal and annihilate everything. Even the strongest people adopted a solemn expression and mobilized their energy as they saw all matter collapse around the first prince. Dean Rebellion's aura reached the absolute peak of rank 6 as a black hole formed around him. Shikra did not dare to chase after Ezequiel when she felt the first prince's murdering gaze looming over her. Ezequiel was able to regain control over his body after being pushed more than 3,000 kilometers. The Scientia Kingdom's princes flanked him immediately, ensuring no one dared to get close to him. The Supreme Neo-Demon did not have time to thank the brothers since he needed to handle his injuries. That palm strike shattered every bone around his shoulder and almost made his left arm explode along with a large part of his chest. The worst part was not the physical damage but the energy that had invaded his body when Shikra's palm touched him. It was freezing his organs, and it seemed to head for his soul dimension. Dean perceived the water essence's force inside Ezequiel's body and was about to act when this one roared. Roar. Along with that roar, white lightning overflowed the Supreme Neo-Demon's body, collapsing the foreign force into entropy and devouring it. Ezequiel coughed a mouthful of black blood, but a smile appeared on his face as he straightened his body and stared at Shikra. The reason for his smile was that he felt his comprehension over the law of water improve a little after the primordial entropy lightning devoured the water essence's force. Everybody displayed shock as they saw the Supreme Neo-Demon. They detected rank 4's soul force during the altercation and could not believe that he survived a rank 6 strike with that cultivation. The impact only grew when they saw Ezequiel take care of the law essence's force. So this is the strength of soul law domain. The difference between peak rank 5 and rank 6 is certainly great. The Supreme Neo-Demon regulated his breathing as he looked at Dean and Gabriel before giving a thankful nod. Shikra's eyes were full of conflicted feelings. She did not want to offend such a monstrous talent like Ezequiel, especially since there was no way she could kill him with the first prince by his side. However, if she did nothing, she would become the laughingstock of the Magi world, and her position as the Frost Monster Heart's leader would be in danger. The Magus took a deep breath and used the strength of her soul to calm her feelings and figure out the best path forward. Ezequiel Invictus, your actions are a great offense to Frost Monster Heart and every Magus here, who put aside their personal feelings, keeping the peace as we waited for Lord Diver. I demand you gave us an explanation for you attempting murder. The great organization's leaders showed different expressions when they saw Shikra ganging them together when she mentioned Ezequiel's offense. Although some of them sneered at her, they remained silent since she was partially correct. There was bad blood between many organizations, but none of them acted due to their tactical agreement. Ezequiel's eyes became devoid of any emotion as he stared at Shikra and all the other great organization's leaders. Why the hell would I let your decisions guide my actions? If I want to kill someone, I will do it, even if that meant insulting every single one of you. Everybody felt the Supreme Neo-Demon absolute lack of respect, and many displayed anger. However, None dared to do anything when one of the strongest men in the Magi world was by his side. Ezekiel truly felt no respect for any of them. In his mind, he did not need to show reverence to someone who he could kill in less than 100 years and who could not erase his existence, no matter what they do. The only ones he appreciated were the king and brothers of the Scientia Kingdom. He respected them not for their mighty strength but for the friendship they showed to him. Silence reigned for a few seconds until a calm and gentle expression appeared on Ezekiel's face. Since we are civilized people and to prove I am not a mindless demon which kills people for fun, I will give you a reason for my actions. That man showed hatred when he saw me, and it did not target my person but my kind. I will kill anyone who even thinks of harming my people, no matter who they are. Ezekiel's unleashed a slaughter intent that came from the deepest part of his soul as he spoke those words, but the gentle expression on his face did not go away. For the supreme Neo-Demon, there was no higher calling than protecting the Neo-Demon race. He would not hesitate to detonate his existence to ensure the safety of the people he considered family. When the great organization's leaders saw the devotion in that supreme genius's eyes, they understood that the Daybreak Clan doesn't have only one monster protecting it. Oh, and by the way, I did not perform an attempting murder. Shikra felt her heart grow cold when she heard that and saw the viciousness in Ezekiel's eyes. She turned around and focused on the tattooed man. The man seemed perfectly fine, without a single injury on him, but there was something odd. He remained quiet all this time and with a blank stare. The rank 6 Magus consciousness detected the energy running through his body and how his brain kept sending some primary signals that kept him in the air. However, there was no soul dimension in him. White lightning destroyed it, along with everything inside. The rest of the leaders also detected the state of the tattooed man's soul dimension, and they all looked at Ezekiel with amazement. In that fraction of a second when his finger touched the man's head, he used a form of lightning that surpassed every spiritual defense and silently killed him. While the mighty Soul Law Domain showed admiration for the supreme Neo-Demon, the way they looked at Shikra was full of mockery. The humiliation the Frost Monster Heart's leader felt at this moment was immense. The wrath that came with it reached levels that almost made her go ballistic. Just as things were about to scale, they heard a voice that took control of every law and force in the Magi world. Have you all finished playing around? Chapter 401, Rank 9 Magic Creator. The voice took control of every law and force in the Magi world, automatically deactivating the abilities that the great organization's leaders and the rest were using. Dean felt his aura regress to the bottom of rank 6 once the black hole vanished. The first prince stared at the man who did that with admiration but also fighting intent. Of course, he knew he could not face him now, but that did not mean he saw him as an unreachable entity. The rest also focused on the origin of the voice, and shock appeared in their faces when they saw the man's horrible condition. Ivar had the upper left side of his head missing, he had a massive hole in his chest where his heart should be, and there was a large cut on his back that severed his spine. Those kinds of wounds would force a rank 6 life form to spend a long time healing, not to mention their battle power would be reduced immensely, but the Eternum Empire's creator felt as strong as ever, and there was a slight smile on his face. The Eternum Empire's leader, a man with black hair and silver eyes, kneeled when Ivar appeared along with Roku. The rest of the leaders and followers limited themselves to bow. They knew the Flawless did not care for empty gestures, and they could anger him if they acted with ulterior motives. Shikra's heart was still full of wrath, but she did not dare to act with Ivar present, not to mention that Dean Rebellion was more than enough to handle her. Ivar the Flawless gave a soft nod to his descendants before waving his hand and making everybody rise. The transitional plane finished establishing its connection with the crystal wall of the Magi world and the divinity world. Now, the battle for its control can finally start. Despite missing part of his brain, Ivar could speak without a problem, and every word carried his excitement and battle will. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, unleashing a wave that expanded through every corner of the Magi world. The leaders felt an immense force take control of the Magi world's law of space, and thanks to their consciousnesses, they saw a portal the size of a continent appear above the Eternum Empire's capital. The portal was perfect. It could allow countless individuals of weak ranks to pass through at the same time without any side effects or cost. I made a God's Tombs portal in every capital. The 10 billion life forms beneath ranked form must go through them in the next 7 days. They will appear in the Illithid continent, the one closest to the Magi world, while our enemy's troops will appear in the Lowth continent, the one closest to the divinity world. When our people reach the God's Tomb, someone will receive them to give them more instruction and a talisman to record their military merits. Without waiting for anyone to say something, Ivar focused on the group that was the farthest away from him. The next second, Ezekiel, Dean, and Gabriel appeared in front of him. The trio was surprised, and Ivar's eyes narrowed as he focused on the first prince. You are training one of that monster's legacies. Even the weakest is incredibly difficult to comprehend and extremely dangerous. They can help you even after ascending, but they are a double-edged sword, so be careful. Dean adopted a solemn expression as he nodded to the mighty being of laws. Next, Ivar's eyes landed on Ezequiel, and a peculiar light appeared in them. The Supreme Neo-Demon's eyes lacked the unconscious feeling of inferiority and amazement that the others have when they look at him. It seems that you don't feel pressured by being in my presence. As a rank 8 life form capable of standing equal to the universe's supreme overlords, Ivar's aura made others feel like they were in front of a mighty cosmic force. When he heard those words, Ezequiel felt like everything else had disappeared, leaving him alone with Ivar in an empty universe. It was a suffocating sensation, but the Supreme Neo-Demon stood straight. I do feel pressure, but although I don't know his actual power, my master was also once an entity above the Prima Universe's laws. Being by his side made me acclimate to this type of encounter, especially since his authentic aura is mightier than yours. After he spoke those words, Ezequiel felt the world return to normal and noticed the odd way everybody was looking at him. The great organization's leaders wondered how Ivar would react after the Supreme Neo-Demon stated that he was inferior to Zadiel Daybreak. They all considered beings of laws as arrogant entities that would not accept any disrespect, so Ivar's response should not be gentle. Shikra did not show anything, but there was a vicious light in her eyes as she focused on the being of laws. Unfortunately for the Frost Monster Heart's leader, Ivar adopted a thoughtful expression before nodding. That old man must undoubtedly have been a unique entity in his past life. I don't know about our battle powers, but my knowledge about the universe's secrets is inferior to his, and maybe only the geezer could compare with him. Ivar's words shocked everybody and added another layer of mysticism to the already legendary Zadiel Daybreak. Anyway, I did not bring you here to chat. I obtained some information from that old man and already paid part of my debt. We agreed that if the knowledge proved to be fundamental in my victory, I would have to give this to you. Before he could say a word, Ivar touched Ezequiel's forehead with his finger. The next second, he saw a dot of red light with countless runes appear in his soul dimension. The Supreme Neo-Demon felt no danger from this dot, but the moment he attempted to understand the knowledge in it, he felt like his head was about to explode. The information in it was incredibly profound and broad, and mere words could not explain it. Ezequiel had the information in his mind right now. However, the Supreme Neo-Demon could only share what he comprehended from it, and even then, it would be challenging to do it. Ask your master what that is and how to train it. He should be able to explain everything since he also got a copy from me. Ivar spoke those words directly to Ezequiel's mind, and no one else heard anything. After repaying his debt, he was ready to leave but stopped when he saw the Supreme Neo-Demon raising his hand. Lord Ivar, wait a moment. Oh, what happens? According to Master, since you built a transitional plane between two principal worlds, you must be a rank 9 magic creator. I was wondering if I could draw on your experience in a project I am working on. Ezequiel did not hide his voice even though he knew he would get the scorn of many of the people present here for overestimating his abilities and importance. He did not care what others thought, and at worst, the being of laws would only ignore him. No one reprimanded the Supreme Neo-Demon on behalf of the being of laws since the events around the High Prince of the Eye Dynasty were still clear in their minds, but that did not stop them from sending mocking smiles at him. Ivar would usually disregard such a request from a life form bound to his lifespan since it would be a waste of time. Luckily for the Supreme Neo-Demon, he was in an excellent mood. Go on, make your question. While the others were shocked, Ezequiel smiled and gave a small bow before writing a magic matrix in the air. Ezequiel was not the only magic creator present among the people present, but no one else could understand what he was making. Some thought the Supreme Neo-Demon was making rubbish, but that idea vanished when they saw the interest in Ivar's eyes. The Flawless agreed to help the Supreme Neo-Demon for a whim, but now the magic matrix drew his full attention. Ezequiel stopped after 15 minutes, and a half-completed magic matrix appeared in front of him. Ivar remained silent for a few seconds after the Supreme Neo-Demon stopped working. He then looked at Ezequiel with a serious expression. You created this on your own? Chapter 402, Ezequiel's Anger and Love. Ezequiel immediately shook his head when he heard Ivar's question. It is my creation, but I had my teacher's guidance with some of the most challenging parts and also applied the principles behind an ancient runecrafting path my master handed to me. I was hoping if you could share some light on how to fuse the process of soul genesis and life growth. Ivar's eyes narrowed after hearing Ezequiel's words. His mind worked millions of times faster than that of the Supreme Neo-Demon. He reverse-engineered techniques that gave birth to the magic matrix in a second. Interesting, the knowledge and principles in the magic matrix are very ancient and almost forgotten by the current magic creator's school of thought. This teacher of his must be at least a rank 8 magic creator. An ancient magic creator school of thought was not necessarily better than a new one. Still, they were different, which could help a magic creator who already mastered all the knowledge currently at his disposal. What you seek to create is something very unusual, and the difficulty in it is not bound to the mathematical calculations or energy consumption but to its ingenuity and ability to fuse different kinds of principles and techniques. I cannot help with something so broad in the few minutes I currently have free. Ezekiel was a little disappointed when he heard that, but he could do nothing about it. Luckily, the being of laws had not finished speaking. I should be available in 5 years. Use this in the Magi world, and you will be teleported to my abode the next second. Iver signaled to Ezekiel's hand, and a black ring appeared on his finger. The Flawless said nothing else before disappearing. After Iver the Flawless was gone, all eyes focused on Ezekiel. Many of them carried curiosity, but others packed envy and jealousy. The Supreme Neo-Demon did not care about any of them, and he turned to the only ones showing friendship to him before clasping his hands. Thanks for the help. Although I have the means to secure my life, it would have implied using some of my life-saving cards, so your assistance is appreciated. Haha, don't worry about that. We very much prefer to be on your side than that of these fogies. Dean spoke those words as he laughed, and Gabriel gave a soft nod. The first prince did not care that the great organization's leaders heard his words. He was the strongest here, and they would not dare to use their numbers against him. Since Iver had left, there was no reason for the leaders and followers to remain here. They gave one last glance at the trio before departing. We should leave now. Although our people won't take part in the first phase of this war, we must still do many things to be ready for the second phase. Gabriel manipulated the law of space and made a portal appear next to them. The brothers nodded to Ezekiel before returning to their home. Now that he was all alone, Ezekiel focused on the black ring in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. He was smart enough to understand that Iver agreed to help him due to his interest in the ancient techniques Hades taught him. However, that was not a problem. The ancient being of laws did not care what others did with the knowledge they learned from him, so Ezekiel had no problem showing it to Iver. By fusing Hades' techniques, which represent the ancient peak of magic creation, Iver's techniques that embodied the current pinnacle, and the ultimate rune path's soul principles, Ezekiel hoped to create something unique. There are some things I need to handle before returning to Abyss. Ezekiel took a deep breath, and every cell of his body acted as a black hole for natural energy and origin power. The power of life in the law of lightning, the law of fire, and the law of water mended his most severe wounds and allowed him to move his left arm again. Although the Supreme Neo-Demon was far from being at his peak, that treatment was enough for him to move without a problem. He created a portal with his white lightning that allowed him to return to the City of the Sun, and once there, he teleported to an underground facility beneath the Daybreak Magic Tower.